A Cowboy for Keeps, Riverdale Ranch Romance Book Number 9, written by Jewel Allen, narrated by Melissa Connell and Scott Rose.
Chapter 1. Dylan. Dylan Brown was just about to drive his daughter to 4-H practice when his phone rang. Snatching the receiver and hoping for a quick call, he said, "Lucky charm." "Oh, Dylan, I'm so glad I caught you," the woman said breathlessly on the other line. "I need you to take off the lock you installed last week." "Is this Jane Garfield?" Dylan asked. "The one and only." "Are you sure?" he asked. "About taking the lock off, that is." Dylan recalled how adamant she'd been about putting a lock on her pantry door so that she wouldn't be tempted to snack in the middle of the night. "Most definitely, yes. It's been horrible around here. I keep misplacing the key, and the last time I did, it took me a couple of hours to get into the pantry." "But I thought that was the whole point." "I thought it was too," Jane wailed. "But in reality, having a lock on the door made me fixate on it, pacing the floor in the kitchen, begging my husband to give me the duplicate." "I only made you one key," Dylan said, confused. "You did." Her voice sounded full of shame. "I got another one made at the hardware store. I should have called you instead and given you the business." "No worries." Dylan honestly didn't care either way about this client's snacking habits, but he was a little peeved that of all times for her drama, it was tonight. He felt a tug on his shirt sleeve. "Dad," his 8-year-old daughter Tater whispered, "I'm gonna be late for 4-H practice." Holding up a hand, he mouthed to Tater, "Just a moment." To Jane, he said, "I can schedule you in tomorrow." "No!" Jane's voice rose. "It can't wait. The knob keeps taunting me. Besides, I won't be available tomorrow. I have a hair appointment all day." She sounded about close to tears. Dylan took a deep breath and released it. "I wish I could help. If you need locksmith services sooner, I can refer you to someone else." "They're all in Colorado Springs," she said. "I've already called, and they can't come until next week. Please, I'll pay double, triple even." "I'll see what I can do," he finally said, leading to a very grateful Jane as they hung up. "Daddy," Tater scolded, "you're too nice." She put her fists at her hips and stared him down. She looked so cute with her freckles and steely eyes, her hair all askew and uneven pigtails. And she had a point. He grimaced. "I know." "Aren't you going to take me to 4-H? Tater asked. "I will," he assured her. "I'll drop you off, stop in quick at Jane's, go to parent-teacher conference, and then come back for you." Tater looked skeptical. "We'll be done at 4-H in 2 hours." "I'll hurry." Tater blew out a breath. "Okay, fine." After dropping Tater off with her horse Daisy at the Maddox Ranch, he drove to Jane's house. She was waiting at the curb, her yellow dress snug on her ample figure. "Thank you so much for coming at such short notice," she said, beaming. "No problem," he said. "I do have to be quick. I need to go to parent-teacher tonight." "You are such a good dad." She motioned for him to follow. "Let's go right in then." She sat on a bar stool while he worked at changing out the knob. Fortunately, he had given her the old hardware, so it was just a matter of putting it back on. She carried on a one-sided conversation like many of his housewife clients who became extra talkative. Just snatches of her chatter registered, something about a dollhouse she wanted to get for her 4-year-old daughter. His attention was laser-focused on the knob. In a matter of 5 minutes, he was done. "What?" she cried. "Done already?" "Yes, ma'am," he said, packing up his tools. "That'll be $50, no charge for the hardware." Her jaw dropped open. "I hate to sound like a miser, but $50 for 5 minutes work?" Tempted to point out that she was paying for his years of experience, he simply smiled and said, "What's fair in your mind?" She looked chastened. "No, it's okay. I know you've got a kid and all. I'll pay you full plus a tip." "Thank you." "You're such a nice man," she said as she escorted him to the front door. There it was again, the word nice. "Just doing my job." He pulled down the edge of his cowboy hat. "If you ever want me to set you up with one of my younger girlfriends—" "Thanks," he interjected. "I'm good." He got in his truck and started the engine, amused at Jane's attempt at matchmaking. Everyone wanted him to date again, even though he assured them that he was perfectly fine as he was. His daughter was his world. If he were to date again, the woman would have to be both a wife and an instant mother to an 8-year-old, and those two criteria in one woman would be hard, if not impossible, to come by.
Chapter 2. Amanda. Amanda Jones wedged her beat-up little car into a sliver of space at the elementary school curb and cut the engine. It was one of the few times that day when she could actually enjoy some quiet, and she was tempted to simply sit there and do absolutely nothing. Until she heard her year-old son's soft snore coming from his car seat behind her. Amanda pressed her face against her hands, which had been gripping the steering wheel tightly, and blew out a frustrated breath. Why did Colby have to fall asleep now, of all times? He had been fussy in the past couple of weeks, cutting teeth, and had been crying at the house. That was why she was late to parent-teacher for 8-year-old Allie. She raised her head again, an idea forming in her head. This could actually be good. If she were careful, she could keep him sleeping, or she could leave him in the car for a couple of minutes while she went in for Allie's parent-teacher conference. It wasn't that hot out. She could crank the windows down a bit, enough to keep someone from breaking into the car and kidnapping him. It was also getting dark, so hopefully any passerby would be none the wiser and wouldn't report Amanda to social services. Still, not a good idea. A huge white truck hauling a horse trailer barreled across the street from her and parked. Amanda watched as the driver got out. He was a cowboy, complete with dusty boots and a hat. No doubt he ate eggs for breakfast every single day of his life to bulk up that muscular physique. Catching a glimpse of a clean-shaven, strong jaw, she stared a fraction longer than necessary before wrenching her gaze away. She hated that she was checking him out, as though he were dating material, because she wanted nothing to do with men. Not after her ex abandoned her, his own 8-year-old daughter Allie, and their baby. So she kept her head down, pretending to fiddle with her radio knobs. When she looked up again, he'd made it all the way to the building doors. Amanda slung her cheap drugstore purse on her shoulder and got out of the car. The door squeaked on its hinges and rattled as she pushed it shut, trying to not wake the baby. Through the partially open window, Colby howled. Amanda's body tensed all over. Just when she thought this babyhood was going to get easier, Colby went into the next challenging phase. Amanda darted a quick peek into the back seat. Colby caught her looking and cried even louder. "Try being a single mom," she said under her breath. "Bet you won't think your life's as bad." For one long moment, she watched his mouth stretch open then close, his face turning red. As though she were in a game show soundproof booth, she could hardly hear his cries. She just wanted to wish all this away. She blinked, shaking herself out of the daze. Mother of the Year, she was not. "Come on," she grumbled as she opened Colby's door. The baby stopped crying for a minute and stuck out his stubby little arms to her. His chin was quivering, and he looked about ready to cry again. In his features, the hazel eyes and milky white skin, she saw traces of her ex and resented that he had to leave such a permanent mark on this innocent face. She got him out of the car seat, and he immediately glommed onto her like a baby koala. As tired to the bone as Amanda felt, she managed a small smile. He was such a hug-a-bug. She pressed the lock button on her driver door and shut it. Carrying Colby at her hip, she walked to the entrance, down the hall, and into the cafeteria, where teachers were stationed at different tables. Her eyes caught and stopped briefly at the cowboy with the hat. His back was turned to her, sitting on a bench waiting for a teacher. Amanda recognized the teacher as Allie's, which meant the child he was here for was in the same class as Allie's. Amanda walked across the room to the bench and sat down. The cowboy turned his head and looked straight at her. Great of all days to not have showered. She was sure she had spit up on her frayed sweatshirt, and her hair was just piled up in its usual messy bun. Messy meaning exactly what it sounded like, and not cute. He was good-looking in a solid, capable way as cowboys in this small town were. Amanda's brother, Grit, was a rodeo bareback bronc rider, and she'd seen plenty of wranglers like this one. Except this cowboy didn't have that cocky look, as most in her brother's circle did. She guessed him to be in his mid-30s, a good decade older than her. For a fraction of a second, his eyes flit over her face, before dropping to the baby on her lap. As a woman, Amanda felt invisible. She was just a mom to this baby. She'd gotten used to not getting flirtatious glances from men since she had Colby a year ago. But this cowboy's indifference to her kinda stung. What did she expect, though, with her grungy look? "Hello, buddy," he told Colby in a low voice, against which she immediately put up all sorts of barricades. Her ex, Ryan, had ensnared her with his voice on their late-night phone calls. This cowboy was no doubt married with several kids. He looked like good dad material, but someone surely already had dibs on him. He also most likely had several hidden toxic traits. On her lap, Colby burst into tears. "Oh, dear," the cowboy said, wincing. "Did I scare your baby?" "No," she said. "My baby was calm as can be and just got it in his head to cry." She meant it as a jab. The cowboy deserved it. But he only seemed amused, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Colby arched his back and yelled even louder. He was trying so hard to buck himself off her lap. But when she tried setting him on the floor, he screamed bloody murder. "Easy, Colby," she said, but he was inconsolable. Amanda wished she'd brought a bottle of formula, even though she was trying to wean him off his baba. She'd left everything in the car and couldn't go back to get things, or she'd lose her place in line. Already, 3 people had taken their place beside her, all waiting to talk to the teacher. A mom was rising from the table. The thought of holding a fussy baby for another wait defeated Amanda. She needed to leapfrog the line. The cowboy seemed nice enough. "Hey," she said, and he turned those electric blue eyes her direction. "Do you mind if I go ahead of you with Miss Shumway?" She held up a distraught Colby higher in the air. "Listen," the cowboy said, smiling wryly. "I wish I could, but I gotta hightail it out of here myself." She could hardly hear his words over Colby's screams. People were turning to look at her. Today, she would have appreciated a bone of kindness from a stranger like the cowboy, but it had been too much to ask. No doubt he was hurrying home to a nice home-cooked meal made by his lovely wife, after which he would play with the kids on the carpeted living room and give them piggyback rides. "Sorry I asked," Amanda muttered. He looked like he wanted to say something, rubbing his nape. The mom visiting with Miss Shumway was done and was walking past. It was his turn. He could still be nice, but he got up and sat at the cafeteria table with the teacher. Amanda's cheeks were still warm with embarrassment over his rejection, and then she turned her attention to Colby, shoving aside all these other thoughts. "What's the matter, Colby?" she cooed. His scream echoed throughout the cafeteria. For someone in a hurry, the cowboy sure was taking his sweet time with the teacher. 15 minutes and a lot of Colby's caterwauling passed. Finally, the cowboy was done. Amanda got up and headed to Miss Shumway's table, avoiding the cowboy's eyes. He came to a stop. Amanda sensed that he wanted to talk to her. He said, "Hey, about what you asked earlier." "No problem," she said with gritted teeth. "You're obviously in more of a hurry." "No, it's just—" She cut him off. She had no time for this chit-chat. "It's okay. Just drop it, all right?" He nodded, sending an apologetic glance her way, and they parted ways. She walked toward the teacher and sat. The bench he'd used was still warm. "Hello," said Miss Shumway. Her hair-sprayed blonde hair, hardly budging as she looked down at her list. She looked young, but she dressed old, everything buttoned up and conservative. "You're here for Allie Wagner, correct?" "Correct." 𝗵𝗂𝗃 pointed to a clipboard on the table. "Do you mind signing in?" After she did so, she peeked at the name above hers. Dylan Brown. So that was the name of the cowboy. "Thank you so much for coming," 𝗵𝗂𝗃 said. "I'm glad to be talking to you about Allie." 𝗵𝗂𝗃 then proceeded to enumerate the ways Allie wasn't doing well in her class, ending with, "She has this habit of doodling when I am explaining something at the board." "Drawing what?" Amanda asked. 𝗵𝗂𝗃 readily answered, "Horses." Amanda was mystified. Why would Allie draw horses? It wasn't like Ryan had exposed his daughter to stuff like that. Amanda also had been estranged from her parents for 6 months now and hadn't brought her around to the family ranch, so it couldn't have been from that. "Maybe," Amanda said. "If she had interesting material to listen to, she would pay better attention." 𝗵𝗂𝗃's mouth formed a thin line. "I assure you, Mrs. Wagner, I work super hard to keep my classes engaging. My last name is Jones," Amanda said, "and Allie's not my biological child. She's my ex's daughter. He left us before I had even given birth to this guy. He's 1 now. I'm Allie's guardian." Amanda didn't know what possessed her to share. Maybe she was fishing for sympathy. 𝗵𝗂𝗃's expression didn't soften, which made Amanda regret opening up as much as she did. "Perhaps that explains that she seems, well, withdrawn and sad." "Oh, you mean because her dad got a girlfriend, got her pregnant, and abandoned his 8-year-old daughter to the said girlfriend within the span of the year?" "Perhaps," Amanda echoed out loud. To her credit, 𝗵𝗂𝗃 looked genuinely concerned. "I just want to be able to help Allie. If you were able to, I would talk to her, get her to open up a little." She brightened. "I hope to talk to you again at the next parent-teacher conference." "Yes," Amanda said, already rising. "Thank you for your time." "Thanks for nothing," she muttered to herself once she was out of the cafeteria. She tried to open up to Allie without success. Amanda didn't have that much patience. Outside, the spot taken up by the cowboy's truck had been filled by a white SUV. Climbing out of it was a mom in a matching pink pantsuit, her hair in a glossy blowout. Amanda tried to imagine a life of luxury for that mom and her elementary school kid, but her senses had fritzed and nothing came to mind except that she would sleep good at night and she wouldn't have a bare cupboard. Colby started crying once again. Amanda juggled him and her purse, pulling at the door handle, but finding it locked. She dug in her purse for her keys, then squinted. Were those her keys in the cup holder? Blowing out a frustrated breath, she glanced around. That ritzy lady's SUV had a tie on a wire hanger in a dry cleaning bag. With Colby on her hip, Amanda approached the vehicle and pulled on the handle of the back door. It swung open. "Just borrowing the hanger," she whispered under her breath. Who needs it for one tie anyway? She took the plastic off the tie, slipped the tie off the hanger, and laid it carefully across the back bench. After she shut the door, she went back to her car.
Chapter 3. Dylan. Dylan sighed as he drove his truck and trailer away from the curb. That woman in there, the mom with the baby, could have used a break. But Dylan had selfishly said no to her request to skip ahead of him. He had a perfectly legitimate reason, but surely he could have helped even if it meant a couple minutes delay. Tater would have understood. Tater had a giving heart that way. After a few blocks of regret, he stepped on his brakes and made a U-turn, slowly making his way back up the street to the school. Sure enough, the woman was there at the curb, standing by a beat-up little sedan. He could just drive away. Dylan didn't know the woman anything, but his conscience got the better of him, and he parked his rig at the closest open spot. He got out and slowly made his way to her. "Ma'am," he said to get her attention. She turned, frustration clearly etched on her face. She seemed much younger than him, her pretty face smooth and unlined, her eyebrows knit together in a frown. "Yes," she said. "I'm sorry about not letting you get ahead of me in the line," he said, "but I was in a hurry." When she gave him a blank look, he continued, "You know, inside." "Okay," she said, looking flustered. "You apologized earlier." "Okay. That was it?" He bristled with impatience. "Oh, you mean when you cut off my apology?" Her eyes narrowed. "Do you have to be snarky about it?" "My point is, I tried to be nice," he said. "Uh-huh. Be sure to get your medal on your way out. Excuse me." She turned back to the car and rattled the door handle. He should have walked away. The lady wasn't up for chit-chat, but he put two and two together. "Something wrong?" he asked. "No, I just make it a habit of breaking into people's cars," she said, her back still turned to him. "Are you from Arizona?" he asked, "'cause you're prickly as a cactus." "And aren't you in a hurry?" she tossed over her shoulder. "Maybe you ought to get going." Dylan was torn. As a locksmith, he could never resist a challenge. His assistance obviously wasn't welcome. He should just walk on and leave this woman alone, but he had to at least try. "Here," he said, "let me." She turned, her baby pink in the cheeks and squirming in her arms. "Why, thank you." She pushed the baby forward, leaving Dylan with little choice but to hold him. "That's not what I meant," he said, trying to keep the baby from jumping out of his arms. The woman lifted a thin hanger, the kind that dry cleaners used, and slid it into the gap between the door and the front passenger window. "Do not drop him," she muttered. The baby eyed Dylan, unsmiling, but at least he had stopped crying. He was a tiny little thing, without as much of the baby fat typical of kids his age. For a moment he was transported to the time when Tater was just a baby. Tiny but wiry and strong, defying all expectations when her mama died giving birth to her. There was a click and the driver's door swung open. "Ha!" the woman said. "Bravo," he said. Then she stood stock still. "Wait a minute," she said under her breath, and looked over to her left before smacking her forehead. A man was coming out of the elementary school shouting, "Hey, what are you doing to my car?" The woman turned to Dylan and plucked the baby out of his arms, then handed him the hanger. "Fair trade." "What the?" Dylan began to say, as she walked over to a vehicle 2 cars over that looked very much like this one. The irate man caught up with Dylan. His car, the wrong one, had been jimmied open. By the time the whole mess had been sorted out, the woman, her baby, and their car were gone. Minutes later, an extremely annoyed and flustered Dylan arrived at the Maddox Ranch, where Tater had been coming every Tuesday night for 4-H practice since spring started. In a spacious arena out front, horses and their young riders moved in a slow circle along the rail to a stop, except for a small Arabian and her rider. Tater and her horse Daisy were spinning out of control. "Whoa," Dylan said, putting his hands up as he approached Daisy. Huge mistake. As soon as he voiced his command, Daisy obeyed, which left Tater continuing to spin in the original trajectory, off the saddle and dumped onto the sand. "Gall, Tater," Dylan said, hurrying over. "Are you okay?" Tater lifted her face and sat up. Relief flooded Dylan's body to see that she seemed to be in one piece. Tears streaked the dust on her freckled cheeks. She spat out dirt and smeared more of it onto her chin with shaking fingers. "You said you'd be here to help me." "Sorry, hon," he said. "I meant to be. If it weren't for that nut job of a woman," he added silently. There was a snicker and then another one. Tater's eyes widened before her cheeks flamed. Gazing down at her hands, she whispered, "They're laughing at me." Dylan lifted his head and stared at the nearest kid, Ethan, whose mouth was open in a stupid grin. He was one of the older ones and should have known better. Ethan's smile faded as he slouched, his eyes skittering away. "Come on," Dylan told Tater. "Let's get you back on your horse." "No," Panic laced her voice. "I'm not getting back on." "You don't have to," he said. "But if you don't, it'll be a lot harder later." He paused. "I can hold on to your halter rope if you want." "No," she said, gripping his arm. "I'll do it by myself." Dylan waited a long time for Tater to gather her courage again. He could feel the other kids' stares on them, but he didn't care. He only cared about Tater and making sure she was good and ready to get riding again. A crunching of boots on the sand signaled the approach of Melissa Maddox, the ranch owner and Tater's 4-H leader. "Is she going to get back on?" Melissa asked. "Because if she's not, she could stay in the middle." Dylan's jaw tensed. "Why don't we give her another minute?" Melissa's gaze collided with his. He could sense her disapproval. "Maybe Tater should practice at home as much as she can before next Tuesday." No kidding. But he wasn't about to give Melissa the satisfaction of making Tater feel lesser than. "Both of them are green," he said. "They'll learn." With a tight smile, Melissa nodded, then turned to the kids. "Okay," she said out loud. "Let's get going again. Riders, walk your horses." Dylan watched while the other kids maneuvered their horses at a walk around Tater, who struggled collecting her reins. Her face was dirty, but her eyes were clear with determination. She almost dropped a rein, then yanked it to her side, causing Daisy to toss her head. Dylan restrained himself from walking over and helping her. Her progress was painfully slow and erratic, but she got to walking again, and Dylan couldn't be prouder. Getting out of the arena, Dylan stood near but apart from the other parents. He could imagine their pitying glances, their chins raised in superiority. At least they no longer felt threatened by Tater, far from it. They'd been that way from the get-go, giving Dylan second thoughts about this 4-H club, but there weren't any other options locally. Other clubs, some half-dozen of them, were closed to new members. A shame, really, that this club wasn't working out. Dylan had been referred by the local extension office and had to lobby Melissa Maddox to allow Tater to catch up in the practice season. Tater had been so excited at first. The thought of the rest of the summer for Tater to tolerate this club gnawed on his craw. He had to find another alternative for her, and fast.
Chapter 4. Amanda. Amanda knocked on the closed door. "Allie?" No answer. Amanda bit her lip, frustrated. She'd had a conversation with Allie that Amanda would knock before entering Allie's bedroom, but that Allie would answer if she did. "Can I come in?" Amanda said. When, once again, there was no answer, Amanda gripped the knob and opened the door. It was dark, except for a lamp by the bed. Amanda took in the sight of the mismatched furniture and secondhand bedding whose colors clashed, before turning her gaze to the girl under the covers, holding a notebook. "I didn't say to come in," a sullen Allie said. "Well, I did knock," Amanda said. It had been a long day, taking care of a teething baby who was finally, thankfully, asleep, then cleaning a few houses for her regular clients, and finally going to the parent-teacher conference. She'd started the house cleaning business so she could be home when Allie was, even though she hardly kept her own house. Did Allie even care that she put in that extra effort? That familiar feeling of resentment rose within her. Not even her biological child, and here she was, responsible for her welfare because Allie's dad had been a deadbeat. Guilt soon followed. Of course she needed to be there for Allie. It was just right. Without Amanda in the girl's life, who knew where she would have ended up? "I didn't hear you," Allie muttered, still intent on whatever she was doing in the notebook, doodling horses, probably. "You feeling better?" Amanda asked. When Amanda invited Allie to parent-teacher, Allie said she had a stomachache. Amanda suspected she feigned being sick because she didn't want to hear anything bad from her teacher. "Yep." "Good." Amanda sat on the edge of Allie's bed. "I saw your teacher today." No response. "She told me that you're doing fine in school." Allie flicked her gaze up, distrust in her depths. "Did she? Really?" Her reply put Amanda on the defensive. Miss 𝗀𝗃 didn't say Allie was student of the year or anything, but she did imply that she seemed to be doing her best, considering. Of course, Amanda said. Why would I lie about that? To make me feel good, Allie smirked. At least Amanda seemed to be getting through. She did say you were doodling too much in class. Allie's forehead creased with annoyance. I told her to stuff it, Amanda added. Raising round eyes to Amanda's, Allie said, You did? Not exactly those words, but something like that. Why? Allie asked. There was distrust in her eyes. Because I can think of a million other things that kids should get in trouble for, Amanda said readily. Allie continued to grip her notebook and pen. Like what? Oh, Amanda said, like chewing gum and putting it under your desk, playing hooky, being mean to other kids. Tell me about it, Allie muttered. Amanda's eyes narrowed. Someone's being mean to you? Not to me, but to this other girl in class. Her name's Tater. Why on earth would a parent name their child that? Amanda wondered aloud. Allie shrugged. It's just what she goes by, but I think her real name is Tabitha. Funny because she looks like these other kids, wearing cowgirl clothes and all. She has a horse, too. But they make fun of her behind her back, sometimes to her face. They say she's a teacher's pet because she's always answering the teacher's questions. Ugh, Amanda said. Brats. Anyway, just make sure you look up once in a while at your teacher so she knows you're paying attention. Okay, Allie paused. Hey, Amanda? Yeah. Allie hesitated, then bit her lip. Never mind. What is it? You're going to think it's stupid. Believe me, Amanda said. I've seen everything. It can't be that bad. You know how I'm turning 9? Uh-huh. I was wondering if I can have a birthday party? At the end of her request, her cheeks had turned pink. Amanda's eyes drifted to the wall, bare of any decorations. She wondered if Allie didn't feel permanent here yet. Although Amanda still had to go through several hoops to be her guardian, she made it clear to Allie that she could stay with her as long as she needed to, which meant, for all intents and purposes, Allie would treat her like her own daughter. Absolutely, Amanda said. Allie's eyes lit up with surprise. With horses? Amanda cocked her head and nodded. She didn't have horses, but surely she could round up horses in this one-stoplight town. With horses. Riding real horses? Allie clarified. Amanda suppressed a smile. She was unused to this Allie, who actually asked for something. Usually, Amanda had to do a bunch of guesswork. Allie glanced away. Told you it was a horrible idea. It's a great idea, Amanda assured her. I know some people who have horses. Never mind that she wasn't exactly on speaking terms with her parents, but maybe her brother Grit could help her out. Tater actually has horses, Allie said, giving her a little smile. I heard her tell someone she lives on a ranch or something. Amanda stared at Allie thoughtfully. She could be a good option, actually. Here, Allie said, tearing a little piece of paper from her notebook. In Allie's neat handwriting, she had scribbled a phone number. That's her number. Okay, Amanda said. I'll call her mom. Allie shook her head. She only has a dad. Then I'll talk to her dad. But first I'll try my brother. When Amanda saw the glow on her face, her heart lightened. She would do anything she could to bring a little happiness into Allie's life. As soon as she tucked Allie and Colby in bed, Amanda picked up the phone. Hey, Grit, she greeted her brother, who, at 25, was younger than her by 2 years. Hey, Amanda, what's up? Allie's turning 9 in 2 weeks, and she would love a horse riding party. Can you help us out? Shucks, Grit said. I don't have bomb-proof horses, not like Pa. Have you asked him yet? Amanda didn't answer right away. I don't want to. You know they'd do that for you, he said. Probably, Amanda said. With strings attached. You gotta let go, Amanda, Grit said. Put your differences behind you. I don't have to remind you what they did, do I? Amanda didn't elaborate, but she was thinking back to how her parents reacted to Amanda's news that she had gotten pregnant out of wedlock. Her parents practically disowned her. Amanda stopped talking to them. Even when her baby's father ran out on her and his own daughter, they would never complain that Amanda needed them to babysit Colby nor Allie. Not even once. Grit breathed out. That's between you and them. I think it's high time you forgave them. But that's just me thinking out loud. You know, Amanda said through clenched teeth, if you weren't my brother, I'd say to stuff your advice. Grit laughed good-naturedly. Nothing fazed him, especially now that he was married to Natalia, a trick rider he met on the rodeo circuit. Marriage made him even more chill than ever. She wished she could say that marriage did that to everyone, but she wouldn't know from first-hand experience, nor was she likely to. Ryan had soured her on men forever. Serves me right, Grit said. Anyway, you do what you want, sis. I'll support you. But I'm telling you, I don't have any horses that'll be good for a party of giggling girls. If the girls could even pet them, that'd be better than nothing, Amanda said. Could you please be my backup if I don't find anyone else? I'll always be your backup, Grit said. For some stupid reason, Amanda's eyes welled with tears. She was glad that in this big, bad, mean world, she could count on her brother. Thanks, you big lug, she said gruffly. Love you too, sissy. She hung up, a reluctant smile spreading across her face. What do you know? The brother who used to torment her grew up or something. How did one find a place who'd let her use their horses? Next, she tried 𝗺cie𝗂𝗋𝗄. Rig was Allie's guardian angel. He was a bareback bronc rider at weekend rodeos and sold Harleys during the week. His group, biker buddies, rode around giving moral and emotional support to kids who were disadvantaged, like Allie. They had assigned Allie to the program at the start of the year, based on the recommendation of the school counselor. All biker buddy volunteers were carefully screened and had to pass background checks. When Rig didn't answer, Amanda remembered that he practiced for his rodeo gig Wednesday nights. She hung up and leaned against the kitchen wall, racking her brain. Who else could she call? For one crazy moment, she thought of the cowboy at parent-teacher, Dylan Brown. Nah, there was no way he'd help her out after what she did to him at that parking lot, where she'd left him holding the bag. She chuckled at the memory of his outrage when he realized what she'd done. On second thought, it just might serve him right that she'd continue to needle him. She took the phone off the hook and punched in Tater's number. It rang once, then twice. When a deep male voice answered on the other line, she took a breath and spoke.
Chapter 5. Dylan. Hello, a female voice said. Can I please talk to Tater's dad? Can I help you? I hope so. He cocked his head. Who's this? It's, Mom, at the school. Okay, wait. Is Tater in trouble? Oh, no, she said in a hurry. This has nothing to do with Tater. Good. I mean, sort of. Huh? The caller cleared her throat. My daughter, Allie, got your number from your daughter. She said that your family has horses that can be ridden? Dylan sat on a bar stool. Yeah, we have 4, but one's too old to ride and the other's a bolter. I'm about the only one I dare put on his back. But yeah, I've got 2 rideable ones. Well, the caller said, my daughter wanted a horse riding party and I need horses for little girls to ride. I hoped you could help me. Who is this again? Amanda Jones. My kid goes to the same class as yours. A horse riding party, huh? He pictured girls in cowgirl hats riding 2 at a time on his horses. All that pink, screaming, and drama. Can you or can you not help me? She blew out a breath. Sorry, I'm just in a real bind. Could you please help my birthday girl? I'm just a little surprised to be asked, that's all. I don't get these requests often. In fact, I've never been asked before. I know it's a big ask, the woman persisted. But if you could do it this once, I'd be very grateful. He glanced out the window at the farm chores waiting for him before Tater came home from school. When are we talking about? Any evening someday soon would be good, really. He glanced out the window at his yard, wild with overgrowth from the winter months. Already April and he'd gotten behind. Once that happened, it was hard playing catch-up. Knee-high weeds had invaded his riding arena. The horses had kept the pasture grasses down, thank goodness, but his property was nowhere near suitable for a children's party. The thought of having a bunch of girls around all his farm animals and equipment unnerved Dylan. Tater was one thing, but a gaggle of taters running around screaming and trying to pick up every creature scared the hay bales out of him. I'm not exactly set up to throw a girl's birthday party, he said. That's okay, I just need the horses. You don't understand, he said, trying to sound firm. To ride the horses, I would need to clear the arena. Great. I don't have time to clear the arena, ma'am, he said. Fine, we don't have to ride them. Maybe my daughter and her friends could just sit on the horses for pictures. Listen, the answer will have to be no. There was silence on the other line, and then her voice came on again, icy cold. Do you recommend any other cowboy friends of yours who have a heart? Now wait a minute. Because it's true, she said, sniffling. Crushing a little girl's birthday dreams? I'm sure that any of your pals would have graciously offered the use of their horses. I was even willing to pay. That's not an issue, he said. You don't have to pay me anything. Why, thank you. Her tone turned warm. Gall, had she just bamboozled him into saying yes? I didn't say yes, he bit out. Well, you just said you'd do it for free. If I were to do it, he said. But I won't be doing it, so pay is irrelevant. After a moment of silence, she said, Is that your final answer? Her voice was quiet and full of disappointment, exhaustion. Dylan rubbed his temple. He didn't need nor want a birthday party at his property, but maybe he could do it just this once to get this schoolmom off his back. I don't know a lick about throwing a little girl's party, but I can loan you a couple of horses to ride, yes. Her happy squeal pierced his eardrum. Oh, thank you, thank you. You're welcome, he said, wincing. What was your name again? Amanda Jones. Jones, eh? He mulled the name. One Jones I know hereabouts is Grit. He bareback broncs. He's my brother. He thought about asking her why Grit wasn't helping her with this party, but he didn't want the back and forth thing as though he were an interrogator. So, when is a good time and day for this party? She asked. Preferably sometime this year. She laughed, but he didn't. Friday might be good, he said, before remembering he had some locksmithing appointments which he'd have to do early in the day if he wanted to be done for this. And they were ranch chores, always ranch chores. Friday it is. Her voice softened. After dinner, like 7? I'll make sure you won't regret saying yes. He already did, but decided to keep quiet about that. Instead, he said, I get it. I'd do anything for my daughter's happiness, too. Good, she said, because not all dads do that.
Chapter 6. Amanda. The next Friday, the day of Allie's birthday party, Amanda had taken baby Colby with her while she cleaned houses. Like other times, she set up a playpen and a few toys for him, and he lasted a good hour before he got fussy. This past year, she had not had to pay someone to watch him, but she may have to soon. Colby was getting too active and needed something better than being penned up. For a brief moment, she thought about her mom. She hadn't approved of Amanda having a baby out of wedlock, but she'd have been a doting grandma. Amanda shook her head. She couldn't go running back to her parents like they'd warned she would. She wanted to prove to them that she didn't need them in her kids' lives. When Amanda got home to their apartment, she set a sleeping Colby in his car seat on the floor. Allie's book bag, shoes, and socks had been strewn in a path from the front door. Allie was sitting on the couch reading a book. "Hi," Amanda said. "How was school?" "Long." Allie's eyes remained glued to the open book. "What are you reading?" Amanda asked. When Allie held up Black Beauty, she said, "Nice. I liked that as a kid." Allie looked unimpressed. "I got given a Black Beauty Briar horse when I was maybe your age," Amanda continued. Interest sparked in Allie's eyes. "Where is it now?" "In my bedroom at home, probably. I really don't know. My parents might have already boxed it up and gotten rid of it." Allie bit her lip. "If they haven't, can I have it?" "I won't be talking to them anytime soon," Amanda hedged. "But yes, you can have it, if they still do." "How many briars did you have?" Amanda smiled to herself. Thanks to Allie's horse obsession, they were actually having a normal conversation. "Oh, I don't know. 20? Allie's face turned pink as she hugged the book close to her chest. "Wow, what I wouldn't give for that." "Hey," Amanda said, "I gotta be real with you for a moment. Me and my parents aren't talking to each other right now, and I don't plan on seeing them for a while. You might have a long wait, okay?" Allie studied her. "Why don't you talk to them?" Amanda took a deep breath before letting it out. "Sometimes grown-ups say stupid things, and we said some to each other." With her face so still, Allie strongly resembled her father. Once upon a time, Amanda would have been sad thinking of Ryan, that he'd abandoned them. Not anymore. She felt, more than anything else, relief that she dodged that bullet. Him leaving her before they had more babies was a blessing. Allie had also stopped asking when Ryan was coming back. The poor girl seemed resigned to her fate with Amanda. Allie went back to reading her book, and Amanda needed to get a move on her to-do list. "Hey," Amanda said, "do you mind picking up after your stuff?" Without waiting for an answer, she hefted the baby carrier and put Colby in her bedroom. When she came out, Allie hadn't moved from her spot and the stuff was still where she'd left it. "Hello," Amanda said. When Allie looked up, Amanda hinted at the cleanup by cocking her head toward the scattered pile. Allie rolled her eyes, but got up and did as she was asked. Inwardly, Amanda sighed. Allie was already starting to develop an attitude. Some days, she was too exhausted to make Allie do chores. She was bad at this guardianship. Allie returned to the living room and plopped back down on the couch. "When are we going to Tater's place?" "The party starts at 7, so maybe just a few minutes before that," Amanda suggested. "Enough time for you to do homework. You have any?" Allie shrugged. "I have a math assignment. I can do it tomorrow." It would be too easy to give in, but Amanda said, "Please finish it today so you can be ready in time for the party." Allie snapped the book shut and glared at her. Amanda ignored her little tantrum. "Thank you." After a dinner of tacos, Amanda got a gift-wrapped box from her bedroom. With Colby on her lap, she sat on the ottoman where Allie propped her legs on. "Happy birthday," Amanda said. Allie's eyes took in the horses on the pink gift wrap, her face lighting up with pleasure. She didn't tear into the present like Amanda thought she would. "Go on," Amanda said, mock growling. "Tear it up." Allie's lips curved up in a smile as she unwrapped the gift. She held up the shirt with a galloping horse on the front and put it up to her chest. It looked like a perfect fit. "Thanks," Allie whispered, her eyes glowing. Amanda suggested, "Why don't you wear it to your birthday party tonight?" Allie got dressed in record time, and then they were heading out to Tater's place. Tater lived in the northwest side of town by the rodeo grounds, also the same side of town as Amanda's parents did. Ignoring the pang of sadness she felt as she passed familiar landmarks, Amanda drove her little sedan down a dirt road and then turned into a ranch. There was a huge fenced area covered in patches, with weeds in front and bare dirt for the driveway. The house had 2 stories and was painted white with dark brown trim. To the side, a huge van was emblazoned with the words 𝗺cie𝗂𝗹𝗱 and a cute key logo opening up a heart. A girl Allie's age came out of the house waving. "That's Tater," Allie said, beaming. Amanda had barely put the car in gear, and Allie was already running out the car and up to her. Amanda got out of the car and closed her door. She was about to get Colby out when she stopped short and stared at the man coming out of the house with a scowl. "Well, I'll be," Amanda whispered under her breath, "if it isn't Dylan Brown."
Chapter 7. Dylan. Dylan paused at the steps of his ranch house, his eyes narrowing at the sight of the new arrival. His jaw clenched. That was the woman who broke into someone else's car at the school lot and then fixed the blame on him. His gaze flicked from her to the girl who had run over to Tater with a smile. No way. "Dad?" Tater called out, escorting her friend over to him. "This is Allie, the one who's having the party." "Happy birthday, Allie," Dylan said. She had a guarded expression, like a filly that was getting used to someone. Just because her mother had been rude didn't mean he had to be rude to this young lady. He smiled at her and her expression relaxed. "While waiting for everyone, can I show her around?" Tater didn't wait for his answer and led Allie through the wild areas of the yard to the back. At the sound of footsteps coming closer to him, he lifted his eyes to watch Amanda's approach. He half expected her to look sheepish. Instead, she was smirking. In her arms, she held her toddler. "Serves me right," she said. "What does?" he countered. "Asking you to do this little favor." She gestured with her hand toward the yard. "Turns out I already owe you big." "You sure do." He folded his arms across his chest. "Also," she said in a fit of giggles that left him unmoved, "I can't believe you're a locksmith. You could have opened my door. I mean, the other guy's door." When he didn't react, she bit her lip. "Let me make up for it." "Oh yeah?" he challenged. "How?" "I clean houses." Dylan smirked. "I wouldn't set foot in my house if I were you. Might could get a snake or something crawling around." Her eyes darted to the house. "Really?" He shoved his hands in his jean pockets. "Anyway, how many kids are we expecting today?" "I honestly am not sure," she said, looking behind her at the empty driveway. "Allie just handed out some invitations but didn't ask if they could come." As the toddler squirmed in her arms, Dylan said, "Depending on how many kids come, I might could use some help. Is there someone who could take him or who could help me?" He paused. "Your husband?" Her face was impassive. "I'm no longer together with my kids, Dad. Is your wife home?" "I'm a widower." She reddened. "Oh, that's right. Tater told Allie about losing her mom." "We'll make it work." His voice came out gruffer than he intended. "I can get the stroller and I could help tack the horses up if you need me to." He arched an eyebrow. "You know how to?" "I'm Grit's sister, remember?" "Ah, yes. I thought maybe you learned at the same place you learned how to break into cars." "Very funny," she rolled her eyes. "For the most part, though, I'm not really into horses, as much as Grit anyway." His gaze roamed over her appearance, trying to pick up cues. She did not give off cowgirl vibes, not with her acid-washed jeans and edgy makeup, thick black mascara and plum lipstick. Her black hair gathered carelessly in a bun at the base of her nape. He wondered how old she was. She couldn't be more than 30. "Your daughter's been nice to Allie," she said. "Good." She mused, "Probably the only friend Allie's got in her class." Dylan looked back in the direction where the girls went, but couldn't see them. "Tater's a nice kid. No thanks to me." She sidled a glance at him. "You've been raising her by yourself all this time?" He nodded. "She's also got plenty of uncles and aunts, plus her grandparents." She gave him a look he couldn't quite read. "Lucky." "You have family other than Grit around here?" he asked. She didn't answer right away, and when she did, her voice sounded tight. "Yep." When she didn't say more, he looked down the driveway. "Anyone else coming, you think? We probably should get going before we lose light." She glanced at her watch. If anyone else comes, they can always catch up. He tipped his hat and started to head the direction of the pens. Hey, she said. When he turned, she flashed him an awkward smile. I really, really appreciate your letting Allie ride today, even though I was a brat at the school. Her face was lifted to his, her expression raw and appealing. She'd done up the corners of her eyes so they appeared to lift, making her look exotic. They were an interesting shade of green, dark as moss with gold highlights. Something long buried stirred within him. Behind that unique beauty, there was a deep weight of exhaustion etched in her features, and he guessed she bore it as a badge of honor. He wondered when a man had held her last. Shocked at his thoughts, he blinked. He glanced away and swallowed. You're welcome. And my offer still stands, she said, her eyes flashing as though in challenge. I run a house cleaning business, and I can do a top-notch job in an hour. If she marched right into his house that very minute, he wouldn't have been surprised. She struck him as someone who wouldn't take no for an answer. I probably won't take you up on it, he drawled. But just the same, thank you. Where'd they go? She murmured, craning her neck. He led her around to a pasture that held the horses. The two girls were giving Tater's horse a treat. Allie looked plumb near ecstatic as she rubbed Daisy's neck. What are their names? Amanda asked. This here's Daisy, Tater said, putting her face against her horse's muzzle. See how tiny she is? That's 'cause she's an Arabian. That bay one by the trough, that's Jimbo. He's kind of lazy, so we put a lot of beginners on him. Amanda flicked a quick smile at Dylan. Good to know. What do you think of Jimbo? Amanda asked Allie. Allie thought for a minute. She said, sounding nervous, He's awfully tall. He's really gentle, though, Tater assured her. A flicker of fear crossed Allie's face even as she braved a smile. I can help you get on him, Dylan offered. Allie's glance darted to him and her pinched expression relaxed a bit. Okay. Dylan asked, Shall we tack up then? Anyone else coming? Tater asked, looking in the direction of the driveway. I guess not, Allie blushed. Tater linked arms with Allie and pulled her along. Then we don't have to share horses. Dylan turned to Amanda. How about if you and the baby stay in the shade on the back porch and I help the girls? Amanda looked behind her at the porch. It looked inviting, but it was too far from all the action. She gestured to the umbrella stroller. We're good. I wouldn't miss this for anything.
Chapter 8. Amanda. This was shaping up to be a strange day. First, they ended up at Dylan Brown's place. Amazingly enough, he didn't bite her head off. For all his grumpiness, Amanda had to hand it to Dylan. He was friendly with the girls, chatting them up mostly about horses, leaving Amanda free to not think of anything, a luxury in itself. Was this what having a husband at home felt like? Ryan had split even before Colby was born, which was probably just as well, because who knew what trauma he'd have inflicted upon his son. But Amanda wouldn't have minded a helping hand. Gosh, she was tired. Of single motherhood, of everything. She could close her eyes and take a long, long nap. Colby had fallen asleep in his stroller, and who could blame him? It was warm for a late spring day, and there wasn't much of a breeze. She found shade for her and Colby under a tree and sat on the ground, close enough so she could watch what the girls were doing. Dylan hardly had to do anything. Really, Tater was the one directing things, picking hooves, brushing out the horses, throwing on the blanket, then the saddle. Tater didn't put on airs, like she knew more than Allie. She simply announced what needed to be done, and Allie followed with intense focus. When they were all tacked up, Allie stood back and surveyed their handiwork like she couldn't believe she did all that herself. Dylan made good on his promise, helping Allie get on Jimbo by letting her step on his bended knee. Allie was right. He was a gigantic horse. Amanda couldn't blame her for looking petrified and clutching tightly at the saddle horn. Loosen your hold, Dylan coaxed, but Allie sat there frozen, hunched over her death grip. Amanda left Colby sleeping in his stroller and walked over. Come on, Allie. You'll be all right. Allie shook her head, still staring down at the horse's head. Take a deep breath, Amanda said. When Allie did, Amanda said, "Atta girl." Jimbo took a step, then came to a sudden stop as Allie pulled back. Now, let me tell you something, Dylan said, moving close to Jimbo's neck. Jimbo here has a metal bit between his teeth. Your hands need to be soft, or his mouth will get hurt. Allie's neck and cheeks turned red. I'm no good at this. Yes, you are, Dylan said. You've already done the hardest part, getting on him. He really is a good horse. Allie peeked over the horse's mane, then pulled back, her face ashen. It's so far down. Dylan turned to Amanda, a question in his eyes. Amanda didn't know how to handle this. If it were up to her, she'd just cut Allie some slack, not make her ride this giant on her birthday. What was so noble about sticking to this? You don't have to do this, Amanda said. Dylan's eyes widened in surprise. He whispered, You're supposed to encourage her. Why? Amanda whispered back. It's her birthday. She doesn't have to ride if she doesn't want to. It's rude to whisper, Allie said. Plus, I can hear you. Amanda and Dylan looked at each other guiltily. I want to ride, Allie declared. Are you sure? Amanda said. Yes. Allie still looked petrified, but there was a determined set to her jaw. Amanda mused, that must have been how she'd look like as a teenager, giving her parents a run for their money. Allie finally got going, with Tater following in her wake. The adults watched, while Tater showed Allie how to steer Jimbo. What was that earlier? Dylan asked Amanda. Reverse psychology? Yeah, that was it, Amanda joked. Uh-huh. I seem to recall someone calling me heartless on the phone. Whatever works. He laughed, and she snuck a peek at him. His whole countenance changed, a lot less formal and a lot more approachable. He was handsome, with that strong physique of a cowboy who actually worked the land. Clean-shaven under that cowboy hat, and wearing a long-sleeved polo shirt, tucked in well-worn jeans. He would be a catch for any woman. Just as she felt her senses stirring around the cowboy, she shut that down real quick. This was a birthday party for Allie. When this was all done and over with, Amanda wouldn't have any reason to see Dylan Brown again, and that was a good thing. Amanda glanced back at the girls, who had gotten off their horses. Tater was walking prissy-like, leading Daisy by the halter. She then turned to Allie, who mimicked what she'd done. What are they doing? Amanda asked Dylan. Practicing showmanship, Dylan explained. Didn't you do 4-H? No, Grit did rodeo, but that was about it for our family. She cocked her head. How's that like? 4-H? Dylan stuffed his hands in his pockets. A little rough, to be honest. Oh? Dylan nodded. The club's competitive, and Tater just isn't built that way. She wants to make friends, but they've got their own cliques going. Amanda commiserated. Yuck. Dylan stared at her, making her feel uneasy. What? She asked. I've been thinking of switching Tater into a different 4-H club, but everything else is full. If Allie joined, Tater would at least have a pal. Amanda stared back at him before busting out in laughter. That's got to be the most hysterical offer I've heard lately. She obviously loves horses, Dylan insisted. Amanda stiffened. First of all, Allie doesn't have a horse. Second of all, I don't have time nor inclination to teach her. Third, it would cost a lot of money to get decked out for those horse shows. He held up his hands. She can use Jimbo. Look how good they go together. And it was kind of true. Jimbo walked beside her, docile like a puppy. Also, it shouldn't cost a lot of money. She could borrow a shirt or two from Tater while you guys are seeing if 4-H is for you. That was a fine speech, but Amanda was resolved to put an end to the nonsense. No, thank you. I don't think I can handle one more thing on my plate right now. Sure, I understand. I had just hoped. His words trailed off, and he averted his eyes. Her eyes narrowed. That she could make Tater feel better? As soon as the words left her mouth, She regretted them. She wasn't averse for the girls to be friends, as long as no horses were involved. He stiffened. This wasn't just for my daughter. Admit it, she said. If it weren't for Tater, you wouldn't be inviting Allie to join 4-H. Maybe not. He squirmed under her gaze. But that's beside the point. The point is 4-H could be good for Allie. I don't know. I'll have to think about it, but please don't expect a yes. He nodded. Fair enough. What will you do if things don't get better in your club? Keep doing what we've been doing, I guess. The last show's in August. Tater will just have to keep going till then. Maybe another club will open up. Amanda nodded, closing her heart off further. Tater's plight wasn't any of her concern. She had enough problems raising Colby and Allie. Good luck, she said, gathering to move, and thank you for granting Allie her birthday wish. If you're in no rush, he said, the girls can help me untack. Of course, she murmured. Amanda looked away, filled with warring emotions. She appreciated Dylan being nice to Allie, but she was also used to not getting help from anyone. His kindness felt foreign and suspect. She couldn't trust any man, not after what Ryan did. Whenever Dylan gave her that kind glance, she wanted to run the other way. While Dylan helped the girls, Amanda loaded Colby in the car, who woke up in a daze. She pushed his sweaty bangs to the side. His cute little face was starting to lose its baby fat, and she was kind of sad about that. As she looked at him, she thought of another reason why Allie couldn't do 4-H. How would Amanda even help with a toddler in tow? It was a hard no. Behind her, she heard the scuffle of shoes running over the uneven dirt. Look, Amanda, Allie said, holding up a gleaming Misty of 𝗵cie𝗂𝗹𝗱 horse. Tater and Dylan had followed her to the car. Tater gave me this for my birthday. Amanda admired it. That was sweet of her. Allie's eyes sparkled with happiness. She said to pick anything from her collection, except for her super favorite ones. So I picked Misty. It's a horse from a book. Nice. Over Allie's head, Amanda's eyes met Dylan's. Then she looked at Allie. Are you sure Tater won't miss this horse? I have too many horses already, Tater piped up. That's what Daddy says anyway. Amanda looked at Tater and smiled. That was a really nice thing for you to do, this gift. She gestured toward the flesh and blood horses. Having her ride with you for her birthday. Thank you. Tater smiled and went over to give Allie a hug, who looked half pleased, half embarrassed. The next minute, Tater walked over to Amanda and shocked her with a hug around her waist. Amanda froze for a moment, then leaned into the hug. Thank you, Amanda murmured vaguely Dylan's direction before getting into the driver's seat and hightailing it out of there. When they got home, she discovered the cake in the bag in the back seat, soupy and disgusting, all the colors running together. What a waste. All because she got distracted by that cowboy. She threw the cake in the trash, bag and all, and snapped the lid shut.
Chapter 9. Dylan. Dylan had watched Amanda escape to her car as though some coyotes were chasing after her. He didn't even get to say you're welcome or anything, and they were gone. He wasn't offended, it just would have been nice to have had a proper goodbye. As they went back to the horses, Tater asked Dylan, Do you like Allie? She seems like a nice girl. He turned to Tater. You gals get along well. Tater's eyes shone with happiness. I like her a lot. Know what? What? Amanda's not her real mom. Oh. That was a surprise for Dylan. He had assumed that Amanda was Allie's biological mom. Her real mom and dad didn't want her, added Tater, so Amanda adopted her. She said that? Tater nodded, looking sad. She said her parents don't live with her. Not the same as not loving her, Dylan said. Then why does she need to live with Amanda? I don't know, Dylan admitted. He was no longer sore about what Amanda had done that first time they'd met, but she unsettled him in a different way. She was a prickly pear. He wasn't so dense he didn't pick up on her stay-away signs. Better to leave her well enough alone. But this new information put her in a different light. "I invited Allie to 4-H practice," Tater said as they started to feed the horses a late dinner. "I told Amanda about it too," Dylan said, spearing flakes of hay with a pitchfork. "She didn't think it was a good idea." Tater frowned. "Why not?" "Amanda was worried about having to take care of the baby while Allie needs help." "I can help Allie." Tater sounded very sure of herself. "And you can too." "Even with help, it won't be easy. She'd have to get a horse and board it." "Can't we loan her Jimbo and have him keep staying here?" The thought of Amanda hanging out at the ranch all the time, those green eyes boring into his, made him prickle with nerves and excitement. "Sorry, sweetheart," he said. "I think in this case it's up to Allie's mom." "But she's not her real mom." "You know what I mean." Tater's shoulders slumped. "I was hoping—" "Never mind." Dylan studied his daughter's forlorn expression. "What?" "Maybe—" Her words slowed. "I'd finally have a friend at 4-H. Blowing out a breath, he put his arm around his daughter. "It was mighty nice that you invited her. I just don't want you to get your hopes up too much that she'll join. It might not be good timing for Allie's family. Let's start with her watching at practice and then see, okay?" Tater nodded and smiled like a brave girl. "Yeah, okay." She hugged him at the waist. "Thanks, Dad." He kissed the top of her head. "Love you." She raised her face to his with a sly smile. "Wouldn't it be fun if you and Allie's mom got married? Then Allie and I would be sisters." He ruffled her hair. "You're hilarious." "Aren't I?" She went off to put away the rest of the tack, leaving Dylan with a bemused smile on his face. The thought of him and that woman with the mischievous streak dating, why, that would be so interesting. "Not gonna go there, Dylan," he muttered to himself before putting the horses back in the pen. He wasn't ready to date again. Would he ever? And he suspected that Amanda wasn't. As for gaining more children, Tater was plenty enough for him, thank you very much.
Chapter 10. Amanda. Amanda was sure she was the most heartless mother in the world. Her baby was teething and crying, and she had him buckled into the stroller while she cleaned the house. He arched his tiny body as she soothed him unsuccessfully. "It's okay, Colby," she said, "just a few more minutes." But Colby didn't understand. He wanted to be down exploring and breaking all the expensive china on that shelf nearby. Enduring his fussiness for the next 10 minutes, Amanda finally got done and wanted to cry as well. But there wasn't time for that. She needed to pick up Allie like she'd promised. Amanda chastised herself. As usual, she was always trying to do too much. She thought she could squeeze in one more house this afternoon instead of just taking a little break, taking Allie to Tater's 4-H practice, and then going to clean. But she wanted to have the evening free. Besides, she really could make it on time if she were to hightail it. She gathered all her cleaning supplies, pushed an inconsolable Colby in the stroller, and walked past the bathroom. Wait, had she done that yet? She wasn't sure, but there was no time to check. Just to be sure, though. She stopped in her tracks and turned around. She needed to double-check. Pushing the door open, her heart sank. The towels were half falling off the rack and the mirrors were splotchy. Nope, she hadn't done this one yet. Colby watched her return with his mouth quivering, getting ready for a cry. "Now, don't you start," she crooned. Amazingly enough, he just rubbed his eyes. The poor thing needed a nap, badly. Was that why he was so cranky? She leaned over and sniffed, flinching. He had a stinky diaper. "Great," she muttered, eyeing his pant leg and deciding she'd better clean him up now or there'd be a bigger mess later. She glanced at the clock on her client's kitchen wall. It was almost 6, which was when practice started. Between the diaper and the bathroom, she would be another half hour at least. Biting her lip, she racked her brain for a solution. She hated to do it, but... She walked over to the phone on the counter and dialed Grit's number. No answer. Next, she tried another number, Thankfully, a man's voice answered. "Rig! Thank goodness," she said, clutching the phone with relief. "I need to ask you a favor." "This is Amanda?" Rig asked. "Yes." "What's up?" he said in his gruff voice that masked a teddy bear personality. "I was wondering if you could give Allie a ride to 4-H practice tonight." "Sure thing." "You're the best." Her voice wobbled before she righted the ship and was in control again. "I owe you one. Let me give you the address."
Chapter 11. Dylan. "Is she here yet?" Tater asked, craning her neck to look out at the overflow gravel lot at the Maddox Ranch. "I don't see her," Dylan replied. He felt really bad for Tater. She'd been so hopeful, but there wasn't anything Dylan could do short of driving over to Amanda's house. Obviously, they changed their minds, which was just as well. Dylan recalled the stress in Amanda's posture. Just the same, he had brought Jimbo over. At home, the old gelding was practically bomb-proof. But he'd never been used in 4-H before. The new place was making him nervous. He paced while tied up at the horse trailer, swinging his behind to the right and left in an effort to keep an eye on his girlfriend Daisy. A few minutes later, Tater had gotten Daisy ready. Tater's expression was pinched in a way that Dylan was starting to recognize. The other kids were already tacked up and on their mounts. They huddled, chatting and laughing, under the dappled shade of a honey locust tree just outside the arena gate. Tater eyed Jimbo. "Is he going to be okay?" "He'll have to be." Glancing once again at the crowd under the tree, Tater's mouth formed a thin line. "Have fun," Dylan called out to Tater as she rode up to the others. Without looking at him, she nodded, her spine ramrod straight. At her approach, the other kids glanced at her, then went back to talking. No one bothered to open up their circle so she could join in. After a couple of seconds, Tater directed Daisy to the left of the bunch, where she waited, a lonely figure on her horse. Dylan clenched his fists and shoved them in his pockets, resisting the urge to march over there and tell the other kids to be nice. This wasn't his fight, he knew. He needed to let Tater sort this out herself, without her dad coming to the rescue. Melissa asked the riders to enter the arena. After the last one entered, she chained the gate closed. From the distance, motorcycles revved their engine. The noise became louder and louder until Dylan could see two riders zoom down the ranch driveway on their Harleys. Dylan was no expert on motorcycles, but even he could tell that their machines were beauties. Every inch gleamed like a bad boy. The first rider kicked his bike into a park position, took his helmet off, and dismounted. Dylan's first impression was one of tattoos, a thick beard, a buzz haircut, and an unsmiling expression behind dark glasses. Someone you wouldn't want to mess with. Hopping off his Harley was a smaller rider wearing sneakers and jeans. As she took off her helmet, Dylan heard Tater gasp. "Allie!" Tater called out in an excited voice. She broke from the walk Melissa had instructed the kids to do and rode Daisy to the rail. "You can't just stop in the middle of a show, young lady," Melissa called out. Tater frowned. "But my friend is here." Frowning, Melissa insisted. "You can say hi to her in a minute." When Tater glanced at Dylan with a question in her eyes, he said, "Listen to Melissa." Dylan caught the eye roll as Tater eased back awkwardly into the ring of riders, leaving Dylan to welcome the new arrivals. "Hi there, Allie," he said. "Hi." Allie looked out at the arena. "Can I watch them up close?" "Go right on up," Dylan urged her. Allie gave her helmet to her ride, told him thank you, and made her way quickly through the gravel lot. "Dylan Brown," Dylan said. He squinted. "Aren't you—" "Rig Ledger." "That was what I thought," Dylan said. "I've seen you around. You're new to our rodeo circuit." Rig nodded. "And you're Patrick's brother." When Dylan said yes, Rig asked, "How's he liking retirement?" "Between you and me," Dylan said, "I think he's missing the rodeo scene. But he's too busy with his new job and wife to care too much. Besides, they've got a kid on the way. Good thing he got out when he did. He was making too many trips to the hospital." Dylan's eyes flicked to Allie's small figure at the rail. "How are you related to Allie? You're not her dad, are you?" Rig shook his head. "No siree. Allie's a kid in our biker buddy program," Rig explained. "I watch out for her. We ride as a group to court hearings or what have you. whenever she needs an extra boost. That's great, Dylan said. Amanda was in a bind, so she asked me to take Allie to 4-H, Rig continued. I didn't even know she had a hankering for horses. As a car pulled up, Rig added, There she is now. Amanda took her son out of his car seat in the back and walked around to join the two men. She darted a nervous glance at Dylan, and then she turned her attention to Rig. You're a lifesaver. I could have picked her up, Dylan interjected. If you need me to next time. I'll just have to plan better, Amanda said, her voice firm. Dylan took the hint. Amanda didn't want him to get overly involved in Allie's life. That was fine, he wouldn't presume. He glanced around, pretending to watch the riders. He sensed that Amanda wanted to have a private conversation with Rig. The thought crossed his mind. Were they dating? He had long since revised his impression of Amanda from that first time when they met. Back then, he was in a hurry and had made quick judgments on her appearance. He hadn't even given her a second glance at the parent-teacher conference. But now he was acutely aware of how attractive she was. In that pair of summery capris and that cherry-colored summer top that looked good with her tan, her hair piled casually on top of her head in a bun, she looked like a teenager. It wouldn't shock him if Rig were interested in the single mom. He was trying hard not to eavesdrop, but he caught snatches of their conversation. Rig asked Amanda about Allie's new interest in horses. Amanda explained how Allie and Tater knew each other from school and became good friends at Allie's birthday party. Dylan's ears burned as Amanda mentioned how grateful she was that Dylan had agreed to throw a horse-riding birthday party for Allie. You know you can ask me for the use of my horses, don't you? Rig told Amanda. I actually did call you, and then I remembered you had rodeo practice. Amanda chuckled. Besides, I've seen you working your horses. They've got too much pep for a beginner like Allie. Dylan decided to move away. The easy friendship that was obvious between Amanda and Rig made him feel like a third wheel. Probably just a matter of time before the two got super close. Amanda was single, and as far as he knew, Rig was as well. Dylan watched Tater go through the horse show paces, walk, trot, lope. A girl happy on her horse. Already, even at a young age, Tater had good horse sense. If only Jess could see her now. His chest tightened at the memory of Jess's beautiful face, her vibrant spirit. He had good memories with her, memories that he hid behind. As much as he knew he needed to move on, he was still crippled with fear. Fear of losing his loved one to an illness or accident. Fear of opening up his heart again because getting it broken had hurt so much. And it wasn't like losing a pet like his brother Heath sometimes seemed to suggest. Losing his wife wasn't the same at all. At the sound of motorcycles revving, Dylan turned to see Rig driving away with his sidekick. The loud noise of the bikes made Tater's horse skittish. Daisy swung her rump round and faced opposite of the others, who were lined up at a stop. Some of the kids smirked. Tater got Daisy back in line a little crooked. Her face was flushed and she looked like she was going to cry. Dylan's eyes met Amanda's. She flashed him a little sympathetic smile before walking over to Allie. He came up to the rail too, a little ways from them. Resisting the urge to make things right for Tater, he simply watched. When he was a kid, he learned horses just by doing. That was the only way that advice stuck with him. Learning meant being bucked off, bitten, stepped on, and a number of other ways that he, as a dad, didn't necessarily want to have Tater go through. But he had to.
Chapter 12. Amanda. Amanda had been pretty dead set that Allie wouldn't be doing 4-H, even as a visitor. If she couldn't participate, then why put her through the ringer of watching other kids ride horses? Even now, as she snuck glances at Allie's wistful expression, she knew she'd been right in her gut about this. That was just one of many reasons. They had no horse to speak of. The horse would be the cheapest part compared to the feed, veterinary care, and boarding. Even though Dylan had offered to loan Allie a horse, Amanda didn't want to be beholden to him. What did it even mean to borrow a horse anyway? There would still be costs. Amanda would feel obligated to financially contribute to the care and feeding of this animal. Also, when would Allie be able to ride this horse? Amanda was already strained time-wise to do her cleaning job and take care of Colby and Allie. She couldn't just take Allie to Tater's and drop her off. She'd have to supervise. Amanda shielded her eyes and studied the crowd of parents who were standing outside the rail on the other side of the arena. When would she find the time to get Allie to practice and to hang out here the whole evening? The thought of trying to squeeze even more minutes out of her already jam-packed day was making her hyperventilate. Once upon a time, Amanda liked horses, having grown up in a rodeo family, but she didn't get into them as much as her brother Grit did. She'd gotten into trouble instead. Bless her poor mother's heart. Dylan made it sound like everything would work out just fine if Allie were to join 4-H, but he wasn't a single mother of a baby and a preteen, cleaning toilets to get food on their table. Him sweeping her concerns away annoyed her once again, and she darted a glance his way. Her breath stilled for a second as she caught the gut-wrenching expression on his face. Sadness and concern warring with a fierce protectiveness. She looked the direction he was. Tater had spun around and was having a hard time controlling her horse. The Arabian was so small she looked like a pony, but was big with attitude. Tater's chin quivered, like she was trying hard to not cry. Some of the other kids were smirking and looking at each other. Why, the brats. No wonder Dylan looked so upset. Maybe if Tater had a friend in this bunch, she would have a little bit more fun. Maybe if Allie did it, the two girls could have each other. Amanda pursed her lips. Always rooting for the underdog, she couldn't resist helping Tater and bringing a little more color into Allie's life. She supposed Allie could always try it out, and if it didn't work, she could quit. As long as Allie knew that was a possibility, they could try to make it work. Despite her better judgment, she turned to Allie. "Hey, I just need to tell Tater's dad something." "Okay," Allie said, not taking her eyes off her friend in the pen. Pushing Colby in the umbrella stroller over the bumpy pasture grasses, Amanda walked over to Dylan. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" He wrenched his gaze away from the riders and focused on her face. She didn't know if it was the sun or the fact that she hadn't had a lot to eat that day, but having his complete attention made her lightheaded. He had eyes the color of a summer sea, such a pretty blue. "Sure," he replied with confidence, which men who were in a habit of helping people did. Nothing was too hard for him, and if it was, he would figure it out. She looked away to watch the riders. What exactly is involved in 4-H? After a surprised silence, Dylan replied, "Allie would need to practice weekly with the club if possible. There is one big horse show at the end of the summer. The better she does in the show, the more points she gets. Depending on how they do in the events, they get ribbons. Blue is first place, red second, and white third." She nodded. "How does the horse show work?" "It's just like this." Dylan pointed at the kids on horseback in the arena. "They go round and round like a bunch of snobs," she joked, "sitting their horse with the patience of a saint?" "Well, yeah," he said. "I guess that sounds about right. Just please don't tell that to Tater. I already have a hard time convincing her that there's a point to these judged events." "Right," she said. "So they have these judged events. What else?" "There's horsemanship, which is where Allie would follow a pattern, and then speed events like barrels and poles." "Ah, yes." Amanda's body tingled with excitement. "You like speed events, huh?" he asked. She smiled. "It sounds more exciting, that's all. I can't imagine sitting in this heat wearing nice duds just for the privilege of being judged." "I used to think it was hogwash, too," Dylan admitted, smiling back wryly. "But as Tater's been doing 4-H, I can see the benefits. She already had the basics down, but now her riding's smoother, has more finesse." "Finesse," she said under her breath, trying to not laugh. "Why?" He gave her a side look. "You think that's funny?" "These are kids working with smelly and dusty animals who leave poop around," she pointed out. "Finesse is hardly the word that comes to mind." "Oh, yeah?" His eyes sparkled. "What does?" "Earthy," she said. "Raw. Powerful." His steady gaze trapped hers. and her throat tightened. "Like that," she finished lamely. He studied her for a long moment before murmuring, "That sounds good, too." "Anyway," she said, her cheeks inexplicably burning, "I told you how I couldn't possibly afford to get Allie in 4-H in terms of time and money. Owning a horse is definitely out of the question." "Yeah, I remember you saying that," he confirmed. "Maybe we could have her ride Jimbo at practice next week," she said, "on a trial basis." "Sure." He cocked his head and studied her face. "Just curious, what made you change your mind?" She glanced away. "Honestly, I felt kind of sorry for Tater." When she looked at him again, he was looking at her with a little smile. "That's awful nice of you," he murmured. "We both know Allie wants to do this," she said gruffly. "Still," he said, "I gotta make something clear, though." She stared him down. "I don't have any extra money to pay you. Not for the use of the horse, nor for the feed. It's okay," he assured her. Really. The way he looked so calm there goaded her to say, "I also don't have extra time to clean your house in exchange, even though I said I could earlier." "No worries." "Are you a saint or something?" she sputtered. He gave her a lopsided smile. "I've got horses to share. Why not?" "It's a lot of work," she reminded him. "Don't I know it?" He pushed off the rail. "Let me introduce you to Melissa. She's our 4-H club leader. She gets to have the final say. Wait here." Amanda went back to Allie and waited. Allie glanced at her curiously, but went back to admiring the horses, probably dreaming of her own someday. Turning her head, Amanda watched the interaction between Dylan and Melissa. Occasionally, the two looked their way. Dylan appeared to be reasoning with her. Melissa nodded and returned to the arena. When Dylan headed back, Amanda met him halfway, out of Ellie's earshot. "Melissa's not sure it's a good idea to add another member to the club," he said. "But I explained how the girls are friends. She's willing to let Allie join as long as I help out during practice." Amanda nodded. "I'll talk to Allie tonight and see what she says." His eyes lit up. "Let me know as soon as you decide. Tater will be happy to know right away." That night, as Amanda tucked Allie in, she sat at the edge of the girls' bed. "Guess what?" Amanda asked. Allie's eyes were round, fearful. Amanda felt sorry for her. Allie didn't do well with change. The 9-year-old liked everything just so. Amanda watched with admiration as Allie swallowed to gain courage and said, "What?" "You can ride at 4-H practice with Tater next time if you want." Allie's eyes bugged out. "Are you serious?" "Yes." When Allie squealed, Amanda said, "Now there'll be rules. You'll need to do homework when you first come home and still help with chores around the house, even if you're tired from practice." "I'll do anything," Allie promised. Amanda ruffled Allie's hair. That was about the extent of their physical interaction. No hugs yet. Allie was still skittish around grown-ups, and Amanda didn't want to push her. Minutes later, she was on the phone with Dylan. "I told Allie she could go to the next practice, and she wants to." He sounded pleased. "That's great. I'll tell Tater." "Hey," she said. "Yeah?" "Thank you." "Are you being sarcastic?" he joked. "Yep, you know me." "Well, you're welcome." Afterward, as Amanda stood in front of the bathroom mirror to wash her face, she was surprised to see a glow that hadn't been there in a long time. "Stop it," she said under her breath. "This has nothing to do with the cowboy. It's all about Allie getting her wish." She scrubbed her face good and went to bed.
Chapter 13. Dylan. "Did I do good?" Dylan asked Tater as he looked over her shoulder at her reflection the following Sunday. Tater bit her lip and shook her head. They'd been at this for a half hour, getting ready for church, and still no go. "Hold still," he said. He had tried his darndest to adjust the pigtails, but then he made one a lot higher than the other. Maybe if he could just fix this one over here. "Dad," Tater interrupted his thoughts. "It's okay. She turned to him, her expression gentling. "But thanks." "You're welcome." "Gotta find my sandals," she said, scampering off. "Don't get your sandals dirty," he called out after her. "What?" She whirled around and faced him, her expression full of guilt. "Say hi to Daisy for me," he deadpanned. She grinned. "I will." He chuckled to himself as he made his way to the bathroom to finish getting ready. As he put on his tie, he recalled Sundays early on in their marriage when Jess adjusted his tie if it was crooked. Funny, this time as he looked at his tie, he imagined someone else's arms circling his neck, a pair of green eyes full of mischief and life. He swallowed hard. It didn't feel right thinking of Amanda on the heels of him thinking of Jess. Brushing his teeth, he rinsed, then stared at his reflection. At his age, more wrinkles were forming, where he squinted from the hot sun, his laugh lines from Tater's jokes, his forehead. He wasn't getting any younger, and each year that passed, he almost wondered if he'd be lonely for the rest of his life. Well, he wouldn't ever be lonely with Tater around, but eventually she would grow up and get married, maybe even beating Dylan at it. He shook his head to clear the thought. Shrugging on a sport jacket over his polo shirt and adjusting his red striped tie for the last time, he went downstairs and out the door to the back pen, where Tater was straddling the fence, uncaring of her dress. She was leaning against Daisy's dainty head, her eyes closed, the horse and girl at peace in as one. "Ready to go?" he asked. Her eyes fluttered open and she dismounted the rail. She walked carefully up to him and he realized with a sudden pang that she was getting so tall already. "Daddy," she said, "I had a dream last night." "Yeah?" he said, as they walked to the truck. "What happened in your dream?" "I saw Mom." Her voice was quiet. She raised her eyes to his and said no more, heading to the passenger side. He took his time to walk around to the driver's door, a little shook up. The way she tilted her head, she looked so much like Jess. Tater's memory of her mother was all based on photos and albums she kept in her room, so her dream sounded a little strange. After he slid in his seat and they were on the road, he turned to Tater. "And?" Tater sighed. "She looked so beautiful, Daddy." His chest ached with sadness. Not quite like the early years of his loss, but an ache nonetheless. "I bet." "No, I mean, she was beautiful because she looked so happy." "Good." "Then she talked to me." Dylan's hands gripped the steering wheel tighter as he kept his eyes on the road. "What did she say?" "She said she loved me very much, and you too. She misses us." A lump formed in his throat, and he couldn't speak. He simply waited for her to continue. "She didn't say anything else after that," she said. "Then I woke up." "Wow, that was quite a dream," he said, his voice wobbly. Tater looked out her window, then back at him. "Can we go to the cemetery today, Daddy?" "Of course." Dylan reached over and squeezed Tater's hand and let it go. After a few minutes, they arrived at the church. People were filing in, and it was almost time for services to start, so Dylan and Tater fell in step with the others. They reached the second pew where his brothers, their wives and children, and Pops all sat. Tater slid in past several people to sit beside her cousins. As services were starting, there wasn't time to chat it up with the family. Dylan picked up the hymnal and started singing. Attending church with family brought him comfort, just as it always had from when he was a young boy. For the next hour, he could let go of his worldly cares and simply be. He glanced casually around and caught sight of Grit in the congregation, about middle of the pack with his wife. It gave Dylan a little jolt of familiarity. Their eyes met and both of them nodded slightly. Dylan's thoughts involuntarily drifted to Grit's sister, who was not sitting with Grit. Maybe they weren't that kind of family who attended church together. As the Brown family had grown with the addition of in-laws, they continued to go to church together. The pastor started giving his sermon. "Brothers and sisters," he said, "today I am inspired to speak to you about the sanctity of marriage." He spoke in a slow drawl about how he and his wife had been married for over 4 decades and how they'd weathered their ups and downs. "As the scriptures say, love is patient, and there's no better example of that than my beautiful sweetheart." The audience chuckled appreciatively. Suddenly, the pastor seemed to look right at Dylan. The greatest joy is to find a companion and help meet in the Lord. Dylan ducked his head and pretended to be engrossed in his hands. At one time, Dylan thought he had found a companion and helpmeet. Why the Lord saw it fit to take Jess from this life so soon, to leave a baby in his lone care, was beyond Dylan. But he had learned over the years to not question the will of God, and instead to put his faith in it. If it was meant to be, Dylan would find a righteous companion to help him raise Tater. After the service, he and Tater chatted with his family. Tater tugged on his hand. "Can I go to Pops's with Tammy?" Tater asked. "I was actually thinking of visiting your mom's grave." Tater's expression sobered, clearly torn. "Okay," she finally said. "I'll go with you." "Actually, it's okay," Dylan said. "I'll go by myself this time. We can go again next Sunday." Tater's face cleared. "Yeah, we can go then." She went off to be with her Uncle Sheldon's family and linked arms with her cousin Tammy. Graves still had bouquets and plans from Easter celebrations a couple of weeks before. Dylan walked the pathway that intersected the cemetery and stood at Jess's grave marker, just a little past a tree whose pink spring blossoms were on the wane. At Easter, Dylan had felt a new wave of hope in his life, but today he knew deep in his heart what it had been clamoring for. The companionship that the pastor had talked about. A marriage, a friendship, a partnership, for keeps. "You mind if I join you?" Dylan turned to find Pops waiting for his response from a respectful distance. "Not at all," he said. "Just tell me if I'm crowding you too much," Pops said, coming to a stop beside him. "All right," Dylan said. They stood in silence for a few minutes before Pops spoke. "You all right, son?" "Yeah." Dylan turned to look at him. His father's eyes were still alert despite his age. "What makes you ask?" "I wondered if the pastor's message made you feel the same way I did." Pops paused. "Sad, lonely, missing my sweetheart, something fierce." "A little," Dylan admitted. "The pastor meant well," Pops said. "But I don't know what to do with his advice right this minute. I feel like I just got handed a plate, but it doesn't go with the set I already own in my cupboard." Dylan nodded and shoved his hands into his pockets. "Actually, I'm feeling mighty guilty." "Oh?" "Truth is, I'm ready to move on." Dylan winced. "I hate to even say that. It feels like a dishonor on Jess's memory." "It's not, son." Pops put a hand on his shoulder. "Knowing Jess, she's very happy for you. She wants you to be happy. And most of all, she would be glad to see Tater have a mother." "Tater doesn't need another mother," Dylan joked. "She has all her aunts to dote on her." "True, but they're not the same as a mother." Dylan had no rebuttal. His father was right. "I recently met a woman," he began. "Ah." "No," Dylan said, "it's not what you think." "Not sure I'm thinking anything, son," Pop said. "How'd you two meet?" "She's the mom of one of Tater's classmates. Her daughter wanted a horse riding party, so she asked me to host it. I hardly know her, but I find her, well, attractive. I can't seem to take her off my mind since she threw me under the bus." At Pops's raised brow, Dylan told Pops about the night of parent-teacher. Pops guffawed. "Sounds like a spitfire," he mused. "She sure is." Dylan rubbed his nape. "I mean, we're not dating or nothing." "I understand," Pop said. "But it's a start. What's her name?" "Amanda Jones." Pops cocked his head. "Any relation to Grit?" "It's his sister." "No kidding. So she's got kids?" Dylan nodded. "A year-old son and a daughter that just turned 9. Not completely sure of the details, but I've gathered she is guardian to the daughter who is her ex's." "I don't know if I follow," Pop said, his forehead crinkling. "Doesn't matter, really," Dylan shrugged. "She treats Allie like she's her own daughter." "And you gave Allie a horse-riding birthday party?" "Yeah. We use Jimbo and Daisy. Allie's trying out 4-H. Pops asked, "Does she have a horse?" "No." Pops mused. "Do you think she'd want a young horse?" Dylan's gaze swung to his father's face. "Why do you ask?" "I've got a 2-year-old colt that needs a rider." Dylan looked at Pops in surprise. "Allie's too green, has never ridden a horse, and is timid. I think it'd be too much horse for her." Pops' eyes twinkled. "Not if you helped her." Dylan stared at his father, understanding dawning. "Geez, Pops, could you be a bit subtler in your matchmaking? No thanks." "Hear me out, son." Pops held a hand to his chest. "I've already been thinking of giving away this colt to a disadvantaged kid, so why not her?" "I don't want to be party in this," Dylan said. "If something bad were to happen, Amanda would blame me, not to mention it's not safe for Allie." Pops waved a hand airily. "Nothing bad will happen." "Right." Dylan rolled his eyes. "How could putting a green rider on a young horse possibly go wrong?" "I've put you and your brothers on all sorts of young horses, and you all did just fine." "Over Mom's objections." Dylan blew out a frustrated breath. "Amanda will hate me if I back this." "You don't have to be involved," Pop said. "I'll talk to the folks at the 4-H office and ask them to do an essay contest. Yes, that's what I'll do." "So Allie can win? That's rigged, Pops." "She still has to put in," Pops pointed out. "It's not a guaranteed thing. And if she doesn't get picked, well then, it's not meant to be. Anyway, like I said, leave it up to me. Forget I said anything." Dylan shoved his hands in his pockets and sighed. Pop sure could put a crazy spin on things in the name of matchmaking. Pops looked at his watch. "I'd better head home to welcome the family. Everyone would be worrying. You coming?" "I will in a couple of minutes." "Sounds good." Pops started to turn around. "Pops?" When his father looked back at him, Dylan gave a stern warning. "Don't you dare do that contest." Pops flashed an innocent smile. "What contest?" And then he walked off. Alone once again, Dylan stood at the edge of Jess's grave marker. Budding trees rustled in the wind. The sun felt good on his back, and he could have stayed there forever, but it was time to go. "Bye, Jess," he whispered.
Chapter 14. Amanda. Something was up. Amanda couldn't put her finger on it, but Allie had been acting strangely in the past week. First, she'd actually been doing her homework in the afternoons, even when it wasn't 4-H practice. Whenever Amanda checked on her, she was busy scribbling on a pad of paper, and it wasn't horse doodles. Second, she kept asking Amanda if anyone had called to leave a message for her. "No," Amanda said. "Are you in trouble with Miss Shumway?" Allie shook her head, her eyes big and round. "No." When Amanda did get a phone call for Allie, she braced herself for some bad news. "Yes, this is her guardian," she said. "Stephen Alwyn from the local 4-H office. Congratulations to Allie. She entered our writing contest and won." "Great," she replied in surprise. Could that be why Allie had been writing all week? Curious, she asked, "What did she win?" "A 2-year-old gelding that was donated to our program." "Pardon me? Did you say a gelding?" "A real horse." "Yes, but I don't know what to say." Amanda had to sit down. She hadn't told me she was entering this contest. Apparently she did, and she wrote a great essay. Amanda kneaded her temple. "I'm trying to understand how this happened. Plus, I don't know how we can keep this horse." "Well," Stephen said, "if for some reason your family doesn't want this horse, we could possibly give it to the runner-up." No," Amanda said quickly. She needed to sort this out before making any rash decisions. "Can I come down and look at her essay and maybe get details on this horse?" "Sure. We're open today until 4. Still in a state of disbelief, Amanda had a neighbor watch Colby and then drove down to the extension office and was ushered into Stephen's small office. She sat on a plastic bucket chair and read the essay written in Allie's neat handwriting. "To whom it may concern," it began, "I'm probably the only horse lover in Sunny Ridge that doesn't own a horse. At least that's how it feels when I watch my friend Tater and other kids at 4-H practice. I try to not feel too jealous because I know they're happy, but I've wished for a horse of my own. The first time I fell in love with horses was when I watched the movie Spirit. I felt a lot like him, not really belonging anywhere and living a hard life. You see, both my parents decided to give me up, so now I'm living with my guardian, Amanda. But he never quit, even when the people were being mean to him, or when he was separated from his mom and friends, or when he was looking up at the sky sad. He kept being himself, even if it meant that he made some humans mad. Sometimes at school, I like to draw horses, and my teachers want me to give it up. They don't understand that I am still listening, even though I might not have my eyes on the chalkboard. Like Spirit, I won't give up that part of me. So what does this have to do with the horse you're giving away? I know that even when it gets super hard, I won't give up on this horse. My friend's dad is a cowboy and can help me train him. I will put in the work needed to make sure this horse becomes the best he could be. I would really love a horse of my own, and I promise I will take good care of him. Sincerely, Allie Wagner." Amanda slumped into her chair, torn between crying and laughing. Crying because that was the sweetest, most passionate thing to come out of Allie Wagner's heart. She totally deserved to win this horse. Laughing because how were they supposed to take care of this horse? Oh, right, they could tie it up outside the apartment. And then, with sudden clarity, she remembered. Melissa had announced the contest at the last practice, but Amanda had to go change Colby's diaper, so she didn't catch all the details. Allie had been extra quiet that night, her eyes filled with excitement. It all was making sense now. Stephen was studying her from his chair, not blinking through his wire-rimmed glasses. "They just barely announced this contest," she said in a daze. He nodded. "The donor didn't want to take too long in making the decision. He got the essays and picked immediately." "Who is it?" she asked. "His name is Travis Brown." Her head whipped up. She glared fiercely at Stephen until he frowned and leaned away. "Is he related to Dylan Brown?" she asked. Stephen gave it a thought. "I think Travis is his dad." Amanda went hot and cold all over. "He is he?" She stood. Pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose, Stephen asked, "So will you be taking the horse?" She almost said, "Absolutely not." But first, she had to sort this out. She took a deep breath and expelled it. "I need to confirm something. Can I let you know tomorrow?" Stephen blinked. "You know, there are other kids who would love to win this horse. I know." That was what tore Amanda up inside. I need to arrange for his boarding." In the car, Amanda took a few deep breaths to calm herself, then started driving toward Dylan's house. She didn't know what she was going to say. She just knew that she had to get to the bottom of this. She was so intent on her goal, she realized that she was pushing the speed limit. Raising her foot off the pedal, she saw a van out of the corner of her eye and stepped on her brakes with a screech. Lucky charm. Pulling over to the side of the road, Amanda got out of her car and slammed the door shut.
Chapter 15. Dylan. Dylan found Mrs. Minerva Clausing dozing off in a chair on her front porch. She was wearing a nightgown, the thick cotton kind covering her body to her wrists and ankles. On her feet she wore a pair of gigantic moose slippers, so big that at first glance he thought she was wearing dark brown balloons on her feet. She had her hands splayed on her forehead. "Hello, Mrs. Clausing," he greeted her. Despite the fact that he tried to walk loud enough to warn her of his approach, she still screamed, "Don't do that," she said, holding her hand to her heart. "You startled me." "I'm sorry," Dylan said. "I got a call from your neighbor. She said that you needed my help. What can I do for you, Mrs. 𝗺𝗀𝗃?" Her mouth trembled. "I know I just hired you the other day to unlock my door, but I accidentally locked it again this morning. I haven't fed the kitties yet. Can you just hear them caterwauling?" Dylan thought he could hear meowing sounds inside. "I sure can. Then we'd better take care of your cat, shouldn't we?" "I'd appreciate it if you refer to them as my children," she said, pouting. "Duly noted," he said. He glanced around. "Isn't your granddaughter here?" "Oh, you mean my Samantha. She had to go into Colorado Springs to... I don't remember why exactly." Her face crumpled in distress. "I think it's important." "It's all right," he said. "I was just wondering. I'll be right back and can get you taken care of." "Good," she said, shielding her head from the sun. "I'm getting baked out here." "Maybe we should move you to the shade for a minute," he suggested. "Get you a drink?" She simply nodded without looking up, as though the very motion got her too winded. He helped her walk down the steps of the front porch with one arm and carried the bench she had been sitting on with the other. It was slow going as her moose slippers kept catching on the weathered front porch surface. "I couldn't find my other slippers, the rubber kind," she said, "but these were on the shelf with my other old ones. They were my late husband's." "They're mighty fine slippers," he said, before lifting his head and stopping abruptly to stare at Amanda, who was standing on Mrs. 𝗺𝗃𝗀𝗃's front lawn, her arms akimbo. "I need to talk to you," she said, her words clipped. "Now?" he asked, glancing at Mrs. 𝗺𝗃𝗀𝗃. "When you're done," she said. He nodded, then continued his painstaking effort of moving Mrs. 𝗺𝗃𝗀𝗃 to the shade. After a few seconds, Amanda appeared on the other side of the older lady. "Here," Amanda said, her voice warm. "Let me help." "Why, thank you, young lady." Once situated, she focused a speculative gaze at Amanda. "Is this your girlfriend, Dylan?" Dylan and Amanda both said, "No." "A shame," Mrs. 𝗺𝗃𝗀𝗃 said. "She seems like a keeper. I wouldn't wait too long if I were you. My husband and I were high school sweethearts. Thank goodness, or we wouldn't have had much time together." Dylan cleared his throat. "I can make you a copy of your key, Mrs. 𝗺𝗃𝗀𝗃. I believe I still have a master for it in my van. Have you considered giving one to a neighbor?" "I don't need to," she said calmly. "What with you helping me each time." Inwardly, Dylan sighed. "I might have a word with your granddaughter sometime." "Yes, you should talk to her. She takes care of a lot of things for me now." A car pulled into the driveway and she brightened. "In fact, there she is now." "What's going on?" Sam asked as she approached, her hands carrying bags of groceries. Smiling uncertainly, she looked from her grandma to Dylan and back. "This is Dylan," Mrs. 𝗺𝗃𝗀𝗃 said. "He's my locksmith, and this is his wife." "Our daughters are friends," Amanda corrected her. "I know Dylan," Sam said. To Amanda, she nodded. "Your grandma got locked out," Dylan explained. Sam winced and leaned close to her grandma. "Grams, you know that the Edisons have a key if you need it." "They do?" Mrs. 𝗺𝗃𝗀𝗃 brightened and looked at Dylan. "Why, my neighbors do have a key. I'm remembering now." "That's good," Dylan said. "How is Colorado Springs?" Mrs. 𝗺𝗃𝗀𝗃 asked Sam. "I didn't go to Colorado Springs, Grams," she said. "I went to the grocery store." Mrs. 𝗺𝗃𝗀𝗃's mouth formed an O. "No wonder you're already back so soon." Sam turned to Dylan and Amanda with a wry smile. "Well, thank you so much. I think I can help my Grams from here." "Any time," Dylan said. Mrs. 𝗺𝗃𝗀𝗃 and her granddaughter started to make their way to the front door. "You needed to talk to me about something?" Dylan asked Amanda. Amanda's smile vanished, her brows knitting together. She stood tall, her posture ready for battle. Through gritted teeth, she said, "Allie won a horse through 4-H." Dylan's stomach sank. "Pops, Pops, Pops, what have you done?" Aloud, he said, "Congratulations?" Her eyes flashed. "Guess who donated this horse to 4-H? "My father?" "So I was right. You knew about this." "He told me he wanted to do a contest," he said. so he could give Allie a horse. I told him he shouldn't, but he obviously did. Amanda blinked. Wait, what? I told him about you and Allie, that Allie was doing 4-H with Tater. He got it in his head to give Allie a horse. I promise. I told him how you felt, that you didn't want a horse. You got that right. But Pops is Pops, and once he gets an idea, he guns for it. What I don't understand, she said, frowning, is why you told him about us. I mean, me and Allie. Dylan licked his lips, his nerves fraying. I told him I was interested in dating you. Her frown deepened. He has this idea that if I help you train this horse, then maybe you and I... He let his words trail off. That we would date each other? Her voice was tinged with disbelief. Dylan nodded, feeling miserable. Any chance he had with Amanda down the drain. Amanda stepped even closer to him. He could see every detailed inch of her beautiful, fiery face. I'm so angry right now, she growled. I can't even think straight. I'm flattered by your interest, but frankly, I don't reciprocate. There's no chance whatsoever for you and me and a horse named Bree to go off and have a happy ever after. The anger in her eyes crackled. It was amazing to witness. His gaze took in her heightened coloring, the dark fringe of lashes along her green eyes, her full lips. Whatsoever? He echoed. Isn't that a strong word? Maybe at some point I would have entertained dating you. His spirits lifted. You would have? But not now. He searched her eyes. Because my dad decided to meddle? I really don't need to explain myself to you, she huffed. The most awful part of all this is that I have to break the heart of a young girl because of your family's thoughtlessness. Why won't you let Allie have this horse? It's free. Amanda paced. You know this is the worst thing that could happen. So it's free. It's everything else that I can't afford. Plus, I wouldn't know how to train a young horse. She paused before adding hotly, almost to herself, and I swear I'm not running to my father for help. What about Grit or Rig? She stopped pacing. It's rodeo season. It'll be crazy busy until at least November. Tell you what, he said. You can board her horse at my ranch for free. If you can pitch in a few dollars a month for hay, that's great, but you don't need to. I've plenty enough for another horse or 2 or 3. Like a bribe, she said. Her eyes glimmered with disdain. There are no strings attached, he said. You have my word. Cross my heart. Her gaze followed his finger's movement as it made a cross on his chest. There's a category for young horses in 4-H, he said. It's called two-handed. I can help Allie train this horse. It won't be easy because we're already behind the 8 ball. She'll have to work hard and be patient, but it could be an amazing experience for her. She regarded him seriously with those magnificent eyes, then asked, What about her borrowing Jimbo? She can still do that if she wants, if she has time. Covering her mouth with a hand, she was silent for a good minute. Then she said, I honestly don't have the emotional energy to deal with this decision right now. I already can't keep up with my life. She gave off a strangled laugh. Sure, let's add a horse to the crazy mix. I'll help you, he said softly. You won't be alone. Her gaze lifted to his. He could see the battle raging in them, whether to trust him or not. And then something else. A heat leapt from their depths, triggering a flame inside him, too. The noise from passing cars faded in the back of his consciousness. He heard her tiny intake of breath, and they both leaned a fraction closer, their lips on a collision course. At the last second, she turned her head, then stepped back, the air turning cool where she'd just been a moment before. I'll think about it, she said, her cheeks flushed. Then she strode past him to her little car and sped off.
Chapter 16. Amanda. Amanda sat in the car, taking in the horse property through the windshield. A silver-haired cowboy stood in a round pen beside a chestnut horse. Can we go? Allie asked from the back seat. Amanda took a deep breath and exhaled. Remember what I said, though, okay? We'll meet this horse so we know what we're up against, but if anything seems off, we'll go home without him." Even as she said this, she knew she was asking a lot of a 9-year-old girl. "Okay," Allie said. With Colby in her arms and Allie following close behind, Amanda walked to the pen. The cowboy was a leaner, equally tall version of Dylan, clean-cut with a full head of gray hair, a sun-tanned complexion, and eyes that were warm and kind, like his son's. But looks could be deceiving. "You must be Allie," he said. Allie acknowledged him with a nod, but her attention was riveted by the horse beside him. The young horse glowed like copper, beautiful. He turned his attention to Amanda. "And you must be Amanda." She nodded, warily. "I'm Travis Brown, Dylan's father," he said. "Everyone around here calls me Pops." He looked at Allie. "This is the horse you won. Beautiful essay, by the way." A blush crept up Allie's cheeks, and her whole being seemed to glow. At that exact moment, Amanda knew that she had lost the battle. It would take a lot to convince Allie to give up this horse. Probably impossible. "Do you know yet what you want to name him?" he asked. "Amanda said she needs to talk to you first before I can get him." Hope filled her eyes. "Fair enough," he said. "What do you think his name should be, anyhow?" Allie looked at the horse and cocked her head in thought. "Cinnamon." "What a great name." Pops glanced at the horse. "He's halter broke, which means we can take this halter and put it around his head. Would you like to help me?" Allie nodded. Pop showed Allie where to stand to be safe. "I've been working with him the past few weeks," he said. "He's a smart horse, but we still have some rough spots. He responds well to love and attention. If you work with him patiently, I bet you'll have him following you like a puppy in no time. Want to lead him around for a bit?" Allie led him around like they did in 4-H practices. From the sidelines, the grown-ups watched. "My son said you got offended by my contest," Pop said. "If I upset you, I apologize." "He told me the reason you did it," she said, choosing her words carefully. "He said you wanted to throw me and him together." He gave her an angelic smile. "Perhaps I did. You hadn't even met me," she said. "No, but I know Dylan." When she gave him a curious glance, he explained. "Over the years, he's been on dates, but he's never talked to me about any of them. Until now. That's the thing, we haven't even been on a date," she pointed out. "Even more remarkable, don't you think?" Pop smiled. "For the longest time, Dylan's not wanted to be disloyal to Jess's memory. Or maybe he hasn't met anyone who's made him want to move beyond it. But now," he gave her a pointed glance. "Thanks for your optimism," she said, "but we both have a lot of baggage. I know I do." She was sure Pop's eyes twinkled as he said, "Don't we all?" She felt restless, anxious to get on with the business of the horse. As for Dylan, his dad meant well, but it really wasn't all that simple. Date, fall in love, marry, live happily ever after. Life didn't always work that way. "I still have my doubts about this whole horse thing," she confessed. "But thank you for your generosity." "You want the horse for her, then?" He couldn't hide his excitement. She turned and watched Allie, whose face was all alight. How could I deny her that?
Chapter 17. Dylan. Dylan stacked the last of the hay bales in the covered lean-to, took off his hat, and wiped his sweaty face on his forearm. For an early July day, it wasn't too hot out, but the lack of shade certainly didn't help. He chugged the remainder of what had been ice, but was already warm water in his giant mug, and was setting it down just as Pops' horse trailer pulled into his property. He approached the get-up as Pops parked it and killed the engine. Amanda was sitting in the passenger seat. Dylan touched the brim of his hat and smiled a welcome, and when she returned it, albeit lukewarm, his heart skipped a beat. Maybe all was not lost. Everyone but Colby got out of Pops' truck. "We've got you a new boarder," Pops said as he came round from his side. Name's Cinnamon. Isn't that right, Allie? Allie nodded and looked past Dylan.
Where's Tater? She asked. I wanted to show her my new horse.
Dylan flicked a glance at Amanda, whose expression looked amazingly calm, not angry. She's over at her cousin's, Dylan said. At her crestfallen expression, he assured her that they could get together another time. Congratulations, Dylan said, and Allie beamed. Pops offered to help and teach Allie how to unload Cinnamon from the trailer, and they both went to the back. You changed your mind, Dylan told Amanda. She rolled her eyes. Thanks for rubbing it in. I wasn't, honest. I know it was a hard decision. She flicked him a suspicious glance. But I'm glad, for Allie's sake.
Yes, she sighed. That's why I did it. Sorry we just showed up, but I figured we'd take you up on the offer to board him here until we figure things out.
Understandable. I was moving hay bales anyway, so I wouldn't have heard the phone.
I can see that, she said. The way her gaze skimmed his torso and arms made him feel like saltwater taffy left out in the July sun. We'll have to work out a fair way for his care, she added.
I'm not worried about it. I mean, if you want to bake me some cookies, I wouldn't mind.
I don't bake cookies, she said primly.
Oh, right, he teased. Your superpower is cleaning houses.
She scrunched her nose. You can't make me clean yours again. I know better now.
Hey, he said, chuckling. What do you mean? But she was already making her way around to the back of the trailer.
She stopped short and clutched at Dylan's arm. Your dad is making Allie go in the trailer, she whispered, with Cinnamon.
Right?
He frowned, a little confused. What if the horse kicks? What if he spooks?
It's all right. He covered her hand with his. Pops will make sure nothing happens to her.
She continued to hold on to his bare arm, and he gladly continued to reassure her.
Cinnamon wanted to keep turning at his neck instead of backing up. Allie, being a newbie with horses, wasn't very forceful, and the stinker of a horse knew it. Pop stood at the back opening of the trailer, giving her pointers. Keep your hold on him firm and push on the rope at his chin so he has no choice but to go backward.
Allie tried her best, but Cinnamon was more stubborn.
Dylan could see the writing on the wall, but he was helpless to do anything about it.
Cinnamon turned at his waist, and then Pops commanded in a firm voice,
Move to the side, Allie.
There was a popping sound as Cinnamon turned completely, exploding out of the trailer next to a terrified Allie.
Chapter 18. Amanda. Amanda suppressed a scream as Allie flattened herself against the side of the trailer wall. Everything flashed in an instant. Allie moving out of the way, Cinnamon popping out like a springboard, leaving Amanda no time to react as he barreled out of there and dug in with his front hooves, taking a flying leap right at her. A strong pair of arms pulled and slammed her against Dylan's chest and into safety as Cinnamon sailed past, his tail brushing so close she felt its wispy texture against her back. For a long moment, she let Dylan hold her, her face buried against his chest. Her knees felt like jelly, and her body shook, her teeth chattering. Under her fingertips, his heart beat a fast rhythm, like the pounding of horse hooves. His shirt was covered with dust and hay from baling, and some of that had transferred to the side of her face clasped close to him. It was dusty and messy and comforting. She was alive. Are you okay? Dylan asked as his head bowed protectively over her. I think so, she whispered before opening her eyes and looking up at him. Thank you. Glad you're safe. He waited a beat or two before releasing her. Can you stand? She nodded, her shoulders still curved in shock. And then she remembered Allie and turned wildly toward the trailer. Pops was already leading her out. She was crying, but didn't seem hurt. Amanda opened her arms, and Allie ran into them. Now she was doing the comforting. At the sound of footsteps, Amanda turned to see Pops bringing back Cinnamon, the horse's hide in a lather of sweat. I think someone wants to tell you sorry, Pops told Allie. Allie peeked over Amanda's shoulder. She stayed in Amanda's arms but extended her hand. Cinnamon bumped her palm with his nose and nickered. Through her tears, Allie smiled. While Amanda stayed outside the railing on a camp chair, Colby on her lap, Pops watched Dylan give Allie training pointers in the arena, occasionally chiming in. The horse seemed more subdued and docile, certainly without the flightiness as it panicked in the confines of the trailer. By the end of their session, Allie was leading Cinnamon at halter up and down the center of the arena with only occasional disobedience. Tater caught the tail end of Allie's training, so of course, Allie had to demonstrate all she'd learned. "We'll get to wash our horses and braid their manes," Tater crowed with glee. Dusk fell, and the sound of crickets echoed throughout Dylan's property. Heat still rose from the ground that had absorbed the day's sun. Pops had gone home, arranging for Dylan to give Amanda and the kids a ride. He also extracted a promise for Allie to keep him in the loop on Cinnamon's progress. Colby was asleep, with his head resting on Amanda's shoulder, and she felt like she was about ready to drop off too. Allie had gone ahead with Tater to Dylan's truck. Dylan and Amanda fell in step with each other, the cricket sounds mingling with the crunching of their shoes on stick-dry pasture. Amanda was glad for the dark. She wouldn't want Dylan to scrutinize her emotions or her thoughts, as jumbled as she felt from earlier events. She couldn't pinpoint when it happened exactly, but their relationship had shifted, and she still wasn't sure it was a good thing. Once they got to Amanda's place, she coaxed Allie out, and Dylan walked them to the front porch. Amanda faced Dylan. "Take good care of Allie's horse," she said. "I promise not to let him stay up reading," he said. "If you do, give him Black Beauty," Allie sassed, to Amanda's surprise. Dylan was really becoming a bad influence. "Aye, aye," Dylan said, saluting. Allie went inside ahead of Amanda, leaving them alone. For a moment, he gazed at her, his heart in his eyes, and she wondered if he was going to try to steal a kiss. She mumbled her thanks and hightailed it quickly inside.
Chapter 19. Dylan. "They're here," Tater said from her spot at the barn window with a big smile. "Come on in the barn," Dylan called out, and the visitors appeared in the frame of the open door. Amanda and Allie had come over nearly every day to visit Cinnamon. Dylan spent 3 evenings helping Allie train her new horse. Today was just a for-fun riding day. Allie made a beeline for Tater. Amanda hung back, standing in the doorway for a minute. She was silhouetted against the afternoon light. Dylan paused in the act of putting the pitchfork in a pile of hay to take a long look at her before raising a hand in greeting. "Here's Jimbo's halter," Tater told Allie, breaking Dylan's trance. He went back to finishing throwing in hay for their old-timer Oatmeal. Amanda came over to the pen. "How are you, Oatmeal?" Amanda asked the 24-year-old flea-bitten gray gelding. "Toothless, but thriving," Dylan said. She smiled and stroked Oatmeal's head. "Dylan is just jealous because you're so handsome." "You got that right," Dylan said with a mock glare, and was rewarded with her smile. Dylan casually glanced at her jeans and tucked-in shirt, her hair in a messy bun. Sassy cowgirl boots with pink accents on a light brown leather. Boy, did she look pretty. He swung his gaze away. She'd made it clear that they were to remain on friendly terms. No courting. "No baby today?" he asked. She shook her head. "He missed his nap at church today, so I asked a neighbor if she could listen for him on the monitor while he naps." "I see you're ready to step into some muck," he observed. She looked down at her boots. "It's been forever. I had a spider or two in them." "Why don't you ride today?" he asked. "You can get on Oatmeal as long as you don't work him too hard." "Drats, and here I was hoping to bend the poles." Her green-gold eyes glittered with amusement. "Between Oatmeal and Gus, we've got all the speeds covered." They laughed, then their smiles faded. Light slanted into the barn, catching the plane of her smooth cheek. Dust motes danced in the sunbeams, and everything was in a hush. "Dad," Tater called, "are you guys coming?" Dylan cleared his throat. Yes, we're coming, right now. Just getting oatmeal. He showed Amanda where the horse's halter was. His tack is out there in a shed by the arena. She haltered oatmeal, then walked out of the barn with Dylan, the horse between them. He couldn't see Amanda except the top of her head. They emerged into the sunlight, the bright July sun making his eyes squint against the glare. The girls already had Jimbo and Daisy tied up on the hitching post. The horses looked like a goofy pair, Jimbo an average-sized quarter horse and Daisy all dainty and petite. I showed Allie how to tie Jimbo up, Tater announced proudly. Great job, Dylan said. He turned to Amanda. Need a refresher course on tacking up? She smirked. I think I can manage. While he got Gus ready, his occasional visual check of Amanda, only for horse tacking purposes, of course, proved to him that she knew her way around horses. This is actually kind of fun, Amanda said. He stared at her glowing face for a good long minute before looking away. Tightening Gus's cinch, he patted the horse's flank. Then he went back to the girls to make sure they were doing well and mounted. You'll need a helmet for the shows, Tater told Allie. Allie touched the bike helmet she had brought from the house. I have one. Tater looked at Dylan. She'll be okay with the bike helmet, he said. Tater hesitated. No one wears a bike helmet at the shows, Daddy. I looked at getting Allie a helmet, Amanda said. It was kind of pricey. We'll have to save up for it, okay, Allie? Allie nodded. Go walk your horses in the arena, Dylan told the girls. Be right there. Sorry, Dylan said once the girls were out of earshot. Tater can get kind of bossy sometimes. Amanda shrugged. It's good stuff to know. I don't want Allie to feel left out. Allie's lucky to have you, he said. Thanks. Sometimes I need to be reminded of that. Chapter 20. Dylan. How's it going? Dylan asked Amanda after everyone is on their mount and riding in the arena. Just tearing it up with oatmeal over here. She grinned, then patted the old horse. But it's fine. I'm not exactly in a racing mood. Looking over at Allie, she added, This way I can get off any time and help. Allie was doing well, mostly walking Jimbo in circles while Tater did a bit more trotting and loping. Jimbo was content to follow Daisy around like a devoted puppy. Unfortunately, Daisy wasn't digging it at all and kept flicking her ears back. Allie, Dylan said, you might want to pull back so you're not so close. The words were barely out of his mouth when Daisy kicked at Jimbo, who shied back. The mare screeched, as did the gelding. For a split second, Dylan expected Allie to go flying off the old gelding's back, but glory be, Allie stayed on, though she was slumped over clinging to the horse's neck. Dylan trotted over and dismounted. You okay? He asked Allie. She nodded, looking pale but otherwise unharmed. The horse was a different story, however. Jimbo seemed to be favoring one side. Dylan noticed something red trickling down the horse's leg. Blood oozed from a gash that gaped open. What's wrong? Amanda asked. She had come over, gotten off oatmeal, and was looking over Dylan's shoulder. When Daisy kicked, she must have hit his leg pretty good, came Dylan's reply. He's hurt. Dylan was vaguely aware of Amanda asking to use the phone after he called the vet. Gesturing that it was all hers to use, he returned to Jimbo's side. The horse lay in the arena where Dylan had managed to coax him. Tater sat close to the old quarter horse, laying her cheek against his shoulder. Big fat tears rolled off her cheeks onto his brown fur. She sobbed silently, her eyes rimmed red. Sweetheart, I'm sorry, Dylan said. She took a deep, ragged breath and continued to cry. Dylan knelt on the ground and put an arm around his daughter's shoulder. Sitting a few feet away on the ground was Allie, her face ashen and pinched. Dylan wanted to assure her that it wasn't her fault, that she shouldn't take it hard. But at that moment, Tater needed him more. Amanda returned and stood over Dylan. Her voice was quiet. I just let my neighbor know that I might be a little longer. Is there anything I can do to help? Maybe I can fix you guys some sandwiches? That's really nice of you, he said, but it's not necessary. I know, she said. I don't mind. She turned to Allie. Would you like to help me? Allie hesitated, and then with her head bowed started to walk past. Dylan said Allie's name and she stopped, fear crossing her face. "It's not your fault," he told her. "It was an accident." Her mouth trembled. She used the back of her hand to brush off her tears and glanced at Tater, whose face was pressed against Jimbo. Then she went to Amanda, who put her arm over her shoulder. After what seemed like eons, but was probably just a half hour, Dr. Cynthia Vergara pulled up in her Ford Bronco. "Thanks so much for coming, on a Sunday no less," Dylan said, rising from his spot on the ground next to old Jimbo. "No problem." The lady veterinarian turned her attention to Tater, whose eyes were still closed as she hugged the horse, and whose heartache was clearly visible on her tear-streaked face. "Hi, sweetie," the vet said. Tater opened her eyes but remained in place. Dylan bent close. "Tater, honey, how about let's have Dr. Vergara look at Jimbo?" Tater nodded and got up, her body hunched at the shoulders. Her tears had stopped, but her face crumpled in sadness as she pressed herself against Dylan's side. "Will he have to be put down, Daddy?" "I don't know, hon. I don't know." Over the years, they'd lost several farm animals, but this was the first one where Tater seemed to understand more about the circle of life and the reality of death. Death. Dylan clenched his jaw, thinking of Jess. He wished he could spare Tater this sadness, but he owed it to her to be honest, to not sugarcoat things. At the same time, he would wait to see what the vet said. It would be easier for everyone that way. Dr. Vergara stood and faced the father and daughter. "I have some bad news and some good news. The bad news is your horse is in a lot of pain and will need stitches. The good news is, since it's just a flesh wound, he should be able to get better soon, without having to be limited in his movement. I'll give him some anesthetic, then sew him up. You'll want to keep the wound clean to prevent infection, and we'll give him some antibiotics, too." Tater turned to Dylan. "What is she saying, Daddy?" "Jimbo will need to get stitches, but he'll be fine." "We won't need to put him down?" "Nope." Tater smiled through her tears. "Can Allie still ride him?" "Probably a question for Dr. Vergara," Dylan said. "I think it's best if he isn't ridden for a while," the vet said. "You wouldn't want him to bust up his stitches. He won't be feeling good for a bit." "That's a bummer for Allie," Tater said. A little while later, after they'd said their goodbyes to Dr. Vergara, they walked back to the house. "I'm glad Jimbo didn't have to be put down, Daddy," Tater said. "Me too," Dylan wholeheartedly agreed. Tater sighed. "Why do people and animals have to die, Daddy?" "It's part of God's plan for us, honey. The same way, why are we sent here on Earth? We get to be with a family, to learn and be happy. And then, when we're done with what we need to do here, we go back to heaven to be with God." Tater grew thoughtful. "Kind of like when you send me to school, and so I'm not with you, but I know you love me, so I do my best in classes before I get to go home to you?" Dylan nodded. "Something like that." "So Mommy's in heaven?" "Yes." His voice cracked a little. "Yes, she is." He stopped short at the front porch. Standing in the doorway of his ranch-style house were Amanda and Allie. Earlier they had come out to get an update on Jimbo, and they shared in the relief. "I made some sandwiches," Amanda said. "They're on the kitchen counter." She began to turn toward Allie. "Come on, Allie." "Are you guys leaving?" Dylan asked. "Well, yeah." Amanda hesitated. "We figured we didn't want to get in your way." "Won't you eat with us?" Before Amanda could say no, Allie said, "Sure."
Chapter 21. Amanda. "What did you do here?" Dylan asked as they walked into the kitchen. Amanda shrugged. "Just tidied up." It's more like you cleaned my house." Dylan's gaze swept over the kitchen counter, cleared of dirty plates, the table where a platter of sandwiches cut in half sat, and the floor, which was still wet from being mopped. His house hadn't been too bad of a pigsty. She'd seen worse, but it definitely looked like a single dad lived there. "I couldn't resist," she said, grinning. "I have an uncontrollable urge to clean wherever I go. Dylan chuckled. Lucky us. She gestured to the table. I hope you like egg salad sandwiches. Yum, Tater said. It's my favorite. It is, Dylan confirmed. Me too, Allie piped up. Amanda made them all wash up, then they dug into the simple spread. Amanda ended up making 4 more sandwiches to meet the demand. Tater froze in the middle of picking up a sandwich half. Who's Allie going to ride at 4-H? I mean, other than Cinnamon. An awkward silence descended upon the group. I don't know, Dylan said. I don't have any other horses who are good for beginners. Unfortunately, Oatmeal's just too old. Though disappointed for Allie, Amanda's chest loosened with relief. It was best, really, for Allie to just focus on Cinnamon. But Tater said, Allie and I can share Daisy, can't we, Daddy? Dylan had a deer frozen in headlights look, being put on the spot. No need, Amanda assured them, but then she caught a glimpse of Allie's disappointed expression. Tell you what, that's a great idea, Dylan said. Daisy's already used to 4-H practice, and she's a pretty calm horse. Sharing horses is something other kids have done before. Tater smiled at Allie, whose face mirrored her excitement. I guess that's settled then, Amanda said, not sure what had hit them. This whole 4-H horse thing was too much for her to wrap her head around. She would just have to deal with it as it unfolded. It was really time for her and Allie to go. They had a wonderful neighbor, but Amanda didn't want to abuse her generosity. We've got to head out, Amanda said. The baby, you know. Can I go tell Cinnamon goodbye? Allie asked. The girls ran out one way while Amanda and Dylan waited by the car. It was dark, except for the porch light. I'm sorry Jimbo got hurt, Amanda said. Glad he's going to be okay. Me too. We had a super old horse once, she said. She hit 30. Never did slow down, even until the end. Jimbo will probably outlive us all, he chuckled, then sobered. Hey, thanks so much for all you did today. I didn't do anything, she protested. You made us dinner, cleaned up my messy kitchen. Sure you didn't. Fine, you owe me till eternity, she joked, and they laughed. You're cute when you laugh, he said. Only when I laugh? He smiled wryly. I meant... He stopped talking, neither of them moving. His gaze traced her features. When you laugh, or don't laugh, you're beautiful. She couldn't look away, couldn't counter with some flippant remark to still the fear in the pit of her stomach over getting close to someone again. He stood a good arm's length away from her. A step or two could bridge that gap. But just then, the girls came, luckily. Allie got in the back of the car, Amanda in the driver's seat, and she circled the car out of Dylan's property and homeward.
Chapter 22. Dylan. Dylan and Tater had been at 4-H practice at the Maddox Ranch for several minutes when Amanda, Allie, and baby Colby showed up. Dylan hadn't seen Amanda since Jimbo was injured. Amanda's generosity that day caught him totally by surprise. She had struck him as standoffish before that, but now he knew that she'd been putting on a tough exterior to protect herself. He knew all about that. Boy, did he. Hi, Allie, Dylan said before shifting his gaze to Amanda. She was looking at him head on, fearless. Hey yourself, she said, carrying the stroller above the pasture grasses. Can I help you? He asked. No, I got it. Melissa stood at the gate to let the kids in with their horses. She announced in a loud voice, Everyone, we have a new club member. You remember Allie? There were some nods and some stares. One girl named Maisie asked, Who is that guy on the Harley? Was that your dad? For a change, the other kids seemed impressed over that reminder. No, Allie said. He's a family friend, Amanda explained. Ethan turned to another kid and muttered, Nice helmet. There were snickers all around. Allie blushed beet red. Tater walked over to her and glared at Ethan, who didn't seem repentant at all. Melissa waved the riders on into the arena. All of them mounted their horses and walked in. "I'll go in first," Tater said. "Just watch what we do and then you can have a turn, okay?" Allie's eyes were huge and round, and she looked like she was going to be sick. "Okay," she whispered. Tater went through the paces with the group. Then she asked Melissa if Allie could take a turn. "Take a turn?" Melissa asked. Dylan entered the arena and shut the gate behind him. He walked up to Melissa to explain, keeping his voice low. The horse she was going to use became lame. Tater agreed to share Daisy with Allie for now. Melissa raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure that'll work? It's one thing for siblings to share a horse. Usually one is in an older division, so they don't have the same events. But they're the same age. That'll be super tricky to have the horse ready." "We thought it might be a good way to introduce Allie to 4-H, Dylan said. "Plus, they usually make adjustments for the lineup when kids share." Melissa nodded, but there was an edge to her voice. "But what about club points? This was going to be our year to win." "What about it?" Dylan asked, frowning. "Shouldn't an individual kid learning horse skills matter more than the club?" Melissa blew out a breath. No." Dylan motioned for Allie to enter the arena. She put on her bicycle helmet and did as she was invited. Dylan noticed her tennis shoes for the first time. "She'll also need proper footwear," Melissa said. "I'm surprised you didn't coach her on all these important things." Dylan's jaw tightened. "We'll make sure she's prepared next time." Allie and Tater made the trade. Dylan followed Tater out of the arena and hoped for the best. Melissa stood by Allie for a minute, checking cinches, adjusting the length of her stirrup. One of the other kids sighed in an exaggerated way before giggling. Someone else followed suit. "They need to stop," Tater said crossly. Amanda was tight-lipped, her expression grim. When Allie was situated, Melissa returned to the center of the arena and instructed the kids to go on a walk. Allie did her best, but was uneven with how she pulled on the reins, which caused Daisy to go a little squiggly too. On trot, Allie did surprisingly well. Then it was time to go faster. Melissa called out, "Riders, lope your horses." Daisy ran off with Allie, who had lost her reins. "Oh dear," Amanda said. She looked around, focused on Dylan, and handed Colby to him before ducking under the arena fence wire and nearly getting run over by a kid who swerved just in time. "That girl needs to practice more," one of the parents said. "Agreed," a mom gave Dylan the stink eye. "Seriously, she could have hurt one of our kids." Amanda led Daisy out of the arena, with Allie trailing behind in tears. Amanda's eyes flashed with anger. She grabbed Colby, shoved Daisy's reins in Dylan's hand, and walked off with Allie the direction of the dirt lot. "Are they going to leave?" Tater wondered aloud. She looked like she wanted to follow after them, but Dylan held her back. "Why don't you get back on Daisy, Tater? Let me see what's going on." Dylan walked over to where Amanda stood silent beside a crying Allie. "Is she okay?" he asked. "Is she okay?" Amanda hissed. "Are you kidding me? Of course she's not okay. She's obviously not ready at all for this. And you," she poked at his shirt, "you should have warned us, helped prepare her." "Yes," he admitted, feeling like a heel. "I should have." "Anyway," Amanda turned to Allie, her voice sounding more gentle. "Let's get you back on that horse." "I want to go," Allie said between sobs. "What about Cinnamon?" Amanda asked. Allie shook her head. Amanda took a deep breath and nodded. "Okay, let's be done for tonight, but we'll come back next time, okay?" She flicked a glance at Dylan. "More prepared." "I don't know." Allie's words trailed. "No need to decide right this minute," Amanda assured her. Tater came up. "I'm sorry Daisy ran off with you, Allie. She should know better." "It's okay." Allie gave her a ghost of a smile. "Come over to my house after school," Tater invited, "and we'll practice tons, right, Daddy?" "It's whatever works for Allie and Amanda, honey," Dylan told her. After practice, Melissa came up to Dylan. "That was unfortunate," she said. "I hope it hasn't soured her on horses forever." "It was just a little incident, Melissa," Dylan winced. "You make it sound like she was traumatized." "It looked like it to me. Anyway, I'm glad she gave it a try. That was brave of her." We'll make sure to ride between practices, Dylan promised. Melissa frowned. She's coming back? That's the plan. He studied her flustered expression. Don't you want her to? Melissa lifted her chin. It's a little bit of a distraction for the others. It'll be good for the kids, Dylan said. If they can ride through this, they can ride through anything. You don't understand, Melissa said, her voice rising. This club is all about excellence. We take 4-H seriously. Then you should be the first to help a beginner get better, Dylan retorted. Just think how much you can teach her. Melissa's lips tightened before she walked away. After practice, Dylan and Tater hauled Daisy home in the trailer. Tater said, Wouldn't it be great if we helped Allie so she could do really well at the shows? Dylan nodded. That would be amazing. Silently, he hoped Amanda would feel better about Allie being in 4-H over time. Their future relationship would be riding on it.
Chapter 23. Amanda. Taking Allie to practice at Tater's practically every evening of the following week meant that Amanda needed to finish her house cleaning earlier in the day. Except for one client, most everyone was accommodating. With school being out for the summer, Allie came with her too. Allie could play with Colby, or if he was napping, she could review the 4-H booklet. As part of 4-H, they needed to take a test with each horse show. When she was done with that, Amanda suggested she could read regular books. Allie's choice of books from the library were, what else? Horse books. Seeing the covers brought back memories from Amanda's childhood. She had been more interested in horses then and read everything she could, until a thoughtless teacher embarrassed her in front of the class over a mispronounced word. That was the start of Amanda's disinterest in school. Sometimes she wondered how her life would have turned out if she hadn't had that teacher. Would she have taken it more seriously instead of sloughing and hanging out with the wrong crowd? Would she have gone to college instead of shacking up with a loser like Ryan? But then she wouldn't have had Colby, and as much work as it was having a toddler, not to mention a 9-year-old, she was glad to be a mom. As she drove Allie home from their last appointment, Amanda let her mind wander to her childhood, when her mom and sister Lily would do a girls' trip. Mom at the wheel, while Lily and Amanda sat in the back, tormenting each other. Once they got to their destination, their trips usually turned out pretty fun. They picked places that were, in her mom's words, civilized, where there was good shopping and they could stay in hotels. Dad, on the other hand, took Grit camping. Amanda smugly thought then that the girls had it good. A pang of homesickness overcame Amanda. Now that she was a mom, she hardly had time to think about home. But the hole seemed even bigger with kids who wouldn't know their grandparents. Amanda shook herself mentally as she drove her car down the dirt road that fed into Dylan's property. Then she was taken over by a different sort of anxiety, one that she was trying hard to avoid the whole week. Like a cowboy in a western, Dylan pushed off the trailer they'd been leaning on and strode into the arena to act as judge for their pretend show. It was easy enough to focus on the girls while they were at Dylan's house. Amanda was too busy chasing after Colby, while Dylan helped the girls with their tack. After several days of instruction, however, Allie was getting the hang of it. Even Cinnamon was coming along fine. Allie was able to saddle him up and stay on him for a few minutes at a walk. Without the need to help as much with the horse, Amanda couldn't ignore Dylan's presence. Today, Dylan had the girls walk their horses along the rail. Allie sat it the best she'd had, her chin held up proudly. Then it was time to trot. She needed to keep her seat better, but overall had improved. Finally, Dylan asked them to lope. While Allie used Daisy, Tater rode Oatmeal. She kicked for him to go, but he might as well have been a fence post. Although Allie still had steering issues, she was doing a lot better on Daisy, keeping her lope going for at least a quarter of the arena rail. Not only that, but she also managed to have a grin on her face.
You've worked hard, Dylan told Allie after practice while they were unpacking, and it shows. Allie blushed, looking pleased and proud of herself. What do you say we don't actually practice tomorrow, but just go out on a trail ride? Dylan suggested. I can borrow a couple of horses from my brother Sheldon. His kids use them for junior rodeo, but I'm sure we could borrow them for the afternoon. You girls have fun, Amanda said. Aren't you coming? Dylan asked. She pointed at Colby. I can't go with him. We can ask my Aunt Althea to watch him, Tater said. She loves kids, especially babies. That would be a lot to ask, Amanda said. It really won't be, Dylan assured her. Althea loves to mother people. She runs a bed and breakfast in town. You might have already run into her. Her name does sound familiar, Amanda said. Are you sure she wouldn't mind? Here, Tater said in her usual confident way. Let's call and ask her. Dylan and Amanda exchanged amused glances. Tater could make anything happen when she put her mind to it. Hi, Aunt Althea, Tater said into the receiver. Are you doing anything tomorrow? No? Good. We were wondering if you could watch a baby for my friend's mom, Amanda. He's one, Amanda whispered. He's one, Tater said. Daddy wanted Amanda to go on a trail ride with us. Tater paused, listening. Oh, you will? Thank you. Thank you. Ask her if we could borrow a good horse, Dylan said. To Amanda, he explained, I thought it could be a good time for Allie to ride Cinnamon. Amanda looked at him skeptically. Are you sure? Getting him started on trail will be good for both Cinnamon and Allie. Amanda still had her doubts, but decided to not push it. Tater got off the phone, her face beaming. Aunt Althea says yes, we can borrow a horse, and yes, she'd babysit for you with bells on. Tater scrunched her face comically. I don't know why she'd want bells the whole time. She'd wake up the baby when he naps. The grown-ups laughed. Dylan ruffled her hair. It just means she's excited to babysit. Oh. Tater's mouth formed an O. I see. By the time Amanda loaded up her crew, dusk was settling. As they pulled out of Dylan's driveway, Dylan waved goodbye. At the last moment, Amanda raised her hand, too. She looked back at him in her rearview mirror until she hit the road. A rare feeling of hope expanding in her chest.
Chapter 24. Dylan. The next day, Dylan paced back and forth on the porch, sat on the rocking chair, then got up again. He hadn't meant for the trail ride to be some sort of a date, but that was what this felt like. And boy, had it been a while since he'd taken a woman he liked out, especially where Colby was going to be babysat. They'd arranged to drop Colby off at Althea's on their way out with the horses, and then it was on to the trail ride. Overall, he was kind of glad to have the girls with them. It would be less pressure, less awkwardness. As soon as Amanda pulled up, Dylan shot up like an arrow. They're here, Tater announced, giddy as could be. Hi, he greeted the arrivals as usual. Allie first, then Amanda. Once he laid his eyes on Amanda, he did a double take. She looked even lovelier than usual, with her hair drawn back in a ponytail, curly and resting over the front of her shoulder. On her head was a cute cowgirl hat. She was also wearing a lavender blouse tucked into a slender pair of jeans. I see that you got the memo, he said. What exactly did it say? She asked, her eyes full of mischief. To dress like a cowgirl? Might as well look the part. She walked up the steps slowly and joined him. You don't look any different, she observed. Is that good or bad? He teased. It depends. She gave him a crooked smile. If you'd have asked my teen self years ago, I'd have said that cowboys are overrated. Just a knee-jerk reaction to my brother's friends who are all into future farmers of America. But now, her gaze brushed over his shoulders and jaw. I'd have to say good. With that, she turned and walked back down the stairs, leaving him with a goofy smile plastered on his face. She swiveled round and asked, Are we ready? Otherwise, I'll take Colby out. Yeah, why don't you? Dylan suggested. I'm sure it's going to be a minute with our cowgirls. They're always up to something. Today's something involved hiding behind barrels and pelting each other with seeds from a Russian olive tree. Dylan reminded them to get Daisy and Cinnamon while he haltered Gus. Colby got super excited to see the barn cat. Amanda set him down on the ground to pet the orange tabby. While the mother and son were doing that, Dylan stared for a long minute. She was a good mom, doing her best despite her circumstances. She could be a good mom to Tater. Amused at the direction of his thoughts, he took Gus to the trailer. Once the horses were loaded and the tack squared away, they pulled out of Dylan's place. The girls quizzed each other with horse trivia cards in the back seat. Tater genuinely loved the information. She was so horse crazy. Her enthusiasm seemed to rub off on Allie. Having Amanda sit in the front seat of his truck brought back memories of Jess sitting there, the presence of a woman. But today he imagined Jess looking down upon them with a smile, as though coaxing him to move on. He was well aware that the woman sitting there was Amanda. "Tell me about Althea," Amanda urged Dylan. "She's our mother hen," he said. "With our mother having passed on, she's taken over Mom's role. She makes sure we're all fed and clothed. Luckily, she runs a bed and breakfast so she can take care of people all day long." "Is she from around here?" "Nope. Just moved here some 5 years ago from the city. But you wouldn't know it. She's thrown herself wholehearted into country living. She's joined so many committees I couldn't even tell you how many." Amanda's forehead creased with worry. "I hope she won't find it too hard to take care of a busy toddler, along with running her bed and breakfast and all the committees." "She has young kids, too, and pretty much has since she married Sheldon, so she's used to running this place with children underfoot." When Amanda gave him a questioning glance, he explained, "They adopted their 3 children, who were already older. Her oldest, Bram, was 12. The other 2, Gabe and Tammy, are younger." "I see. That's generous of them to adopt." "Isn't it?" The girls erupted in giggles in the back over a term they couldn't pronounce. Amanda and Dylan looked at each other and smiled. They acted so much like sisters. If he and Amanda were to date and then marry, they could officially be sisters. As he pulled into his brother's ranch, his heart pounded. Was he really ready for such a big step? Was he ready to heed Jess's spirit telling him it was time? He parked and got out, opening Amanda's door. The girls had already gotten out of their doors and were heading toward the 2-story house that Sheldon and Althea had converted into a bed and breakfast. Dylan offered a hand to Amanda. She hesitated for a moment and then slipped hers in his, the feel of her touch sending a pleasurable sensation up his arm. They stood close for a few seconds, and then she was moving away to get Colby.
Chapter 25. Amanda. Amanda was glad for the excuse of holding Colby, so she could cover her blushing cheeks over the little episode with Dylan by his truck. They had stood so close to each other, she could smell the clean soap scent from his shirt. She could no longer deny that her feelings for Dylan were developing into something more than a crush, which terrified her in a big way. The way he looked at her made her suspect he felt the same way. Whether that was good or bad was debatable. As soon as they crossed the threshold, Althea greeted them. "Well, hello," she smiled at Amanda. "Nice to meet you, and this must be Colby." "Thanks so much for watching him," Amanda said. "I'm thrilled to be asked," Althea said, reaching for Colby. "I love babies." Althea chuckled as he wriggled in her arms, trying to get back to Amanda. "It's okay, Colby," Amanda soothed. "He might be a little sore from teething. If he fusses, you could try putting some gel on his gums. There's a tube in the diaper bag pocket." "Gotcha." Althea turned to Dylan. "So, y'all had a hankering for a trail ride, did you?" "We sure did," Dylan nodded. "You haven't done that in a while, have you?" Althea's eyes were bright. "Been busy." Althea smiled at Amanda. "Glad he made time to take you on a trail ride." "Oh," Amanda's cheeks warmed. "It's nothing like that. Our daughters, his daughter and mine, are friends at school and do 4-H together. We've been practicing hard this week, and yeah, I guess Dylan thought it would be good to take a little break from arena work." "Uh-huh." Althea's eyes gleamed. "One of the smartest things Dylan's done in a long time." Amanda smiled politely.
Maybe you can invite Amanda and Tater's little friend to Sunday dinner, Dylan, Althea suggested. Dylan coughed. We better get going. Althea wheeled Colby around to check out a play area set up in the lobby for younger guests. 3 kids, whom Amanda guessed were Althea's children, swarmed around Colby, trying to make him smile. These here are my kids, Althea said. Bram, Gabe, Tammy. Say hi to Colby and his mom. Hi, the kids said in unison. They looked like kids having the summer of their lives, tan with dirt smudges and perfectly happy. Tammy fought back her brothers for the honor of carrying Colby, who reached for one of the toys. Well, Amanda said, I guess Colby's okay with me leaving. Looks like it, Dylan commiserated. He called for the girls. Tater, Allie, time to go. Tater said goodbye to her cousins and pulled Allie along. Uncle Sheldon said to use Rube today. She and her brother Cube are from the same herd, Dylan explained. A pair of characters. Daddy wanted to buy them from Uncle Sheldon, but he wouldn't sell, Tater sighed. They're real good horses. My cousins ride them in junior rodeo. Are you interested in barrel racing at the rodeo too? Amanda asked Tater. Tater cocked her head in thought. Not really. I don't like going crazy on a horse. Rube lived up to her reputation. The black horse liked to crowd out the other horses to get petted instead and rooted through pockets for treats. Where are we going to ride? Amanda asked Dylan once they were underway in the truck. You'll see. Dylan drove the truck to the outskirts of Sunny Ridge, where the highway unfurled like a ribbon through the range and where cows roamed freely. Amanda opened her window and let the air hit her face, cooling it off. She closed her eyes and leaned back, relishing the sensation. Comfortable? Dylan asked over the din of the wind. She opened her eyes and turned to him with a smile. Oh, yeah, she drawled low and slow. His smile faltered, a heat seeping into his gaze, before he wrenched his gaze back to the road. Amanda turned her eyes frontward too, her chest warming at that unexpected little blip. She recalled a memory from when she was a teen, kissing a boy behind the barn. Except in her daydream this time, she was kissing not a boy, but a clean-shaven man with a cowboy hat and a muscular build. Her body tingled at the thought. She turned her face to cool it off in a hurry, letting her eyes tear up at the wind. A few minutes later, Dylan pulled into a mostly empty parking lot abutting a trailhead marked as Long Pass. Have you been here before? Dylan asked. Amanda looked out the window, racking her memory. I don't think so. It's fairly flat, and there's a little pool at the end to reward the horses. Sounds fun. They got out of the truck and got the horses ready. Dylan warned Amanda and Allie about Rube's naughty antic of untying herself and other horses if she could. Amanda helped Allie onto Cinnamon, and then she got on Rube. The foursome made their way out to the trail and followed each other nose to tail. Daisy wanted to lead, so Tater went first, followed by Allie. Dylan and Amanda rode abreast of each other to form the caboose. Once she observed that Cinnamon was listening to Allie, Amanda relaxed. Tipping her hat back a little, Amanda stared at the bluest of skies, a laugh bubbling up inside her. Enjoying yourself? Dylan asked, looking pleased. I was just thinking how I haven't been this relaxed in a long time. You should get out more, he teased. I know, right? Sounds like you haven't been on a trail in a while either. He shook his head. I haven't. Tater's mentioned it a couple of times, but I'm sorry to say it hasn't been my priority. He paused, flashing her a shy smile. Until now. His words appeared to be sending her signals loud and clear, but Amanda wasn't ready to listen to it, at least not without giving him the lowdown of what he was up against. The girls were safely out of earshot, happy on their horses. How long were you and your wife married? Amanda asked. 2 years. And you? Amanda shook her head. We were never married. Dylan nodded. How long were you together for? Long enough to have Colby. She studied his profile,
then looked forward again. "You're not heading for the hills like a banshee? That you weren't married? Not for me to judge." Amanda looked ahead, unseeing. "For a while, after Ryan left me, us, I tried getting back into the dating scene. Some guys were interested until I told them I have kids. Their loss." "And your gain?" she sassed. "Well now," he cleared his throat. "Yeah." Her gasp turned into a little laugh. "Truth is, I want to ask you out on a date." He blew out a breath and snuck a peek at her. She knew that, for this widower, that was a huge step for him. The words hung between them, like cloths blowing in the wind. She felt relieved. At least, it was now out in the open. She smiled, but didn't say anything, just coaxed her horse to keep going and to skirt a rabbit hole. "You're not running up the hills like a banshee," he said. "No," she smiled. "Should I?" His chest rumbled with a low laugh. "I hope not." "Can you tell me about your late wife?" she asked. "That is, if you're comfortable." He was quiet for a good long minute. Finally, he said, "I really don't talk about this with other people." She looked taken aback, a frown forming between her brows.
Chapter 26. Dylan. "But for you, I'll make an exception," Dylan finished. Amanda's expression relaxed. Dylan squinted up into the sky before looking back at Amanda. "Her name's Jess. We met in college. She grew up in a small city, Loveland it's called, by Fort Collins." Amanda nodded. "I've heard of it." "We both attended Colorado State University in Fort Collins. I couldn't decide what to study, so I dropped out, apprenticed with a locksmith, and started my own business. She was in nutrition. Her ambition was to be a chef." He paused. "Didn't need to study, if you ask me. She was a great cook." "Even while you were dating?" "No, not really," he chuckled. "So there's still hope for us culinary challenged." "Definitely. One of the first things she made for me were biscuits. They were hard as hockey pucks." Amanda laughed. "Did you eat them?" "Every single bite of that first one. I told her I was full, so I got a pass on the rest of the batch. But she seriously thought I'd love them. She kept making biscuits for me until we married. Thankfully, she got really good at making biscuits." The trees narrowed where they were heading. The girls came in and out of sight. Their conversation got quieter as the trees closed in on them, more intimate. Dylan followed Amanda under the boughs, occasionally stopping when she did to move a branch or to hold it for him. "So, anyway," he continued, "we fell in love. We were so similar, both quiet, both homebodies. Her parents wanted us to wait to marry until she was done with school, but we insisted on getting married that spring." "Tater has never mentioned her grandparents on her mom's side," Amanda observed. "We see them around Christmas time," Dylan said. "Without Jess, our relationship kind of lost the glue." "Sometimes," Amanda murmured, "relationships with living family lose that glue." "Truth," he agreed. "Anyway, we married and she got pregnant after our first wedding anniversary. The next 9 months were a dream." A ground squirrel scattered at their approach, and the pair stopped to watch it run up a tree, scolding. The creature hid in a hole. "She started going into labor the day before her due date, and I took her to the hospital," Dylan said. "She was ready to have the baby, but the medical staff said the baby wasn't dropping. They prepped her for an emergency C-section." Dylan fell into a time warp where he recalled the weirdly relaxed way that everyone had prepared Jess for surgery. The doctor's slow-mo walk to the surgery room, the nurses staying calm and collected even as his wife was dying. "I leaned over Jess before they did the C-section," Dylan said, his voice cracking, "and kissed her forehead. Everything seemed fine. Then suddenly all the machines went haywire and they called in the doctor. He said there was a blood clot and—" He couldn't speak for a moment. Amanda stopped her horse and half turned to him. In the tangled mess of pokey branches, there wasn't a lot of room to maneuver, but she sat her horse near him. They both came to a standstill. "We lost Jess," he whispered. "Tater was fine. She was perfect." "Still is," Amanda murmured. He smiled. "Agreed." Mid-afternoon, they stopped at the pool to water the horses. The girls took off their boots and plunged into the waist-deep water to cool off, laughing over how their pants were so waterlogged. Dylan and Amanda sat on rocks at the water's edge, taking their boots and socks off and poking fun at each other's pasty tan lines. Behind his smile, Dylan felt like a huge weight had been taken off his shoulders. He'd shared Jess's story before with a few dates, but not in such a complete way. Telling Amanda was like releasing a seed into the breeze. He no longer had to hold on to it to keep it safe. Where it landed, it could grow. After a bit, they put their socks and boots back on and mounted their horses. They pushed through the thicket of trees once again and rode side by side, keeping a watchful eye on the girls up ahead. "How about you?" Dylan asked Amanda. "What happened with Ryan?" "I have to start my story in high school," she said. "I was a troublemaker." "No," he said in mock disbelief. "You?" "I know, hard to imagine," she smirked. "Let's just say I lost interest in school and only went to hang out with friends. I was so hard on my poor parents. They thought for sure I would end up missing or dead. Okay, maybe that's an exaggeration, but I gave them a run for their money. Anyway, years later I met Ryan. He'd been married once before and had custody of Allie. Her birth mom gave up her rights early on. After a year dating him, I discovered I was pregnant." Amanda gave him a side glance. "Are you disgusted yet?" "No," he said truthfully. She looked away into the distance, her smile sad. "My parents were shocked, then upset, especially since I wanted to keep the baby. As soon as I told Ryan, we gave it a pathetic attempt at living together. Allie came to live with us. It didn't take long for Ryan to show his true colors. It was a big mess. The only good thing to come from this is Ryan gave up his parental rights and the judge granted me guardianship over Allie." "Just curious," he said, studying her profile. "Why did you take Allie in?" She took a deep breath. "Maybe I see myself in her. I want to give her a chance in this world. Don't we all deserve one?" They were within sight of the parking lot. In a matter of minutes, they would be back in the truck with the girls. Dylan was glad for this chance they had to talk heart to heart. "What you did took guts," he said. "Not really," Amanda said, sounding cross. "I'm the wussiest wuss there ever was." They laughed, then turned serious. As their horses came to a stop at the trailer, he reached for her hand. "You're a fighter." Taking a deep breath and squeezing his hand back, she said, "I don't have any other choice, do I?"
Chapter 27. Amanda. They arrived at Althea's B&B to pick up Colby just as the sun was setting. Dylan got out of the truck and opened Amanda's door. She couldn't look him in the eye and eased off onto the dirt lot with a little thank you. Their conversation had left her feeling vulnerable. Most of her life, her admissions would have given someone else ammunition to exploit her. She knew deep down that Dylan wasn't that kind of a guy, but she was slow to trust. They woke the girls to unload the horses and put them back into pasture. The girls hung out at the pen while Dylan and Amanda walked to the house. "Hey, Amanda," Dylan said. "Yeah? Thanks for the talk on the trail. I haven't really opened up like that to someone else." That suffocating feeling returned. Amanda wished she could be like any other woman, there for Dylan. She wished she didn't have the baggage she did, where she suspected everyone of evil intentions. "You're welcome. And thanks for telling me about yourself," Dylan continued. "It couldn't have been easy." It was getting dark, and she could make out some of his features. The rest were hidden in the shadows. She knew he was earnest, and he meant every word. But that kind of honesty wasn't for her, not at this stage in her life, anyhow. "Listen," she said, stopping in her tracks and facing him fully. He did the same.
I don't know why I told you the stuff I did. Not a lot of people knew that. I think I can trust you to keep it all just between us. Of course. I'll be honest, she confessed. I don't know if I have room right now in my life to be close to a man, even as a friend. She felt terrible, but she reminded him, you promised there wouldn't be any strings attached when you took in Cinnamon, and I'll continue to honor that. I was just hoping that... Anyway, he averted his eyes. I'll respect your wishes. Maybe if she were younger, less cynical, without 2 children who depended on her for their safety and well-being, she could open herself up to love. But not now. Also, Amanda said, I've already been thinking about Cinnamon. I would like to move him somewhere else. It might take some time, but take all the time you need. His voice was quiet and sad. Thank you. She swiveled on her boot and made her way up the porch steps and through the front door. Althea greeted them, little Colby in her arms. His face was covered with equal parts jam and other unidentifiable things, but he looked pretty happy. He let Amanda hug him before he was wriggling to get away. When she set him down, he made a beeline for a hallway around the reception counter. He's loved digging with the older kids outside this whole time, Althea said. I apologize in advance if he has sand in his diaper. He's had messier things in his diaper, Amanda assured her with a smile. I fed him a peanut butter sandwich, Althea said. Boy, did he love that. Yeah, that's his favorite. Amanda followed Colby and brought him back, wiggling in her arms. Thank you so much for watching him, she told Althea. Anytime, Althea replied with enthusiasm. He's a sweetie, and I love getting baby snuggles. Althea looked from Dylan to Amanda. Will we be seeing more of you, Amanda? Dylan and Amanda exchanged embarrassed glances. Maybe at horse shows, Amanda said. If Althea sensed any undercurrents, she wisely kept her thoughts to herself. All righty then. Althea pinched Colby's cheek. See you around, buddy. Thanks for letting us use Rube, Dylan said on his way out. She only bucked us off once. Serves you right, Althea joked back. Dylan went to get the girls while Amanda buckled Colby in his car seat. Althea's really nice, Amanda said as he drove her and Allie back to their house. Isn't she? Sheldon's one lucky cowboy to nab her. How'd they meet? Dylan told Amanda the story of how Althea moved from the city to open the B&B with Sheldon as her neighbor. Sheldon had been against her opening up a hotel, as he'd accused her of plotting. But I guess when God has plans for you, you don't buck it, Dylan said, chuckling. She opened her B&B, they fell in love, and adopted their 3 kids. What a story, Amanda said. You got other siblings? 5 brothers. There's Uncle Patrick, Tater piped up from the back seat. He's a rodeo cowboy. He's married to Aunt Winnie. Dad is the second oldest. You know, he's not married, but I think he's looking. Amanda suppressed a smile, not daring to look at Dylan. The 3rd is Uncle Sheldon. He's married to Aunt Althea. 4th is Uncle Heath. Everyone thought he'd never marry because he loves dogs a lot more. But he did marry Aunt Noelle. She sells houses. The next brother is Uncle Chandler. He's married to Aunt Darla. He makes all sorts of fun wood things, and she gets her name plastered all over town when she runs for city council. Uncle McCoy is the youngest, and he's married to Aunt Tori. He builds chicken coops. She can't cook to save her life, but she's really nice. Thank you, Tater, Dylan said, laughter lacing his voice. Yes, thank you, Amanda said, musing. That's a lot of cowboys. Aunt Winnie says the only reason my uncles haven't gotten killed yet is because of all the women. Truth, Dylan agreed. Once Dylan pulled the truck and trailer onto his property, Tater asked, Are Amanda and Allie going to stay for dinner? Dylan flicked his glance Amanda's way. It's been a long day. I'm sure they'd prefer to go home now. Do you want to go home already, Allie? Tater asked. Can we stay? Allie asked. Amanda hesitated. This was so awkward. She was ready to run away, but the girls were such innocents.
I'm sure it's hard for them to get something put together at the last minute. No problem, Tater said. We can order pizza. That's what we do here half the time. Dylan winced. Let's get the horses back in the pen, shall we? Can you girls take out the tack from the trailer? Then we'll help get the horses out. Let me talk to Amanda real quick. Once they were out of earshot of the girls, Dylan rubbed his nape. Sorry, I didn't put Tater up to it. I promise. Right, she teased. As much as I'd love to have you stay for dinner, I totally understand if you'd rather go. He looked like he was bracing himself for another rejection. Just because he was ready to date didn't mean she was. What was a harmless pizza? It would mean sitting together, getting to know each other better, letting down her defenses. She averted her eyes. It's late, and I should get Colby to bed. There was a flicker of disappointment in his eyes before he said, Of course. When he dropped her off, she gave him the barest of glances. If she hadn't made it clear yet, she hoped he would realize it this time.
Chapter 28. Dylan. After he dropped off Amanda and her kids, Dylan drove out of her driveway numb. Had he just imagined the whole thing? Would he wake from this and discover that it had all been a bad dream? He thought he had found the one to start dating again. Eventually, someone to marry and spend the rest of his life with. But obviously, he had been wrong. When you and Amanda get married, Tater said in the darkness of the cab, can Allie and I share a bedroom? Dylan glanced at her, the passing lights of cars showing the innocent sincerity on her face. She continued, It'd be fun if she could have a shelf and I could have my shelf, then trade briars. Dylan tried to think of what to say. Should he tell her the truth? Sure, she might be disappointed, but if he waited too long, she might find out from someone else, and he'd have no control over what story version someone else might give her. Tater, honey, he said as gently as he could, Amanda and I won't be getting married. Her little gasp made his heart ache, but then it was followed by her words. You mean you'll live in sin? Despite his heartache, he smiled wryly. No, sweetie, we definitely won't be doing that either. Good, Tater sounded relieved, because Grandpops wouldn't like it. No, he wouldn't. Dylan waited a few beats before continuing. Amanda and I have decided to just be friends. Technically, that was not accurate. It was Amanda's idea, and he had agreed to go along with it. Why? Dylan swallowed painfully. I'm not really sure. Tater's eyes got huge. Was it because of me? No, of course not, Dylan said quickly. She's just not ready, I guess. She frowned. Not ready for what? To date again. Tater pushed out her bottom lip. I like the idea of her being my mom, she said. Dylan nodded. He had wanted Amanda to be that and other things. Lover, friend, companion. Tears welled in her eyes. Allie won't be going to 4-H practice anymore? I think she still will, Dylan said, but pretty much only for that reason. Besides, we have Cinnamon here with us, so of course she'll come by sometimes. Tater frowned. Shouldn't Amanda be nice to you since you agreed to have Allie's horse here? That's not how it works, sweetie, Dylan said. We'll still be nice to them without expecting anything in return. Tater looked so glum his heart ached for her. What is it? He asked. All your brothers found someone. You're the only one with a kid. That might have something to do with it? Of course not. It's just that special someone hasn't come along yet for me. Once home, Dylan hugged Tater extra tightly and sent her off to get ready for bed. He walked into his bedroom, his footsteps sluggish and hollow, like his heart. His movements were mechanical. As he always did at night, he sank to his knees and placed his elbows on the bed, his hands clasped together in prayer. Dear Father in heaven, he started, thank you for... He stopped short. What exactly was he thanking him for? For getting dumped? For getting his hopes up for nothing? For being a fool thinking that he'd find true love again? Well, there was Tater, for one. Tater, who was his everything. That was all that mattered right now anyway. Thank you for Tater, for her zest in life and, yes, even her antics. Thanks for her generous heart. He paused, thinking of Amanda. Should he be thankful for her too, even though she was not interested in anything beyond friendship? Thank you for Amanda. He paused for a long moment, picturing her face, her smile, her feisty personality. Thank you for letting her into my life even for a short while, so I could catch a glimpse of happiness like Jess and I had. He continued, please bless her and her children so that they could have a good life, and so that Amanda can be happy. A deep sadness weighed him down. Perhaps she was happy already, rid of him. Perhaps she was just making up some excuse about not dating, but it was really him. He wasn't handsome, rich, or smart, fill in the blanks enough. He finished with, thank you for blessing me with a good life, Lord, and if it's your will, help me open my heart to a woman who could be a good helpmeet for me and a loving mother to my daughter. When he concluded his prayer, he went to the bathroom to brush his teeth. Afterward, he stared at his reflection. His eyes were red-rimmed and the corners of his mouth drooped. He looked haggard. Who in their right mind would want to marry him, let alone be saddled with a daughter? He flipped the light shut and walked in darkness to his empty bed. Chapter 29. Dylan. The following Sunday, he went to church as usual with his family, sitting through the service. It was a bit stifling in the church, despite the fans working overtime. Dylan tugged at his shirt collar. The heat of July continued to spike in the days, though the nights were cooler and longer, and soon they would give way to fall. It also meant the horse show would be over. Cinnamon would move away. There would be more reasons for Amanda to not come around. "Daddy," Tater whispered, "it's time to open the hymnal." "Right," he breathed out and picked up the book. After church at Pop's house, Dylan went through the motions of being with the family, eating, drinking, making small talk, all the while wishing he could be somewhere quiet by himself. Maybe fishing, hiking up the mountain, or just driving somewhere in the truck. "Hey, Dylan," someone said, clapping him on the shoulder. "You okay?" He looked up to see his younger brother Sheldon studying him with his usual mild expression. "Sure," Dylan lied. "Want to step out to the porch?" Sheldon suggested. "Get some fresh air?" Dylan caught Althea watching him amidst the commotion of a crowded dining room of cowboys, wives, and kids. Dylan had an inkling what his brother wanted to talk to him about and decided not to fight it. "I suppose." As soon as they stepped out, the sulfuric smell of skunk from somewhere nearby hit Dylan hard. Otherwise, the evening was about country perfect. Cool breeze, quiet, just a smattering of bugs. He shut the door after him. "Did Althea put you up to this?" Dylan asked. "Now why would she do that?" Sheldon asked. "Okay, she might have mentioned something recently to me. Talk to that brother of yours," she said. "There's nothing to talk about," Dylan said. "So you're just moping around for no reason?" "Who's moping?" "It was very obvious even to me at church, and I sleep through most of it. I mean, it took Althea elbowing me to see it, but you looked like a locksmith who couldn't get into his house." "Nice, Sheldon." Sheldon shoved his hands in his jean pockets. "Althea told me that you're seeing a woman." "If she means Amanda, we're not dating. Never have." "But what about the trail ride?" "We'd taken Tater and her daughter. That's not a date." "Fair enough. But you did do something with her, right?" "She comes to my house and brings her daughter Allie so I can help Allie train her horse, the one Pops gave her. Let me guess. You've fallen in love with her." Dylan looked up at the slew of stars in the sky. "Maybe I have, but it's hopeless. She says she doesn't feel ready to date right now." Sheldon stared at him. "And you gave up, just like that?" Raking his fingers through his hair, Dylan made an impatient sound. "Come on, Sheldon, it's not like I have a choice." "Sure you do. It's called making a grand gesture. I wouldn't put it past you that you had advised one of us about that once." "I obviously didn't know what I was talking about," Dylan said. "Even Tater pointed out to me that I'm the only one not married in our family." "That doesn't make you a loser," Sheldon countered. "Just maybe slow." "Thanks. I guess that's better. Seriously now, I hear that Tater's hosting a sleepover in Pop's trailer the night before the horse show." "And?" "If one of the ladies invites Amanda to come, you could accidentally stop by." Right, that wouldn't be obvious at all. Sheldon shook his head. The point is, you and her could spend some time together. They could set it up. The key is to make yourself desirable by bringing pizza. Dylan rolled his eyes. Ever since he became a locksmith, his brothers could never resist puns on his profession. Pizza, huh? Pizza always works when I need to butter up 𝗵𝗲, Sheldon claimed. Because all you know to cook is boiling water, Dylan countered. Hey, that still takes some skill. Sheldon put an arm around Dylan's shoulders. So, will you take up the challenge and unlock Amanda's heart? Thanks for all the unsolicited advice, Dylan said, shoving Sheldon away. And the bad jokes. Sheldon grinned. You can pick my brain anytime.
Chapter 30. Amanda. Amanda was grateful for her sunglasses. She could hide her emotions behind them. Since she'd friend-zoned Dylan, they'd somehow made things work. She took Allie to his ranch weekly to practice on Cinnamon and Daisy. That was all it was, a practice, nothing else. Amanda brought a camp chair and Colby's stroller, but she mostly chased after her toddler as he wandered the area near the arena. She finally bought him a tiny pair of cowboy boots so that he wouldn't get foxtails on his poor little feet. Dylan worked with the girls, teaching them skills in a deep voice that she pretended no longer affected her. The next practice, after Amanda's conversation with Dylan, Tater had stared at her long and hard with a hint of hurt in her eyes. Amanda suspected that Dylan told his daughter about them. If Allie noticed anything different between her and Dylan, she didn't say anything. Amanda fought off the guilt that occasionally came over her. She was doing the best thing for her little family, wasn't she? After practices, they said their goodbyes. Nothing prolonged, definitely no intimate conversations standing on the porch as the sun set. No invitations to dinner at his place or hers, which was good. It was easier that way. This way, she and the kids got home early and got to bed at a reasonable time. Not dating Dylan was one of the best decisions she'd made in a long time. The week before the horse show, Amanda's phone rang. The caller introduced herself as Winnie, Tater's aunt, who was married to Dylan's older brother, Patrick. I was wondering if you and Allie would like to join us on a sleepover at the arena the night before the horse show, Winnie said. We'll be sleeping in a camping trailer. Allie's already planning on going, Amanda confirmed. Allie and Tater had talked about this for the past 2 weeks. Amanda had given her permission. Yes, she told me, Winnie said, and that's great. I just thought it would be fun to have you come so we could get to know you. Amanda thought of Allie and how their relationship seemed to be thawing out since they started doing 4-H. Maybe this sleepover could help things along. You know what? She told Winnie. I would love to go. You don't mind if I bring the baby, do you? Not at all, Winnie said, looking forward to it. After she hung up, Amanda felt a tight knot in her stomach. She was already regretting making friendly overtures toward a family she would never be a part of. But it would be worth it to make memories with Allie.
Chapter 31. Dylan. Dylan knocked on Pop's fifth-wheel trailer door. Here goes, he muttered. Who is it? Came Amanda's voice. His hands got clammy all of a sudden. Pizza! The door opened further and he found himself face to face with Amanda, who stood backlit in the hallway. Hi, he said. She blinked a couple of times. Hi. She was wearing a pair of cute Hello Kitty pajamas, her hair loosely braided over her shoulder. I didn't know you're a Hello Kitty fan, he said. I'm not, she said, her lips twitching. It was on sale at the store. It was either Hello Kitty or Spider-Man. I'm surprised you didn't choose Spider-Man, he said. Her eyes gleamed with amusement. Where's the pizza? In my truck, he quipped, then immediately groaned. Sorry, that sounded like a pickup line. Oh, that's bad, she said, shaking her head. Can you wait here a minute? He asked. She crossed her arms over her chest. A minute. I'll go so fast I'll leave scorch marks on the ground. Go, she said. You're wasting your minute. He came back with 3 pizza boxes. She leaned forward and closed her eyes. Smells so good. He felt a jolt as she opened her eyes and gave him a dazzling smile. How are you? He asked. She smirked. I'm as fine as I was when we practiced at your ranch this week. We never really get a chance to talk during practice, he explained. He left out the part that she always seemed to avoid talking to him. There were sounds coming from inside the trailer. Daddy, Tater said, barreling into his arms. From behind Amanda, Winnie reached over and opened the box. Pizza, yum! What do you say we make an exception to the no boys allowed rule, Tater, Winnie said, and have your dad join us. We need another person to play speed. Dylan glanced at Amanda, then back at Winnie. I don't want to be a nuisance. You, a nuisance? Winnie chuckled. No chance of that. You're too nice. Yep, he was king of niceness. Stay, Daddy, Tater said, pulling Dylan inside. As he passed Amanda, he flashed her a helpless smile. She stepped back and looked mildly amused. He took that as a good sign. The rest of the girls in the sleepover had gathered in the dining area across from the kitchenette. Tammy greeted him with a loud hello as she finished giving 𝗹𝗲 a pedicure. Allie looked up from drawing in a notebook and smiled. At least they weren't tying a quilt or, heaven forbid, watching one of those rom-com movies. In his defense, he'd been recruited far too many times into quilting parties by 𝗹𝗲. 𝗹𝗲 gestured to the basket of treats on the kitchen counter with the invitation to help himself. Dylan thanked her and got out a package of peanut butter cups. Why don't you and Amanda play together as a team? Winnie said, looking wide-eyed and innocent. So that was how Dylan ended up sitting beside Amanda in fairly close quarters. Someone went over the game rules for his benefit, but he frankly wasn't following. He was only aware of his leg sitting next to Amanda's and how easily he could put his arm over her shoulder. For the next few hands, they lost and won some. Midway through, Amanda put a tired Colby to bed in a playpen in the bedroom she would share with him. Tater asked Allie if she wanted to watch a movie on the roof. On the roof? Allie said. Really? Uncle Patrick had Uncle Chandler rig it so we could put up a speaker and screen, Tater explained. Winnie rolled her eyes. That's so Patrick could watch rodeo videos when we're on the road. From his old life, thank goodness. Anyway, she walked down the hallway of the trailer to the door. Feel free to bring a blanket and please, please be careful climbing up. Dylan and Amanda were the last ones who followed after Winnie. Dylan helped Amanda out of the dining table bench. Thanks, she said. That was kind of a tight fit. Dylan continued to hold her hand. She had pushed him away, but now she was here, her hand soft in his, in that cute Hello Kitty pair of pajamas. She raised her face to his, and their gazes drifted to each other's lips. A tug pulled at him, and he wanted, more than anything else, to kiss her. Would she let him? Was he crazy enough to try? A little cry came from the direction of the bedroom. Amanda jumped at the sound and nearly crashed into the sink. I have to check on Colby, she said, pushing past him. Go on up, I'll follow. Dylan joined the others on the trailer roof and took up a spot in the back so he wouldn't block anyone with his height. He leaned his back against one of the 2 remaining unspoken-for beanbags and slipped under a fleece blanket. The light breeze felt cool. While the girls squabbled about what horse movie to watch, Winnie came over to him. Where's Amanda? She asked. Checking on Colby. I thought for sure you'd scared her off, Winnie said. By the way, you're welcome. For what? He asked. Do you even need to ask, Dylan? 𝗹𝗲 said from a row ahead. For making an exception so you can be with us. Now it's up to you to make the most of this. Thank you, Dylan said. Not sure Amanda's feeling the same way. Give her time, 𝗹𝗲 said. And reasons to take you back, Winnie added, giving him a stern look. There was a sound of someone climbing up the ladder to the roof of the trailer. Winnie put her finger to her lips. When Amanda appeared, she told her, Watch your steps at the side there, don't trip. There's room in the back by Dylan.
Chapter 32. Amanda. Amanda held onto the side rail on top of the trailer and hesitated. Winnie had confirmed Amanda's suspicions that this was a matchmaking attempt, and she was determined not to fall for it. "I'll just sit by the girls," she said. But there was only room for Tater, Tammy, and Allie in front, and for Winnie and Althea in the middle section. For one split second, Amanda considered heading back down and going to bed early, but she would have sounded like a prude. What was the harm in sitting in the back near Dylan? It wasn't like she was going to sit on his lap or anything. The thought made her blush, and she was grateful it was dark. She gingerly made her way back there and discovered there was only one blanket. "Great. You can have all of the blanket," Dylan said as the movie started on the makeshift movie screen. Could Winnie and Althea not get any more obvious than they had been? Amanda eyed the beanbag and blanket that Dylan was sitting under and winced. This was a setup, if ever there was one. "You can have the blanket," Dylan said, starting to peel it off him. "No, it's fine," she said. "I'll be okay without one." Dylan raised an eyebrow, but didn't argue. Amanda squeezed in the remaining space next to Dylan, trying to ignore the unruly sensation spurred by her body against his. She sat with her back to the other beanbag. A stiff breeze blew cold, surprising for a summer night. Here, though, there was no windbreak, and that could account for that. With her arms breaking out in goosebumps, she reconsidered her situation. She could go back downstairs and get the blanket she'd brought, but it would have meant crawling past everyone, going down the ladder, then reversing all the steps. The thought was exhausting, plus the movie was starting. She resorted to sitting at a half recline, trying to arch away from Dylan, when he whispered, "Don't be stubborn, I'm sharing the blanket." He made good on his promise, peeling back the soft fleece blanket and tucking her securely against him. She could hardly focus on the movie. All she was aware of was her body all aflame at his nearness. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment. The movie was Spirit. Amanda wondered if Allie had something to do with that pick. She was obsessed with that movie. As Amanda half sat, half lay on the beanbag, the excitement of the day caught up with her. She'd gotten up early to clean houses, helped Allie get ready for the horse show, chased after an active Colby, gotten groceries, and now, here she was, practically cuddling with Dylan. Regardless, it felt good to stretch her spine and her tired legs. She yawned and burrowed deeper into the warmth of the blanket. The movie faded, then came into clearer focus. She yawned again. On the movie screen, Spirit was being trained in a pen. He refused to be conquered. She knew what would happen next. He would give in. The words echoed in Amanda's mind. Give in, give in, give in. Sleep sounded so good. With one final yawn, her eyes drifted shut. There were voices around her, horse neighs from the movie, and then, no more. The next time she opened her eyes, she was looking at an amazing swirl of colors against a wash of blue. Blinking, she realized that this was the sky at sunrise. It was freezing out, and her back was flush against someone muscular. Dylan had her body spooned tightly against him. How long had she been lying here in his arms? Where were the others? Most importantly, who was taking care of Colby? She snuck a glance over her shoulder at Dylan, whose eyes opened. "Good morning," he said, his voice pleasantly rough. She forced herself to look away from his appealing, rumpled state. "Why didn't you wake me up?" she asked. "You were so tired," he said in a sleepy voice. "I didn't have the heart." "Well, you should have." She sprang into a sitting position. "I need to check on Colby." "It's okay," he reassured her. "Tammy's watching him. She said she knows what to feed him." Amanda relaxed a little and checked her watch. It was only 6:15. Another wave of panic hit her. "I need to help Allie get ready." "Winnie and Althea are helping the girls." "How come you have an answer for everything?" she asked, exasperated. "Because," he drawled, "this isn't my first rodeo." Somehow she sensed that he wasn't just referring to the horse show that day. Was he referring to horse shows? Dating? A relationship? A sleepover on the top of a trailer? Her brain was still waking up. and she watched with alarm as he reached over and pulled the sheet over their heads. "What are you doing?" she asked, scandalized. "Don't you dare kiss me." "Do you mean that?" he asked softly. "Let me go." "I'm not holding you," he said. "You're free to go." "On one condition." "What?" "Don't let Pops see me." "Pops?" She blinked in confusion. "Your father?" "Yes." Panic laced his voice. "Hear that? He's down below." Sure enough, Amanda could hear Pop saying, "Good luck with the show today, girls." "So?" Amanda hissed. "Why are we hiding under this sheet?" "Pops is very old-fashioned. He would be upset if he saw you and me lying here under this blanket." Amanda almost burst out laughing. This grown cowboy was scared of his father finding out he'd slept under the stars under the same blanket as a woman. But when she caught the genuine expression of alarm in his eyes, she stifled her smile. "I don't get why that should worry you," Amanda whispered. "I don't want Pops to get the wrong impression," Dylan explained. "He might think I was taking advantage of you." "But you did," she pointed out. "You let me sleep under this blanket, and you didn't move away." Dylan gave her a sheepish grin. "It was late. I fell asleep myself midway through the movie." An imp sat on her shoulder. "You might as well earn his wrath." His eyes grew round. "Meaning?" Her eyes fell to his lips. "I mean, if you're caught under a blanket with a lady, you might as well be caught kissing." His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. "Are you saying—" She nodded, moving even closer until their lips were just an inch away. "Too bad I'm not a lady," she grinned. Amidst his groan, she threw the cover off her head and found herself staring right into Pop's blue eyes. He was standing on the ladder, half his body visible from where she was sitting, on a beanbag, under a blanket, with his grown son.
Chapter 33. Dylan. "Well, hello there, young lady," Pops greeted Amanda. Dylan, still covered by the other half of the sheet, didn't dare move a muscle. "Hello," Amanda replied, sounding extra cheerful. "I hope you don't mind me intruding on your sleep," Pop said, "but I need to fix the swamp cooler. We're expecting some pretty hot temperatures today." Amanda flicked a glance at Dylan through a narrow opening near his head. He mouthed, "Not now." He had a sinking feeling in his gut when she smirked. "I don't mind," she said. "Go right ahead. Do you need a hand?" "Why, that's nice of you to offer. I think I've got it. Did you sleep good?" "Like a log," she said. "I have my handy-dandy body pillow right here." She punched Dylan's arm through the sheet. Dylan grimaced. So, she was having fun at his expense, was she? He snuck a peek down the length of her leg. His arm was resting real close to it. He moved his hand ever so slightly and tickled her leg. Amanda let out a little scream. "What's wrong?" Pops asked. "Nothing," she said, moving her leg away from Dylan. "I think there might be a bug or something under my sheet." "A bug, huh? Well, I'll be darned. You might want to check for scorpions. True story. One time we were camping and we found scorpions when we were shaking out our sleeping bags." "That's terrible." "And then another time." Pops launched into a long, convoluted story about how a snake had gotten into someone's flip-flop while camping, and how Mom stepped on the snake so she was screaming and spilled that night's supper on the dirt. Dylan's eyes were glazing over at Pops' story he'd heard a million times. Meanwhile, he had an itch starting on the tip of his nose. Just a small one. He could barely feel it. Under normal circumstances, he would have scratched his nose. He wiggled it, and that brought some relief. But then it came back, even itchier than before. He wiggled his nose even more so. Amanda was watching him past the edge of the sheet, looking like she was thoroughly enjoying his plight. She reached over and rubbed the tip of his nose. Ah, that felt good. He raised puppy eyes of gratitude to her, only to develop another itch. Not on the outside, but on the inside of his nose this time. A sneeze so big was coming on, he just knew it. He considered moving his hand, but he really couldn't. The sneeze was building up like a wave far from shore, gaining speed and strength, getting bigger and bigger until all his senses were filled with this overwhelming need to relieve himself of the sneeze. Amanda pinched Dylan's nose. He clamped his lips shut and the sneeze stalled out. The sensation spread through his face and into his closed mouth instead. She took her hand off his nose and he smiled. Except the sneeze came back like a hurricane that had been building up on land, faster and stronger and bigger than ever. Achoo! Came Dylan's sneeze. Holy cow, Pop said, accompanied by the sound of clanging metal, like he dropped a tool. That was quite a sneeze. Amanda sniffled and laughed. I know, sorry. Funny, that sounded so much like how my son Dylan sneezes. Always scares the dickens out of babies. Metal clanged like tools were being dropped in a container. Well, there you have it. I got her done. Oh, good, Amanda said. There was a sound of boots scrunching on the trailer roof, of Pop starting to come down the ladder. Oh, and Dylan? Pop said. Bless you. Minutes later, Dylan found Pops at his truck, putting away his toolbox. Hey, Pops, can we talk? Pops looked over his shoulder and moved his toolbox so he could be turned sideways to Dylan. This'll be interesting. Dylan shoved his hands in his pockets. You knew this whole time I was up there? Pop smirked. It was laughably obvious. Why didn't you just call me out? Because I wanted you to squirm, Pops chuckled. Besides, it's not my job to keep you honest. It was stupid, Dylan lamented. I told Amanda I didn't want you to know because you'd get mightily bothered. By you and Amanda sharing a sheet under the stars? Pop shrugged. Not my business. Dylan's jaw dropped open. But you used to chew out anyone in our family. I remember Patrick, for example, who got themselves in situations with a girl. Pops lifted a small ball hammer and inserted a wrench under it. I've come to peace with it, I think. You're grown men. You'll do what you want. Pop straightened the tools. I'm not bothered so much that you would have a girl under sheets, but more like I want my sons to respect women. Dylan nodded. I hear you, Pops, and I do. There's another reason I didn't put up a fuss right away, Pop said. Oh, yeah? Dylan studied his father, his gleaming eyes a giveaway. What? I didn't want to scare away Amanda. I like her a lot. For you. You do? Sure. She's sweet but no pushover. Just taking that child in says a lot about her character. I want my grandchildren to have a mother like that. Sorry to say, Dylan said, his words laced with regret. Nothing will come of it. Pops frowned. I'm confused. I just saw you two sharing a sleeping space. Yes, Dylan said, but nothing happened. We aren't anything. That whole situation came about because she fell asleep midway through last night's movie, and I did too. Just give it some time. We're not dating, Pops. Dylan's voice turned dull. She said she isn't ready for a relationship. She didn't say forever, did she? No, but I can't keep pestering her. Pops pressed the clasp of the toolbox shut and pushed it toward the side of the truck bed. I wouldn't give up if I were you. I don't know what else to say to convince her to give me a chance. Actions speak louder than words. When she's ready, she'll come around. You might just need to find the right key to fit the lock. Dylan hoped Pops was right.
Chapter 34. Amanda. Dylan gave Amanda a sheepish smile as he approached his horse trailer, where Daisy and Cinnamon were tied up. Tammy was helping Tater braid Daisy's mane. Allie was helping corral the tiny rubber bands. In Amanda's arms, Colby was drinking milk from his baba. Amanda asked Dylan, "Need a tissue?" "I'm good," he said, grinning. They stood to the side, watching the girls for a minute. Amanda leaned close and whispered, "What did Pop say?" "He told me he's cutting me off his will." "Really?" she asked, her eyes round. "Just fooling." Amanda stuck her tongue out at him and turned away. "You're such a jokester." Dylan deadpanned. "Actually, I'm not." Amanda rolled her eyes, which got him laughing. Colby cooed and clapped his hands. "What's so funny over here?" Winnie asked as she strolled toward them. "Dylan just admitted he's not funny," Amanda explained. And it is so true. When she saw that Winnie was confused, Amanda waved her hand and giggled some more. Winnie looked from Dylan to Amanda and back, looking mighty pleased. She turned to the 4-H'ers. "How's it coming along, girls?" "Good," Tater said. "Almost done." Allie nodded and did one more brushing of Cinnamon's mane. When they finished, they stepped away so that everyone could admire their handiwork. Between getting a bath the night before and having their mane brushed and braided, Daisy and Cinnamon looked like $1,000,000. The girls looked lovely too. Tater had her usual grin on, while Allie was positively glowing. "Enjoying yourself, kiddo?" Amanda asked Allie. "Yeah," Allie said. "A little nervous, too." "That's normal," Amanda reassured her. "I feel that same way when I'm trying something hard." Allie soaked this in for a minute. "I just hope Cinnamon will behave." Amanda gave her a brief hug. "I hope so, too." Althea arrived bearing a baking pan of gooey homemade cinnamon rolls. The girls ate a roll each before they had to go take a test involving 50 questions about their 4-H horse handbook. After a half hour, the kids, groaning that the test was so hard, migrated back to the trailer to get ready for halter. Melissa came around and gave the girls pointers. "Make sure you smile for the judge and always come to a stop between movements around your horse. Don't look back at the horse when you're leading her to the judge. Face forward, cluck to your horse if you need to, then trot her." The girls' eyes were glazing over. Amanda decided they needed an intervention. "Thanks, Melissa," Amanda said. "They've got plenty to chew on. Why don't we give them some space?" Melissa lifted her chin and swiveled away in a huff. "Way to tell her off," Winnie said. "She's a little too intense." Since the girls were in the same division, but sharing a horse for the regular division, Tater was put in as one of the first entries, while Allie was placed toward the last third. Tater showed her horse with pride, her adorable little face glowing. She got a red ribbon, which was the equivalent of second place. Tater exited the gate with a wide grin. Dylan met her just outside the gate and put an arm around her shoulder. For a long moment, Amanda stared at the pair. He was such a great dad to Tater. Winnie, who was standing next to Amanda, jabbed her with an elbow. "Nothing more attractive than a man who's good to his kid." "Excuse me?" Amanda said, flustered to be caught staring. "Dylan's quite a catch, isn't he?" Amanda nodded. "No sense being coy. He is. You know he's in love with you, don't you?" "He's not said anything like that to me," Amanda protested. "Besides, he could have his pick of women." "Why do you say that? You're beautiful, you're a good mom, and you're fearless." Dylan was coming over with Tater and Daisy, so further conversation with Winnie came to a stop. But she replayed the conversation in her mind. Allie's turn eventually came. She looked white as a sheet, obviously terrified. Her eyes scanned the gate and the arena before shifting to Amanda in panic. Suddenly, one of the kids who helped as steward to the judges came running up to Allie. Amanda approached so she could hear too. "I'm sorry," he said, "but the rules in the handbook says you can't share a horse in the show." Amanda frowned. "Since when?" He shrank back. "Since the handbook was written long ago?" Allie looked devastated. Amanda fumed and looked around for Melissa. Maybe she could help sort it out. Melissa had a malicious glint in her eyes. Amanda had a sinking suspicion she was behind this. Handing Colby to Allie, she marched over to Melissa. "Why did you wait to tattle on this rule now, of all times?" Amanda said. "I warned you a while back, remember?" Melissa said, jutting her chin out. "I only confirmed it today when I was going over the handbook to check on a rule, and there it was, plain as day. No riders could share a horse." "But we've had others break the rule before," Dylan said, joining the fray. Tater, who had come along with him, looked upset too. "So," Melissa countered,
That was in the past. Now we can't pretend to not know the rule.
That's it, Dylan said with an edge to his voice. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Some leader you are, Melissa.
Melissa darted a glance at Allie. She was trouble from the very start. Better luck next year. Tater stepped up. I quit the club, she said.
Atta girl, Tater, Dylan said, putting his arm around her shoulder.
Melissa opened her mouth like a fish. You can't quit now.
We need your red ribbon to push us over the top of a new season record.
Tough, Dylan said. We're forming our own club. Tater nodded firmly. Allie's a member of our club, too. Melissa pressed her lips together and walked off in a huff. Allie, still clearly upset from the earlier debacle, got Cinnamon ready for halter.
You've got this, Amanda said. Dylan added, remember how you'd practiced?
When Allie nodded, Amanda and Dylan walked her down to the gate, where she was supposed to wait with Cinnamon. Cinnamon must have sensed Allie's nerves because he started prancing around, just as the judge turned to signal that Allie could move forward. Allie did her best, but Cinnamon hung back a few times. Once standing in front of the judge, Cinnamon sidestepped here and there.
Behave, Cinnamon, Amanda said under her breath, her hands clasped hopefully under her chin. Don't lose your head now, horse, Dylan said.
When it was all over, Allie returned with a white ribbon placing third. You'd have thought she'd gotten a red ribbon as wide as she was smiling. Dylan and Amanda welcomed Allie back with hugs and congratulations and led Cinnamon back to the trailer. On the way, Tater met them looking upset. I was just told I have a minute to get ready for equitation, she said. We need to hurry. It was all chaos for a good minute, trying to change Daisy's riding halter and bit. Tater wanted to have her wear something different for the next event. She was so in a hurry, the halter snapped. Tater looked at the broken leather and burst into tears. Allie came over to try to console her, but Tater turned on her. It's your fault this happened, Tater said, sobbing. If I hadn't had to share Daisy with you, I wouldn't have had to rush through this. I wish I'd never said yes. Allie turned shocked eyes to Amanda before she ran off across the grounds. Everyone stood around, stunned. I'll go find her, Winnie said before leaving to follow Allie. In a quiet but firm voice, Dylan told Tater, That's no way to talk to your friend, Tater. Please apologize to Allie when she comes back. Tater's eyes flashed. Why do you always side with her, Daddy? Is it to get on Amanda's good side? Dylan looked pained. No, he shook his head slowly. That's not the reason. It's because I raised you better than that. Tater's face crumpled. Amanda felt so sorry for her, this little kid who was well within her rights to have a meltdown. She'd worked so hard for this. Dylan opened his arms, but Tater ran off the other direction. Dylan followed after her without a backward glance at Amanda. There was a tap on her shoulder. Winnie was back. I found Allie in the trailer. She's asking for you. Winnie looked at Colby. Want me to hold the baby? Allie was lying on a bed curled up, her cheeks stained with tears. Beside her lay her notebook, several pages torn up into pieces. Hey, Amanda said. The pain on Allie's face broke Amanda's heart. She climbed next to her and lay down, stroking Allie's hair away from her face. Oh, sweetie, Tater hates me, Allie whispered. She got mad, yes, Amanda said, but she doesn't hate you. I made her break her halter. It's easy to break things when you're in a hurry, Amanda said. Once, when I had it in my head to bake a cake for a friend, I took it with me in my wagon. I was so in a hurry, I bounced the wagon on a speed bump and the cake crashed all over. In the heat of the moment, I blamed it on my friend. Allie sniffled. Were you able to save it? Nope, but my dogs had a heyday. A smile broke through all that sadness. Amanda patted her arm. What do you say we go out there and cheer your friend on? She probably doesn't want me to be her friend, Allie said, her shoulder curving in. I bet she still does. Amanda gestured toward the door with her head. Come on.
Chapter 35. Dylan. Dylan turned at Amanda's approach. Walking beside her was a subdued Allie. He'd realized his folly. He'd been blind to Tater's needs. Tater was his daughter, and she needed him to be on her side. As much as he wanted to date Amanda, he would put Tater's feelings ahead of his. "How's Tater?" Amanda asked, putting her hand on his arm. He tried to be subtle about it, but when he moved away, her eyes flashed. She let her hand fall away. "She's fine," he said. "She got another red ribbon for barrels." "That's great," Allie said. "I need to tell her congratulations." She went off in search of Tater. "I talked to Pops," Dylan told Amanda. "I asked him if he would board Cinnamon for now, and he said yes. He doesn't expect any payment." Amanda's eyes told him how she felt. Disappointed, angry, hurt. "Isn't that what you wanted?" he asked, confused. "Sure," she shrugged. "I just didn't expect to be kicked to the curb at the horse show." "Kicked to the curb?" He frowned. "That's not what I'm doing." "Sure." Her eyes fixed on his. "Allie just got rejected by a whole slew of people today, by Melissa and even your daughter Tater. And somehow you think breaking this news now will help her? I wish we'd never had that birthday party at your place so you couldn't feed Allie with horse dreams that she couldn't properly have." "At least we both agree on one thing," he said through gritted teeth. "Oh?" She arched an eyebrow. "And what is that?" "Wishing that we hadn't met." His words hung and spun between them like shards of glass, fragile and deadly. He had thrown those words at her in a fit of temper, and now he couldn't take them back. For a moment her eyes filled with tears. Blinking, she straightened up. "I wish I'd seen your true colors back then," she spat out. "Nice. Ugh, such a joke." She marched off, shoving his shoulder as she bulldozed past him.
Chapter 36. Amanda. Amanda walked across the grounds past Melissa and her club's mean kids to find Allie. It turned out she was going through her own spat with Tater, who reportedly had rebuffed her overtures of reconciliation. "It's you and me, kid," she said to herself as she escorted Allie to the covered pavilion, where the test results and club prizes would be given out. On their way there, Amanda saw Dylan's tall figure and kept her face averted. Why had their friendship come to that? Oh, right, because that's how every relationship ended in her life. A failure, a loss, broken trust. She should have known. They sat behind Melissa's club, the mean kids crowing about how they were going to get the most club points this year. Ethan bragged that he was sure he would get the top prize for the test. He'd gotten first place 3 years in a row. Amanda endured a half hour of Melissa's club racking up the points for most of the events. The MC eventually announced it was time to reveal who placed in the top 3 of the test. "Third goes to Gretchen Ruby of the Rowdy Rider Club," he said. There were boos and hisses that seemed to be all in fun, but Amanda realized they were serious about it, Melissa's club mainly being the ones who dished them out. "Second place goes to Ethan of the Mavericks." Ethan stood, looking shocked to get such a lowly placement. As he walked back to his group, there seemed to be an angry cloud above his head. "And now for the first prize," the MC said. "Not only does this person get a gift card for tack at the hardware store, but they will also get this prize." He held up a light wicker basket, plus bonus points toward the team. "The winner is Allie of the as yet unnamed club." "Way to go, Allie!" Amanda shouted as she went to get her prize. Her gaze locked with Dylan's across the room before skittering away. The MC then made the last announcement. "Overall, the club with the most points is the Rowdy Rider Club." Amidst all the outrage of the row ahead of theirs, Ethan groused about how they could have won overall had he gotten first place at the test. Amanda and Allie exchanged amused glances. An hour later, with the awards concluded, Colby was so done for the day. He threw a screaming fit all the way to Dylan's trailer. Amanda remembered that Dylan would need to drive the horses home in his trailer. Amanda craned her neck to look, and she could see Tater and Dylan making their way back to the covered pavilion. She turned away, trying to decide how she would treat them. She noticed then that Allie had mounted and unsaddled Cinnamon, who was still tied up at the trailer. Cinnamon swung his rear to the left, then to the right, acting restless. "You'd better put on a helmet when you're on the horse," Amanda told Allie. "I'm getting off," Allie said. As she said these words, Cinnamon neighed. Allie clutched at his mane as he threw his rear legs out and his bum in the air, throwing her off like a rag doll. "Allie!" Amanda gasped out. She was on the ground, lying on her back, her legs and arms splayed around her. Her eyes shut, skin pale, her breathing shallow. "Somebody call an ambulance, please," Amanda cried. "They're on their way," someone said. A man came over who said he was an EMT and a volunteer firefighter. Amanda sat in shock as she watched this Good Samaritan check Allie's vitals. Her eyes fluttered open, though unseeing. Amanda clutched at her hand and sobbed with relief. Someone, Amanda thought it was Althea, offered to take care of Colby. Numb, she nodded. When the ambulance came, Amanda was vaguely aware of a deep voice telling everyone to move away and to give them room. Allie was eventually strapped onto a gurney and wheeled into the back of the ambulance. They motioned for Amanda to join them. As she climbed in and turned, she looked out the open doorway. Dylan was watching, along with the crowd, as the doors to the ambulance were shut, his expression filled with concern.
Chapter 37. Dylan. 343, Daddy, Tater said, tugging at his hand. "There it is." Dylan and Tater were walking down a hospital hallway, trying to find Allie's room number. Dylan was aware they were taking a risk coming over, but he had to at least try. After being apprised of the situation, Pops offered to take the horses back to his property for now until things calmed down. On the truck ride over, Tater had sobbed. "I'm the worst friend in the world. What if she dies, Daddy?" "They checked her out before they took her here," Dylan reassured her. "I think they just wanted to take some tests and make sure her head is okay." When they arrived at the hospital room door, it was slightly open. Dylan pushed it open further, revealing a sleeping Allie with a bandage around her forehead and an IV tube to her arm. On a love seat along the window, Amanda was also asleep. "I'll go over to Allie," Tater said. "Don't wake her up," Dylan suggested. "Let her rest. I'll talk to Amanda." Tater nodded and sat in the chair next to the bed. Dylan walked over to the love seat and stared down at Amanda, affection washing over him. She looked so exhausted and vulnerable and beautiful. He knelt beside her and ran his finger over her cheek. Her eyes fluttered, blinked, then focused. As though in a dream, Dylan watched her face light up and her arms circle his neck, pulling him down for a kiss. Dylan was so shocked he didn't respond at first. When the shock wore off, he eagerly kissed her back. She was warm and soft and fragrant. Her hands buried themselves in his hair while his hand pulled her head closer so they could deepen the kiss. "Well, hello," he said when they finally surfaced. She smiled. "Hello." "You can kiss me any time," he said, "but to be honest, I hadn't expected that." "While I was waiting for the ambulance to come, I had a moment of inspiration." She planted a soft peck on his lips, and he would have kissed her some more, but she shook her head. "Hear me out first." "Okay," he said, trying hard to not be impatient. "First of all, I owe you an apology. I really don't regret having you throw a birthday party for Allie." "And I was stupid for saying I wish I'd never met you," he said, holding her even more fiercely. "I know," she said, her whole being at peace. "Anyway, as I was saying about the ambulance, you know how I got to ride in it?" "Yeah?" "I got talking to the medics for a minute. They told me if there's anything they've learned in life, it was to go after what makes you truly happy, so you won't have any regrets. They'd heard far too many people in that ambulance express a wish that they could turn back the hands of time and make peace with people they'd wronged or who had wronged them." She paused. "I think it's time for me to make peace with my family." And you. He searched her eyes. So, you're willing to go on a date with me? She smiled. What do you think? Daddy, Tater said excitedly. She's waking up. Dylan and Amanda came over to Allie's bedside. As Allie realized who was there, she gave them a tentative smile. I'm so sorry, Tater told Allie. Will you forgive me? No, I was the one who messed you up, Allie said. I'm sorry. Dylan and Amanda held hands while the two girls hugged. What will we do about Cinnamon? Amanda asked Dylan. Please, Allie said. I want him still. But he just bucked you off, Allie. Amanda tried to reason. It was me. I should have been wearing a helmet. When he's tied up, he gets nervous, so of course he would do that. How about you get better first before we make decisions? Amanda suggested.
Chapter 38. Amanda. Are you nervous? Amanda asked Dylan as he opened the door to the truck 3 Sundays later. It was mid-September, and the leaves were turning the colors of autumn in the mountains. A little, he said. I mean, you're only meeting my family, she teased. They'd been pretty much inseparable since the horse show, and things had progressed between them in many exciting and scary ways. Mostly exciting, Amanda had to tell herself often. Because Dylan was a catch, that much she couldn't deny. Are you nervous? He asked. She grimaced, like you wouldn't believe. Colby was in his car seat, and the girls sat on either side of him. Amanda had explained where they were going to Allie earlier that morning. Under that silent facade, Allie kept her opinions to herself. Or so Amanda thought. Can we ask them about your Breyer models? Allie had asked. You have too much horse on your brain, Amanda teased her, but yes, I can ask them. Tater, bless her heart, chatted for all of them, making a running commentary on all the farm animals along the way. Dylan drove the truck to the east side of town, where the city abutted the foothills, until a familiar white picket fence came into Amanda's view. Everything was as she remembered it. The huge red barn in the back, chickens out loose, Dad's old Subaru station wagon, even that sign over the front porch that said, Welcome home. The phone call home was awkward, as was to be expected. Mom answered, and Amanda almost couldn't get the words out. She was tempted to say what had prompted her to reconcile, but that would all have to wait later. Finally, she said, Hi, Mom. It's Amanda, and spent the next minute or two waiting for Mom to pull herself together. They blundered through the call until Mom got around to inviting Amanda and her little family to Sunday dinner. Grit and his wife pulled in just then, his grin broad as he was tall. He clambered out of his truck, helped Natalia out, and came up to them. Hey, big sis, fancy seeing you here. Come here, you big lug. She hugged Grit tight, then embraced Natalia. Grit shook hands with Dylan. Dylan Brown, now what you doing hanging out with my sister? We're dating, Dylan said, reaching for Amanda's hand. Is that right? Grit's eyes gleamed. Tater and Allie gave each other a high five. Tater went up to Grit toe to toe. Gee, you're tall, Grit laughed. You think? You must be Dylan's kid. Tater Brown, that's my name, she said. Like potato? Grit said. No, just Tater. The grown-ups exchanged amused glances. Grit greeted Colby, who hid his face in Amanda's neck, and Allie, who was enveloped in a bear hug. What do you say Natalia and I take these girls to see the farm's newest baby cow while you say hi to Mom and Dad? Grit suggested. The girls had already run to the back gate before Amanda or Dylan could even say yes. Lily came to the door and side-hugged Amanda before making cooing noises at Colby and snatching him. How's my favorite nephew? Colby lasted 10 seconds before he started crying. Don't take it personally, Amanda said, taking him back. He's going through a phase. Dylan, this is my younger sister, Lily. Lily, this is Dylan Brown. Lily smiled. Well, hello. And Dylan is... We're dating, supplied Amanda. Wonderful. Lily said, beaming. Mom, Dad, Amanda's here, and her boyfriend, Dylan. Great. Dylan just got promoted from someone Amanda was dating to her boyfriend. She wouldn't be shocked if everyone started asking when the wedding was. Mom opened her arms and Amanda stepped into them, bringing Colby along. Well, aren't you a cutie? Mom told Colby in a baby voice. She winced when Colby clung to Amanda and refused to let go. He might warm up later, Amanda said, though she was doubtful. Dad came up, his hands in his overall pockets. He was about as tall as Grit and the opposite of his disposition. He rarely smiled, and he didn't now. But there was something soft and sad lurking in his eyes. Hi, Dad, Amanda said, her voice shaking a little. Despite his forbidding expression, Amanda came up to him for a brief hug that felt like an iron grip. He clasped Dylan's hand tight and looked him in the eye. He nodded, as though he liked what he saw. Come on in, all of you, Dad said with tears in his eyes, sniffling a little. Grit, Natalia, and the girls came in, unleashing a new round of chaos. Mom welcomed Allie and Tater with hugs and asked them if they wanted to help bring food out to the table. They followed her into the kitchen. If Dylan was unnerved, he didn't show it. Colby, on the other hand, started to fuss. He was in a strange house with strange people, and he had missed nap time. Dylan offered to hold him. At first, the toddler tried to wriggle out of his arms, but pretty soon he fell asleep, his thumb in his mouth. Mom's eyes were bright. Dylan has quite the touch with babies. He's pretty great, Amanda said, exchanging a smile with Dylan across the room. When they were all finally seated at dinner, Amanda smiled, tearing pieces of her roll and dousing them with honey. Everything was delicious, and she realized, looking at the spread of beef roast and homemade mashed potatoes, that Mom had made an effort to fix her favorite foods. Dad was quiet, mostly just observing. His gaze landed on Dylan. Here we go, Amanda thought. Are you Travis Brown's son? Dad asked. Yes, sir. How is your old man? They talked for a few minutes about the Brown family, how Dylan's brothers were getting on, how everyone but Dylan was married, followed with speculative glances around the table, and what Dylan did for work. I run a locksmith business, Dylan said, when I'm not helping Pops on the ranch. Dad gazed at Dylan steadily. And how long have you been dating my daughter? About a month, Dylan said, but we've known each other longer than that. The whole summer, pretty much. His words didn't seem to matter, as Mom and Dad exchanged worried looks. Amanda wanted to say that Dylan was nothing like Ryan, but simply zipped her lips. They didn't need to worry about her. Would you like to help me bring out the cake? Mom asked Amanda. Amanda rose and followed Mom into the kitchen. It was in a cheery state of disarray, like the old times. After school, Amanda used to climb the bar stool to help Mom bake cookies. Her heart squeezed at the nostalgia, but part of her was glad to have carved a life of her own, on her own terms. Mom's life, stay-at-home mom, volunteer for the PTA, faithful churchgoer, was the stuff of fairy tales. She belonged to a former generation that thought one should fix an unwanted pregnancy by getting married, no matter that it was to a loser like Ryan, who not only abandoned a pregnant Amanda, but also his daughter from a previous marriage. We're doing a belated birthday cake for that young lady, Mom said, pointing at a simple but luscious-looking confection on the table. You remembered. Amanda was impressed. Grit had mentioned it to me. He told me once you had been looking for horses to borrow for her 9th birthday party. Ah, yes. Mom cocked her head. I had hoped you would call your dad. He would have gladly helped. I wasn't ready then, Amanda answered truthfully. Mom nodded and smiled. I'm glad you came today. Your dad was cut up when you stopped talking to us. The way Amanda remembered it, Dad was the one who practically disowned Amanda, but she wasn't about to debate it with her mother. It was a moot point anyway. They were back to talking again. Thanks for the cake, she said instead. Mom glanced at it, her forehead creasing in worry. I hope she likes chocolate. Oh, Allie's a sweetheart. She's easy. She doesn't ask for much, except she did ask for that horse riding party for her birthday. I'm still not sure how she got horse crazy. Mom nodded. You never did get bitten by the horse bug. Nah, Amanda said. That was Grit's thing. Allie won a horse from an essay contest. He lives at Dylan's property. We've got plenty of room right here, Mom hinted. Amanda hadn't even considered boarding at her parents' place, but she supposed that was an option. I'll keep that in mind. You go over to Dylan's then to practice for 4-H? Mom's question sounded innocent, but Amanda knew better. Yeah. He seems like a nice cowboy, Mom said. It sounded like a question. Amanda nodded. His first wife died in childbirth, and he's raised Tater all by himself. With his family, anyway. He's respectful, and yes, he's a great dad. That's sad about his first wife dying. Mom took a cake cutter out of the drawer. Tater's a cute girl, so talkative. Allie seems shy, but she's doing well, I hope. And Colby's a sweetheart. I'd love to tend him if you ever need it. Amanda wasn't ready to go full on with her family. Sunday dinner? Yes. Babysitting? We'll see, but thanks, she said. There is something you could help with. Yes? Mom turned to her eagerly. Do you still have my briars from when I was little? I sure do. Perfect. Amanda smiled as she lifted the cake off the table. I know someone who would love to have them.
Chapter 39. Dylan. As Dylan and Amanda gave each other goodbye kisses at her porch later that night, he told her his family wanted her and the kids to come to Sunday dinner. Pops wanted me to invite you, Dylan said. He's taken a liking to Allie and Colby and their feisty mama. When she smiled, he asked, Will you come? I suppose it's just fair that I go to your family's Sunday dinner, she drawled, since you came to mine. For the record, I want you to come, he murmured, and she gave him a coy smile. Oh, and one more thing, he said, feeling nervous to ask. Would you like to come to Sunday services with us? Like church? She blinked. Yes. Blowing out a breath, she laughed. I haven't been to church in forever. You don't have to if you don't want to, he assured her. She stared at him long and hard. Would it mean a lot to you if I come to church? Well, yes, but like I said, I know, I don't have to, she nodded. If I come, my family will drop dead in shock. Gosh, I hope they don't. She watched him from under her lashes. Did Jess attend church with you? She did. I'm not like her. You know that, right? She said. I got out of habit praying. Let's get that straight. No worries. I love you for you. Love. The word wrapped around her like a warm blanket. She chuckled. Despite my stubbornness and temper? Yes, even your stubbornness and temper. Well, maybe not so much your temper. They leaned their foreheads together and smiled. His need for her that had been building up the past several weeks broke to the surface. His gaze sent her a question, and she answered by leaning close and kissing him, matching his yearning. So, he murmured as he held her in his arms. You'll come to church too? She tapped him on the nose. I'll even wear a dress.
Chapter 40. Amanda. Why, oh why did Amanda say yes? 10 minutes before Dylan was supposed to pick them up the next Sunday, Colby threw up on her blouse. Ugh, she groaned. After cleaning the baby up, she asked Allie to watch Colby. Shucking off her vomit-stained blouse into a quick washer load, she went to her bedroom. Panic set in as she rifled through her closet for a blouse substitute. It was either going to have to be one of her plain t-shirts or the dress she had worn at Grit's wedding. It was a green dress whose hem fell a little past her knees, with a ruffled halter neck collar. With the past summer of 4-H, she'd gotten a farmer's tan, which looked a little funny now. This dress was fancier than what she'd wanted to wear to church, but it was this or pants. She kicked off her skirt and slid the green dress over her body. She was just finishing up her makeup when the doorbell rang. She hurried and put on a pair of low black pumps, took one last look in the mirror, and dashed to the living room. Allie had already let Dylan into the house, and he was lying on the floor playing with Colby. In the middle of hoisting him up and down in the air, Dylan caught sight of Amanda and froze. He lowered Colby to the ground slowly and stared at Amanda. "Hello, beautiful." She twirled around in her dress and laughed. He looked like a country gentleman from one of those Western magazines, clean-shaved, polo shirt tucked in, and a vest under a sport jacket. She knelt beside him and her son and breathed in his wonderful scent as he planted a brief kiss on her lips. Dylan's adoring gaze throughout the ride to church couldn't calm the butterflies she felt in her stomach. As he got out of the truck to open her door, she heard Sweet Tater tell Allie, "If you're nervous, don't be. The pastor just gets up in front to preach, and if you pretend to listen, you should be all right." "Tater," Dylan warned, "you should actually be listening." Tater gazed at him wide-eyed. "Then why do you nap at church, Daddy?" Amanda couldn't suppress her snort of laughter. Dylan winced. "Sometimes I close my eyes to meditate." Amanda glanced back at Allie. Her eyes were wide, taking in the hordes of people filing into the church. If Amanda was nervous, how much more was Allie? As they made their way to the entrance, she held Allie's hand. Tater took up the spot next to Allie. To Amanda's right, Dylan carried Colby. Watching Dylan with her child chipped away at any remaining barriers Amanda had put up around her heart. This cowboy was a calm, level-headed man, the very opposite of her ex, and was always patient with the children. He had a way of making the kids think doing chores was fun. He was fun, and he loved her, warts and all. People turned to watch their progress. Amanda glanced to the right and left, acknowledging them with a vague nod. Familiar faces caught her eye, and she found herself looking right at her family on their usual pew. Grit waved while the rest of her family gaped at her in shock. She stifled a laugh because her prediction about their reaction had been right on the money. When they came to his family's pew, every inch of space on the bench was already occupied, so they sat on the nearest empty spot, the pew in front of them. Great, Amanda thought. This way everyone can watch us. And boy, did they put on a show. They should have charged for it. Colby was sweet, but you wouldn't know it. He wanted to get down onto the floor and nothing else would do. Hoping for the best, Amanda released him. With a crazed grin, he ran up to the stage-like area in the front and would have reached the pastor had Dylan not marched up after him, bringing him back like a football in his arm. Both men and boy fell soundly asleep soon after. Luckily, Dylan was not a snorer. Thank goodness the girls behaved well. How her parents managed to keep Amanda and her siblings in line attending church when they were growing up was a divine mystery. Amanda didn't dare look behind her. She was sure that his family was staring at them in various degrees of shock. When the service was all done, Amanda's eyes darted every which way to find a quick exit, her face hot with embarrassment. Dylan, on the other hand, seemed perfectly calm. He held Colby like a football in his arms and jiggled him every so often to stave off his zoomies. "Thanks for catching him earlier," she said. "No worries." He smiled and tickled Colby under his chin. Amanda felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked behind her at Althea. "Your family is beautiful." Amanda smiled wryly. "And rambunctious." "True, but it goes with the age. You'll have a teenager before you know it." Althea rolled her eyes. "Then watch out. It's a different kind of rambunctious." "Dylan, bring Amanda outside. Everyone wants to see her." Once outside, Dylan did the introductions, making Amanda's head spin. "Of course, you know Pops," he said. Pops cradled her hands in his. He had blue eyes that were a fading blue, but still observant. "I'm glad my son is associating with you. He needs the influence of a good woman in his life." He turned to Colby.
"Hello there, little man. You're a speedy little bugger, aren't you?" Pop said hi to Allie, who surprised Amanda by telling him that Cinnamon was the best horse ever. "Good," Pop said. "It's all in the rider." Amanda let Pops and Allie continue to talk, while Dylan finished the rest of the introductions. At the end of it, with the exception of those she'd already met before, Amanda didn't remember most of the names, but had a general impression of a handsome family of strapping cowboys with beautiful wives, some of them expecting, and a few children sprinkled in for good measure. They were all friendly, and a few teased Dylan about his now infamous baby football hold. "He played tight end in high school," Patrick, the oldest brother, said. "I've never seen him swoop down as fast as he did to catch your toddler." McCoy, the youngest, said, "He used to do that to us younger ones growing up. He wasn't that gentle, I can tell you that." A couple of the wives, McCoy's Tori and Heath's Noelle, were expecting and asked her about her birthing experience with Colby. When she said she went all natural without anesthetic, their eyes bugged out with admiration. They talked about baby products that could make a new mom's life easier, and they shared some of the names they'd already picked out. "If it were up to McCoy," Tori said, "our kid would be named after his prized chickens." "Don't you give my husband ideas," Noelle said. "He's lobbying for dog names." The family ended visiting, so they could make last-minute preparations for dinner. Amanda's cheeks were tired from smiling so much. "Is your family always that mean?" she teased Dylan as they drove down to Pop's ranch in his truck with the kids. "Yes, always," he grinned. "Sarcastic, are we?" "I have a bit of an allergy to people who are too sweet. I get a toothache." "You must be talking about a different family," Dylan said. "Sure, they can be pleasant, but my brothers are wisecracking machines." "I saw some of that today," she acknowledged. Dinner was a bit of a chaotic affair, a crowd filling several tables in a farmhouse great room. "The family's growing by leaps and bounds," Pops declared, "and I wouldn't have it any other way." He turned to Dylan. "Would you offer the blessing, son?" Amanda couldn't help but peek once in a while as Dylan prayed, his expression earnest. "Dear Lord," he said, "thank you for this bounty. We are so grateful for our family and for being able to live in this free land. Thank you for bringing Amanda, Allie, and Colby in our lives and into Pop's home. May you bless them with the good things they deserve. And thank you for keeping us all safe. Amen." After dishing up from an amazing spread, Amanda sat back in her chair, surveying the homey scene. Tater and Allie were giggling over some secret thing. Dylan bounced Colby on his knee. Althea leaned from across the table and smiled at Amanda. "I knew from the moment I met you, you'd fit right in." Chapter 41. Amanda. A year later. By the time the last horse show was all done, it was nearly 6 p.m. It had been a long, hot, dusty August day. Since the second show, Allie had gotten up the nerve to do the barrels by herself at a walk. Everyone, amazingly enough, even Melissa, cheered for her. "You did great today, young ladies," Pops told Tater and Allie at the end of the show, putting an arm around both of them. It was time to pack up and go. There wouldn't be another show until the following summer. Amanda was both relieved and kind of sad all at the same time. Truthfully, mostly relieved, but she would miss some of the excitement, especially watching the girls' progress. Colby was asleep in his stroller, finally giving in to exhaustion. At 2, he was still sweet, but starting to get a personality. Soon she'd have to think of ways to tell him what he could do instead of always telling him no. Until then, she was grateful for tender mercies. A nap sounded really good to Amanda, but there was more to be done. She stood and walked around the trailer, looking for Dylan. He was emptying Daisy's water bucket into the weeds. "What can I do to help?" Amanda asked. "Between the girls and me, we got it all packed, and horses loaded." "When did you do all that?" she asked, impressed. "I think it was while Colby was crying. Is he okay?" "Yes, he's asleep in his stroller. Good for him."
By the time they arrived at Dylan's ranch, the air had cooled off and the sun was low on the horizon. From the open window, the smell of a crock-pot dinner greeted them. "Would you like to stay for dinner?" Dylan asked. "I can probably be persuaded," she smiled. "Okay." Amanda took Colby out in his car seat, careful to not jostle him, so he'd keep sleeping for a bit. She deposited him, car seat and all, in the living room, shut the front door, and went off in search of the girls. They were feeding Daisy treats and were cuddling with one of the cats. On her way back, Amanda circled the barn. The grass here was taller, swaying in the breeze. With the sun setting, the pasture glowed golden. Amanda leaned against the weather-worn wall, appreciating the magic. She hadn't realized she was cut out for this kind of life. Not until meeting Dylan. Dylan had changed her life in many ways, and she was grateful. A rustling sounded to her left, and Dylan appeared from around the corner. He stopped, his eyes drinking her in. "Look at us," she said, "meeting behind the barn." As soon as the words left her mouth, she knew she was in a world of trouble. With a cocky smile, he walked up to her slowly and leaned his side against the barn, facing her direction. She turned and caught his heated gaze. Longing banked in their depths. "Thanks for all your help today," she said. "The past months, the past year." "You are welcome." He tipped his hat. "It's my pleasure. It's meant so much to Allie." She paused. "And to me." Their gazes crossed and held. "I'd do anything for you and your children," he said. "I can believe that, and it's appreciated." He looked out to the field, then back at her. "I'm glad that Allie had an even better experience with Cinnamon this summer. Did you see how Melissa's eyes bugged out when Allie got a blue ribbon?" "Yep," they laughed. "Thanks to you," she said. He pushed off the barn and took a step closer to her. "I know you said you're not ready yet for a serious relationship, but I've been doing some thinking and—" "Kiss me first," she whispered. His surprise turned into amusement. He leaned close to brush his lips against hers. First, softly, and then his mouth captured hers in a searing kiss that she'd been looking forward to all day. Moments later, she asked in a voice filled with wonder, "What were you telling me?" He lifted a hand to her cheek. "First, I've come to realize you're the best thing that's ever happened to me and Tater. Second, I'm head over heels in love with you. And third, I'm willing to take a chance on you, if you'll take a chance on me." From his pocket, he produced a little velvet box with a keyhole and handed it to her. "Dylan," she said in a panic, "if this is what I think it is—" The expression on his face, hopeful with a little fear lurking in his eyes, gave her pause. "You'll just have to open it to see, won't you?" he said. Her heart thudded as she looked at the box once again. They'd been dating for a year now. She loved him, and he was an amazing boyfriend and father. But was she ready to be married? She swallowed with difficulty. Was she ready for the next step? Will she ever be? She stood like a diver at the edge of a diving board, looking down at the water below. Whatever happened from here, at least it would be with Dylan. Did she love him? Yes. Most definitely yes. As though Dylan sensed the change in her, his face cleared. Happiness chased the fear away from his eyes. With a little smirk, she tried to open the box, but it wouldn't budge. "You'll need this." He handed her a set of keys. "Seriously?" she laughed. "You want me to guess which key opens it? Here's a tip," he said, winking. "They all open it." She slipped one of the keys into the hole until there was a clicking sound. The top sprang open when she lifted it. The diamond solitaire's many facets mirrored the oranges and reds of the setting sun. "Dylan," she breathed out. "It's beautiful." Dylan knelt on one knee. "Amanda Jones, will you marry me?" Was she the kind of woman who deserved a ring like this? At one time, she didn't think so. But now, "I'd be crazy not to," she whispered. He slipped the ring on her finger, and it fit perfectly. "Now," she said sternly, "this doesn't mean I'm going to clean up after you the rest of our lives, or that you can keep getting horses because heavens knows they're a lot of work." He put a finger on her lips. "Kiss me first," he whispered. When his mouth claimed hers, she knew, without a doubt, that this sweet and strong cowboy was for keeps.
Epilogue. Dylan. 2 years later. "Dylan Brown?" the nurse announced from the doorway. Dylan's head swung so fast he felt dizzy. He got up and walked over to her. "Is my wife okay?" "She is," the nurse assured him. "Follow me, please." He studied her body language and decided that she was telling the truth. Why would she be smiling otherwise? Dylan had been out driving cattle with his brothers when they got word that Amanda had gone into labor and had been taken to the hospital by 𝗵ซี้, Colby, Tater, and Allie were home with Sheldon and his kids. Dylan drove as fast as he could to the hospital. At the reception, he was told that Amanda was already in a room and he'd be called up by the nurse. He followed the nurse through a maze of hallways until they reached a room that was full of medical staff in scrubs. Someone helped him gown up and put gloves on before he was allowed to approach Amanda on the bed. "Finally," she teased. "I love you too," he said. He clasped her hand in his and pushed her bangs away from her sweat-soaked face, just as a contraction overcame her. Her expression of pain made his heart lurch with concern and fear. Ever since she had told him a year after their wedding that she was pregnant, her welfare was his concern every waking moment. And now here she was, giving birth to their first child together. "Can you give her more pain medication?" he asked someone holding a chart. "Dylan," Amanda said, "I'm good. It hurts like crazy, sure, but I'll be fine." She went through another contraction, leaving her breathless and grunting with pain, and him feeling helpless. Over the next half hour, he supported her through a half a dozen more. A machine started beeping, and Dylan looked up in panic. "What does that mean?" he asked. A nurse pressed a button, and all was quiet again. "Just a little spike of blood pressure," she said. "Dylan," Amanda whispered, gesturing for him to come close, and he did. "Could you please say a little prayer for me?" "Of course. Out loud?" Her eyes fluttered closed. "Whatever you'd like to do." Dylan bowed his head and said a prayer from deep in his soul. "Please, please, please keep them safe, dear Lord." He finished. A smile played around her lips. "Thank you, honey." Amanda was exhausted. He could see that in her face. She had been a trooper through the pregnancy, but even she admitted that this was tougher than Colby's. Her body went through another round of spasms before someone said, "The baby's crowning." Dylan and Amanda looked at each other. Then he leaned over and held her as close as her IV tubes would allow. "You've got this," he said. "Almost there. I love you." "I love you too," she whispered back. "Dad, would you like to help deliver your baby?" the doctor asked Dylan. He stood where they told him to, and moments later the most beautiful baby girl was in his arms. Dylan studied her little fingernails and her face all scrunched up. She was so tiny. A miracle. The nurses cleaned her up and handed her to Dylan again. Glancing up, he smiled at Amanda, whose face was equal parts exhaustion and exhilaration. Dylan leaned over his wife and laid the baby on her chest. As Dylan looked on at his wife and daughter, both of them healthy, he said a silent prayer of thanks and held them close to his heart. "She's so pretty," Amanda said, checking out all her features. The baby's head was misshapen. Her face was all red and she was covered still with bits of mucus. "She's definitely a keeper," he said. The end.
This has been A Cowboy for Keeps, Riverdale Ranch Romance Book number 9, written by Jewel Allen, narrated by Melissa Connell and Scott Rose. Copyright 2024 by Jewel Allen. Production copyright by Jewel Allen.